What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description.
6IV. Chapter 252. Return newspaper headlines. Lord Locke, you've arrived at Daughter's Island.
Locke opened his eyes in a daze, patted his aching head, and used the joint panel to develop new moves along the way, but in the end he actually fell asleep due to overuse of his brain.
After Locke opened the door and came out, the scene in front of him was a bit eye-catching, because now the Kuja pirates have arrived in the city, and there are proud figures everywhere. Looking at it, Locke felt a little dizzy, and quickly came to Hancock and asked, "This is it?"
Hancock replied with a smile, "Because you rescued Sonia and Maria, in order to thank you, a banquet is held today."
Locke didn't even have to think about looking at Luffy, whose eyes were shining. This guy must want to have a banquet, but now it's a practice period, and Locke, as one of the parents of the Straw Hat crew.
It would never be allowed, so Locke directly pulled Luffy and told Hancock to go back to Rayleigh, and Hancock quarreled with Locke angrily.
But in the end, the arm couldn't twist the thigh. Luffy was also disappointed and was taken back by Locke. Hancock looked at Locke's back and gritted his teeth. After that, Hancock originally planned to stay for a while, but he would affect Luffy's practice here, so he was driven back soon. After Luffy ate a barbecue, he continued to contact him, and he didn't have to worry about the injuries on his body. He has a strong self-healing ability, and he will be fine after a meal. Luffy blindfolded and greeted Locke Rayleigh and went into the forest. This was proficient in observation haki. Futura asked Locke what happened. Locke didn't hide everything from Rayleigh, and then the two began to chat without saying a word, and it seemed that the time was almost ripe for Locke to make his own request. Advertisement. Rayleigh, I'd like to spar with you. Rayleigh still smiled and replied without a trace of surprise. Yes, of course, but not now. Locke asked suspiciously, why? The reason why Locke is anxious is because there may be other sign in tasks behind the system, and he is not sure where this branch will end. He didn't want to miss his reward because of Rayleigh. Rayleigh still replied calmly, when Luffy has already mastered haki. At this moment, Locke suddenly realized that Rayleigh, the master, planned to let Luffy watch the battle, improve his vision, and it would be helpful to his captain. Locke had no reason to refuse. However, time may not be enough. Now only half a year has passed. According to Locke's memory, Luffy only fully mastered haki for 1.5 years, and Rayleigh left half a year later. Ace also smiled when he heard the news and said, I've already seen it. Anyway, he is the benefactor of our Whitebeard pirates. Of course it's better to be alive. Ace also said in a low mood, we live too comfortably under the protection of Dad, no matter what, we must guard this place, and we can't let Dad's name be ashamed. What about the tomb? Does it need to be taken down? Marco asked. Ace replied with a smile. Well, more and more people are coming to grab the territory these days, so don't be careless. Luffy continued to practice alone in the forest. During this period, there was still a whole year. Without systematic guidance, Locke began to feel confused. Advertisement. The strongest in the new era. The fallen strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, admitted by Edward Newgate himself. 1. Time began to pass little by little, and Locke revived and defeated Golden Lion, smashing the world's cannonballs with one punch, and everything has been made public. Marco suddenly thought of something, took out the newspaper on his body and said, oh, yes, this is today's newspaper. I didn't expect that kid to be alive, it's a miracle. Because of the activity of the spies, the intelligence organization had already sold the news, and Marine couldn't hide it at all, so such news appeared in the newspaper. Then there are reports about the defeat of the old powerhouse Golden Lion and all kinds of things about Locke, big and small. After hearing these news, the world was shocked. Ace, don't force yourself too much. Brother Xiao Ma said from the air and came to Ace's side. Marco looked at the corpses all around and the exhausted companions and sighed. Yeah, when Dad was here, they were guys who hadn't even heard their names. I didn't expect. 0. Seeking flowers 00. Fire punch. The great root, the base of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace said with a smirk. No, bring him to C0 when we meet next time.
However, he didn't plan to stay here, and it would not do him any good to affect Luffy's practice, so Locke asked Hancock for a boat to leave, and he planned to find someone.
Oh, Chapter 253, The Strongest Growth. Click. Locke's boat suddenly stopped moving. Locke got up and saw that the sea was completely frozen, and then Locke looked at the frozen island beside him. Marine Admiral, Aokiji, why did you find this place? Did Marine send Admiral to catch me? Damn it. Allah, don't get me wrong, you guys interrupted my rest first, and I'm no longer a Marine. Do you think you can fool me by saying this? I will never surrender, little ones. Go. Ice time. After quieting down, Aokiji silently sat down on the ground to drink his saliva, when suddenly he felt someone's breath and said, Allah, what a wonderful person, long time no see Locke. Locke walked towards Aokiji with a smile on his face and said, yeah, it's been a long time, but I really didn't expect you to be beaten so badly. Aokiji also looked at his legs made of ice cubes and his arms and shoulders with burns and said indifferently, it's a little bit over the top. Seeing that Locke didn't intend to fight, Aokiji naturally relaxed a lot. The two people's personalities are actually quite similar, and they don't like troublesome things. Besides, there's no big grudge, and Locke is not a narrow-minded person, so he came to Aokiji and sat down, and Locke went to give Aokiji a bottle of good wine that he brought. After receiving it, Aokiji opened it, sniffed it and said with a smile, "Very nice wine, thank you." Advertisement. It's really good. I haven't had such a good wine in a long time, so what's the matter with you coming to see me this time? After the topic got down to business, Locke started to get serious. What the hell do you want to do now? You who are out of marine. Aokiji looked up at the sky and thought for a long time and said, I also want to know who I am now, partner of justice. Who knows?
Locke. Even if you are no longer a marine, you still intend to continue to carry out your own justice silently. Aokiji looked at Locke and said, anyway, it's impossible to be a pirate like you.
Locke chuckled, and he didn't ask why in the end, but one thing that Locke can be sure of is that Aokiji really has no goal now. Totally a loafer, but he's going to change before long, but Locke can't imagine Aokiji working with someone like Blackbeard.
But it's useless to think about it now, Locke said to Aokiji. Do you want me to help you avenge? We will join forces to take down Akainu.
Aokiji looked at Locke helplessly and complained. This joke is not funny at all. If being a spy has to do so much tricks, who would be willing? The battle was not made public, and the audience was only Luffy and Hancock and Granny New 1.0 who secretly watched the battle. It is precisely because of this that although Luffy was alone on the island for the last half year, he practiced harder, and Locke didn't stay behind to bid farewell to everyone. He didn't know where he went. Aokiji looked at Locke in surprise, then calmed down and said, although I really disagree with him, I can't follow his justice, but if I really do this, Marine may be in chaos. Please, I am practicing, who is wandering like you? Advertisement. If you become an enemy in the future, I will let you go. Aokiji said goodbye to Locke with a smile on his face, and then there was a battle between Locke and Rayleigh. Locke. Sure enough, you're still thinking about Marine, you're not pretending to leave Marine and actually going to be a spy, are you? Later, he teamed up with retired Marine Admiral Aokiji to defeat the big pirate, Red Earl, Valoric Redfield, who escaped from Impel Down, and shocked the world again. It caused Marine to dispatch on a large scale, Marshal Akainu was severely injured, and Locke escaped. Marine concealed the situation, but because of the presence of spies, the information was still leaked. Do you have somewhere to go? After saying this, Aokiji pointed to his leg, and there was nothing to talk about. Locke was going to leave, but Aokiji said suddenly before leaving. In the end, Locke didn't get any valuable news, but kidnapped Aokiji, and the two started a wandering journey together. They have been wandering around with Aokiji and causing trouble for a whole year, and when they parted, they didn't say much. Locke only left one sentence. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally ended the battle with Locke's bloody and broken rage, although Locke had no strength to fight anymore. But Rayleigh also climbed out of the ruins to show Locke a face and conceded defeat. This exchange also made the growing Luffy see a stronger power and made up his mind to become stronger. Aokiji ignored Locke, who was riding a bicycle next to Locke's boat and said, a person who is aimless has different eyes from a person with a goal. Your eyes can't lie. Locke thought about it, but Aokiji actually said that he would hang out with him for a while. Locke was shocked. In the last year and a half, many major events happened at sea, but 90% of them were related to Locke. From the beginning, hundreds of pirate groups were destroyed in New World. Advertisement Chapter 254. Gathering 2 years later. 2 years passed quickly. Area 13 of Sabaody Archipelago, in Shaki's rip-off bar. It's been 2 years since then. How fast time flies when you think about it. Yes, I don't know how everyone has grown. It's really exciting, but have you heard the news a while ago? 11. That boy Locke, he really doesn't know how to stop. He can always do things that make people's jaw drop. Yeah, little Locke is really getting stronger. Shaki and Rayleigh were discussing about Locke, the newspaper on the table said. The strongest in the new era, Wolf D. Locke, defeated the drought disaster, Jack on the big billboard hung by the Beast's pirates with a bounty of 1 billion. He also challenged the 409 Emperor's Kaido face to face. You must know that Jack is one of the famous 3 disasters, the big billboard of Beast's pirates, and the confidant of 4 emperors, Kaido. Locke is now strong enough to defeat enemies of this level, and he has become the well-deserved strongest of the new era, known as the Second Whitebeard. Crunch. Rayleigh put down his wine glass and said slightly surprised. Oh, you were the first to arrive. What? No one has arrived. I really can't help them. This familiar voice is Zoro, who arrived first as a Lukai. 10 days after Zoro arrived, another familiar figure appeared in a tavern in the Sabaody archipelago. Did you know that the Marine headquarters has changed locations? Huh, really? Advertisement. Really, it has switched positions with the branch G1 opposite the red line. This is the determination shown by the new marshal who took office after Sengoku. After all, he set his headquarters in the new world where the 4 emperors are located. However, the prestige of the headquarters thanks to him has now weakened, and there are more lawless areas on this island. No wonder the town is more chaotic than it was 2 years ago.
At this time, people at other tables in the tavern suddenly discussed.
Hey, have you heard? It's from Straw Hat Crew, isn't it? Yeah, never thought the Straw Hat Crew would show up again. It's really scary. After 2 years of disappearance, everyone thought they were dead. Idiot, think about it and know how it is possible. With the strongest man in the new era, Locke, how could they die? I didn't expect to start recruiting partners as soon as they appeared. They plan to expand their partners to show their strengths in New World. Thinking about it makes me excited. Let's sign up too. Don't be silly, there are over 100 million pirates everywhere on this island, people like you don't even think of you, ha ha ha. Boom. The door of the tavern was violently pushed open, and a group of super low-profile Straw Hat crew walked in. At this time, a large number of people have gathered in GR number 33 of Sabaody Archipelago. Are they going to make trouble? Of course not, they are planning to watch the concert. The other side of the island. Woman. That's right, absolutely. The real woman standing in front of me. Long live Sabaody. Sanji G, we are here to say goodbye, although I am very sad but I believe we will meet again, Wooden Horse. Ah, I want to see you again. Please send me here. Say hello to Ivan for me, goodbye. Man Sanji, it is returning from hell. Inside the bar. Advertisement. Exclamation mark. Did I hear it wrong? The bounty is 55 million Baileys. Please read the leaflet carefully. The minimum bounty is 70 million Baileys. Under this, the captain will not accept negotiations. Such a low bounty is also due to you guys. Can come here.
Korea inside. Go away, trash. Lousy is the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. I don't know what kind of mood Long will feel when he finds out. After the arrogance of this group, they started to stare at the beautiful woman with a proud figure sitting alone, but it's a pity that this beautiful woman is not easy to mess with.
When the situation started to get serious, a man of good shape walked in. Kill Green Star Demon. 300 bang. The Vine Piranha appeared, instantly subduing all members of the ultra-low configuration Straw Hat crew.
Then, miss, can you do me a favor by letting me buy you a drink? The man raised his hat while speaking.
Ahaha. What, Usopp? Really, he has become so strong now. While talking, he hugged Usopp and danced happily, although the two were good girlfriends. But I have to say I'm still envious. Usopp looked shocked at the masked Sniper King. Nami pulled Usopp away. The two had just walked out of the tavern when there was lightning and thunder behind them. On another part of the island, Robin, wearing sunglasses, shook off the following government personnel and looked at the two pieces of paper in his hand and said suspiciously. Brooks Concert, Straw Hat Crew morning and evening partners, what the hell is going on? Next to the Sunny, a guy with a cropped head and a strangely proportioned figure has also arrived, and a cute walking with sound effects has also appeared on the lively street of the town. Finally, there is Luffy with the oversized luggage. Chapter 255, Partners who have arrived successively. Shaki's rip-off bar. Sanji. What? That idiot swordsman arrived first. What a headache, it seems that the second departure will not be smooth sailing. Shaki. And the second Frankie arrived about 10 days ago, but went back to the ship soon. Sanji. Is the Sunny all right? Rayleigh. Of course, not only was it unscathed, but the coating has also been done, and they have put in a lot of effort. What Rayleigh was referring to was Dabaru, who was wearing bandages. He hadn't learned how to wink after 2 years, but he was very loyal. Shaki. And Nami was the third to arrive. When Sanji heard the name, his eyes turned into hearts, and he came to Shaki in a fluttering manner. Where is Nami-san? Where is she now? Shaki smoked a cigarette calmly. She was bored and went shopping. Sanji's mind is full of Nami now, and the whole person is a little out of order, Shaki continued. The fourth Usopp who arrived, about 3 days ago, is also on the street now. Chopper who arrived yesterday is the fifth, and Brook also came to the island for a concert today. And then there is you. That is to say, you've already had 7 people on the island. Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and said, now it's Nico, Robin and Luffy, and of course that kid, don't know how much he got stronger in the last period. Sanji. Is it Locke? But it's really surprising. In the past 2 years, almost all the news about him has been in the newspapers. Isn't Luffy under your guidance? It shouldn't be strong now. Rayleigh said with a smile. I haven't seen him for half a year, and I look forward to his further growth. Number 47 GR. Advertisement. Boom. Run away. The newcomers are making trouble again. After Whitebeard's death, I thought the pirates would calm down, but the situation worsened. Pirates from all over the world have started to flock to this island, and now the whole island is about to become lawless. Look, it's the Straw Hat crew. They are the most powerful people on this island now. Chopper holding the marshmallow looked at the ultra-low profile version of Straw Hat crew that appeared in front of him. They didn't notice anything wrong, and they came forward to say hello excitedly. Along the way, Chopper didn't notice anything was wrong. Suddenly, Nico Robin, who had an ultra-low configuration Straw Hat crew, was captured by the government. Chopper was shocked, but he didn't realize that something was wrong. Luffy was also stopped by Straw Hat crew's ultra-low team looking for trouble. Luffy's calm and small-scale conquerors stunned these guys and continued to set off. Sanji accidentally inquired about Zoro when he went to buy ingredients. Gone. That green-haired little brother. Green hair. What happened? In fact, just now Zoro came over and said he wanted to go fishing to pass the time. The uncle asked him to wait on the boat, but the guy got on someone else's pirate ship and fell asleep. The uncle thought that he might just go directly to the Fishmen Island. Sanji scolded with a contorted expression. That idiot, I was still wondering why he didn't get lost and arrived first, but something happened again. The uncle said anxiously. That's a pirate ship. Maybe it's all ready. Advertisement. Sanji quickly smiled and said, it's all right, it's not your fault, don't worry, that guy is all right. Speaking of which, do you have any fish to buy here? Hey, look, what is that? Something seems to be coming out of the sea. What is it? It's so big. It's a ship. The paint is not good. Was the ship crushed by the water pressure? Or was it attacked by the Sea Kings? But it looks like it was split by a sharp knife. Don't be silly. Who can split such a big boat? At this time, the poor captain of the broken ship held the broken knife in his hand and shouted, "You be asterisk 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 D. You have ruined our dream of going to the new world. Everything has its own destiny. If you want to blame it, blame the fate that you and the plague god got on the same boat. I got on the wrong boat. Zoro can do this kind of thing. He got on the wrong boat and still said it so seriously, those who didn't know thought he was right. The genuine Robin here on the Sunny has come here, and her official CP Frankie on board is just draping. Oh, the beauty over there is our super archaeologist, Luo, Bin. Robin stayed with his mouth open for a long time before smiling and said, "You really haven't changed at all, Frankie." Frankie immediately became unhappy. "I've changed a lot, alright. Stupid. Take a look at the romance of men in my body. Looking at the unprecedented design, I have surpassed human intelligence." Robin said calmly. "Yeah, I'm afraid I can no longer treat you as a human being." Frankie. "Hey, are you saying I'm a pervert? You're pretty good at complimenting people." Chapter 256. The Curtain Call of the King of Souls. "Hey, green algae head, don't get lost. If you get lost, it's me who will be in trouble." "Ah, who are you talking to, bearded eyebrow? What did you say? B asterisk 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 D." After meeting for a while, the two naturally separated again. When Sanji was attracted by the young lady, Zoro got lost again. On the other side, Chopper, who left sadly, met the genuine Usopp and Nami, full of doubts. Finally, after Nami told him the truth, Chopper felt that his worldview was blown up. "What? They're all fake," Nami said helplessly. "Really, the world government has not caught Robin for 20 years, and it is impossible to think about being robbed in a bag."
Chopper suddenly realized. That's it. I said something was wrong, and they didn't have a familiar smell. Oh, I'm angry. What are these stinky guys? They imitated us, so it seems. As if we are famous people the same. As soon as Chopper was talking, Nami 820 patted his head and said, "Why are you happy here alone? After all, whoever makes our captain and deputy captain famous, it is only natural that there are counterfeit goods."
At this time Usopp said, "But, there seems to be no fake Locke in that group."
Chopper said in surprise. "Really? Is Locke not as famous as us?"
Nami continued to say helplessly, "Idiot, Locke has been very active for the past 2 years, the strongest in the new era, who dares to pretend to be him?" Advertisement. Usopp. "That's right, that guy is getting more and more terrifying. I don't know how much stronger he has become after meeting this time." After Sanji finally found Zoro, the two quarreled again. "I'm going to the coast, and I want to fish." "No, B asterisk 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 D. Why do I have to listen to you? Do you think I am willing to walk with you? I am afraid that you will get lost and wander around the island, and I will look for you everywhere, you lost green algae ball. Everyone will be here soon, shut up, obediently go back to the boat and wait."
Cut. Really, number 7 dares to be so rude to number 1.
"For us, this island is an island of remorse with memories of defeat, and it is also an island of departure for a new start. I am a musician, and it is my mission to arouse the fighting spirit of all members and create a warm atmosphere. This is GR number 46. The newcomers to the Straw Hat crew are gathering one after another. There are 4 confirmed captains AJDG in total. Bounty. 92 million Baileys, seriously injured, Albio, 88 million Baileys, Rip Sabus duty, and super newcomer Gref Pirates captain, bounty. 210 million Baileys, damp hair, caribou and fellow bounty on the captain's brother, 190 million Baileys for, blood splattered, Kree steps. Damn it, see if I don't kick you to death. Just use the devil's legs I trained in hell for 2 years. At this time on the Sunny, 3-year-old Chopper and Usopp were excitedly observing Frankie's new robot-like body, and Nami and Robin also met on the Sunny. Just what I want. B asterisk 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 D. See if I don't cut you in half. Advertisement. At this time, Luffy said, "Leave him alone, Caribou, such an insignificant little sailor, just let him go." The most important thing was Brook. Marine had already surrounded him at the King of Souls concert venue, but he still said calmly. "What?" At this time, Marine hiding here is reporting the situation with a phone bug. "This year's newcomers are really sloppy. Straw Hat Luffy is dead. It's ridiculous. Tell the whole world. The pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, is still alive. Sooner or later he will become the king of the world's seas. Since he is going to sail, why not be more lively, oh baby? Please listen to my last soul song. The name of this song is New World, quote exclamation mark. Why do you use the smooth ranking of arrival? Don't think that you can get carried away by being the first to arrive miraculously." Soon the so-called super rookie found out about Brother Marine, and after a while of crazy operations, he asked his brother to dig a hole and deal with him. Luffy, who is face blind, was also brought here by the fake Sanji and Zoro in a daze. In fact, there was a person among them who was wearing a black robe to cover his face. At this time, this guy was sitting with a wine bottle drinking inside. Instantly caused a wave of upsurge. Captain Straw Hat appears. The two of them were hopeless, so they looked at another place, GR number 46, where the anxious partners of the fake Straw Hat crew had already gathered. "Ah, Sorry, number 7. Chapter 257. As expected of justice, Marine Zon Taowen. Marine, Shaki. That's right, they have taken the fake little monkeys seriously, and they have already dispatched on a large scale. I can't be wrong if I eavesdropped on their calls. I have already notified Brooke, and they should be there soon. Coming. Frankie. Hey, I want to give up Star Road, that guy really has backbone. Rayleigh came to the boat and said to Nami, Nami, you are a navigator, right? Let me teach you how to use the coded boat. Remember it well. Nami froze for a moment and quickly replied, yes, I will try my best. Usopp said anxiously, what? I suddenly became nervous, but Rayleigh, our captain and deputy captain, have not heard anything yet. Rayleigh. Don't worry, Luffy has landed, Locke should be with him. Everyone laughed happily when they heard the news. Frankie took out a small phone bug and said, Sanji came here before and left me a phone bug, Zoro should be with him. Shaki. That's right, that's great, hurry up, Marine is close at hand now, the only ones who can't be contacted now are Little Monkey and Little Locke, I'll give you the life card first, they will rely on this to find Kame. Rayleigh. GR number 42 facing the coast is the most suitable, so let's drive the boat there and gather there. Although it's a bit rushed, you have overcome 2 years of hard training. It's finally time to start again. And before setting off, take a good look at this is the specific manual for the coding boat. Quote. Nami thanked after the result. Understood, thank you. Usopp suddenly said excitedly. Luffy and Locke guys don't know what has become now, I really look forward to seeing them. Nami smiled and raised her hand and shouted, let's go. Go to GR no. 42. Advertisement. Frankie took out the phone bug and said, I need to speak to Zoro and Sanji first. On Zoro and Sanji's side, they are having a friendly exchange. I haven't seen you in 2 years, I've improved a bit, third-rate swordsman. You will learn those useless leg skills, and your cooking skills have not regressed, you stinky cook. Say it again. B asterisk 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 D. Bulu bulu bulu. A sound of phone bug stopped the two of them for the time being. Frankie told them about the situation and told them to go to GR number 42 as soon as possible. At this time, the protagonist's side is bustling with people, there are many people around the stage, there are fake Luffy gang on the stage, and there is a real Luffy with a big luggage and a fake nose. It seemed that they were preparing to stand up, but suddenly a large number of Marines appeared, directly surrounded the group of people, and said that GR 46 had been sealed. Fake Luffy originally planned to use the sailor he captured just now as a human shield to escape from here, but unfortunately, this supernova of this era didn't intend to listen to him, and killed the poor sailor directly. So Marine was enraged, and a fight broke out. Luffy on the stage was confused and said to himself, why did Marine find me so quickly, why do these people call me the boss? Boom. This time the pirates and Marine were all fooled. Ah, why? Marine's human weapons will appear here. Advertisement. Look, the Straw Hat boss is about to make a move. Zon Taomaru looked at the guy in front of him and asked, why do they call you Straw Hat Kid? 0. Come on boss, Straw Hat crew will win. What? Chew on. Help. Boss Straw Hat. Think of a way. There are some scenes of children fighting on the battlefield below, and there are no powerful guys on the Marine side, they are all ordinary sailors, although these people are weak.
But all the bandits were with bounties, so the fights were all one-sided, until a laser appeared, causing an explosion, and a large number of pirates were wiped out.
Someone in the crowd yelled, the pacifists are coming. At this time, another acquaintance appeared, that is Zon Taomaru with 2 pacifists. He was still wondering what the Straw Hat boss these people were talking about. Before the words were finished, Luffy was slapped into the ground by Zon Taomaru with an axe. The Straw Hat boy is not a waste like you.
Seeing that the fake Straw Hat crew was about to run away, he intercepted it directly, and the pirate who was terrified suddenly changed his face and shouted when he saw this scene.
This counterfeit Luffy also bravely yelled at Zon Taowen, idiot. Do you know who Lousy is? If you don't want to be cramped by Lousy, get out of here. Be careful to scare you to death. Lousy is the son of the revolutionary dragon, the hero Garp his grandson, the big pirate who made a big fuss in the Summit War 2 years ago, with a bounty of 400 million, the Straw Hat. Great. Boss Luffy. Let them see the strength of the 400 million bounty.
Chapter 258. Debut 2 years later. Zon Taowen looked at the reactions of the people around him and said tauntingly. I see, these guys have been fooled and become the companions of the fake Straw Hat Kid. Who is this guy PX5?
The pacifist behind Zon Taomaru began to scan and said, Pirate, Glib, Damaro Brock, bounty, 26 million Baileys. Hearing the pacifist's words, the surrounding pirates exclaimed again, and Luffy, who was left alone on the high platform, also reacted and muttered to himself in surprise. Huh, are they imitating me? So are Sanji and Zoro, but they really look alike. I'd better get out of here now that 193 is here. Zon Momomaru shouted to the pirates in the crowd. It's stupid enough to lie to people, you guys who have been cheated are even more lucky, everyone come with me. At this time, the pacifists behind Zon Taomaru began to prepare for action. Zon Taomaru continued. And by chance, the real Straw Hat Boy is also here. As soon as he entered this area, PX5 has already sensed it, and of course there is another dude, I didn't expect you to be here, the strongest Locke of the new era is aiming at them. After scanning for a while, the pacifist fired a laser in Luffy's direction. Luffy easily dodged it, jumped back to the previous high platform with his big luggage and shouted. What are you doing? There is still my precious bento in the bag. The pacifist continued to scan and fired another laser at the corner of the crowd. Boom. After the explosion, a man wearing a black jacket with a claw mark on his chest came out slowly with a wine bottle and said, "Really, it's okay for people to watch a show." After the two appeared, the pirate shouted with the latest arrest warrant in his hand. It's exactly the same as the one on the arrest warrant. The remaining members of the escaped fake Straw Hat crew were also shocked. Ah. So that guy is a real Straw Hat crew. Advertisement. The officer on the marine side immediately began to issue orders and shouted, "Stay alert. We are here for real people." Zon Taomaru also shouted to Luffy on the high platform, "Straw Hat Boy." Luffy looked at this familiar figure and said helplessly, "Ah. You're hindering me again. I've been reminded that if something happens, the normal voyage will be delayed." Zon Taowen. Don't worry, you don't need to go sailing anymore. Unlike 2 years ago, I have officially joined the Marine, and I have also gone through hard training. I will arrest you now. PX-5. Following Zon Taowen's order, the pacifist PX-5 still attacked Luffy, but the 3 laser beams were avoided by Luffy twisting his neck. Then Luffy reached out to turn on the second gear, and the next second the pacifist also rushed to attack Luffy, and Luffy disappeared instantly and came over it. Rubber jet gun. Boom. With one punch, the pacifist's huge body fell directly to the ground, and a large pit appeared on the ground instantly, and then the pacifist exploded on the spot, and was dropped by Luffy in seconds. At this time, another pacifist also launched an attack towards Locke, and Locke calmly advanced towards the laser, not dodging but not hitting him. Walking up to the pacifist stretched out his big slap and waved at Locke. Locke said with a smile on his face. It's really a familiar scene, but... Saying this, Locke easily grabbed the pacifist's arm with one hand, and a white dome appeared on the hand that grabbed the pacifist the next moment. Talents. Asura Heart, Fantasy Killer, Immortal Golden Body. Development Tricks. Earthquake, Seaquake, Airquake. Advertisement. Tricks. Shira's Fury, Bloody Fury, Shira's Shattering Fist, Blood Demon Slaying the Sky. Boom. Name. Wolf D. Locke. After the white dome appeared, the pacifist's body immediately began to shatter, and the next second it exploded on the spot, and Locke didn't move from the beginning to the end. Movement. Moonwalk hyphenation point change, 3000 thunders. Devil Fruit. Paramesha Shock Fruit. Equipment. Gauntlet of God right hand. Now the strength gap can be reversed. Locke and Aokiji teamed up to defeat the Red Earl, for which Locke still left a scar of paw prints on his body, and Jack the Drow under Kaido. It can be said that 5.4 was completed without any difficulty. Panel. Hockey. Knowledge Color. Conquerors, Armed Color. After Rayleigh's check-in task was completed, Locke seized the time to complete the last 2 follow-up check-ins of the branch line in the next 6 months, that is, the 2 big events reported in the newspaper. Buff. Kaiwang Fist. Now his strength is already very strong, and he has reached the top level in the true sense. Even Kaido Locke feels that he can compete with him. Special moves. Water Prison. Click, click. Chapter 259. All the members are assembled. After Rayleigh's task was completed and he got the Kaiwang Fist, Locke got it one after another. The powerful talent is the Immortal Golden Body, and the physical strength is directly full. There is also a brand new piece of equipment, the Gauntlet of God, without any special abilities or moves, only one thing is that it is very hard. Among the known characters in the entire pirate world, there are no more than 5 people who can break through the defense of Locke's Gauntlet of God. Then there is Fruit ability development. Locke has already developed all of Whitebeard's previous abilities, and it will be more difficult to develop in the future. But now this intensity is already very pervert. Zon Taomaru looked at the pacifist who was instantly dropped and kept looking at the two, and was thinking about countermeasures, because Locke hadn't disappeared like Luffy and the others in the past 2 years. On News 09, he will appear in the field, so Zon Momomaru is not surprised by Locke's powerful strength, but surprised that Luffy has also learned how to use Haki. At this moment, Luffy also saw Locke in the crowd, and recognized him at a glance. Locke also looked at Luffy and smiled brightly. After the two looked at each other, they started to run away without saying a word. Zon Taomaru still led Marine to start the pursuit. Luffy and Locke fled side by side, and suddenly the voices of Zoro and Sanji came from the front. Hey, Luffy, Locke, sure enough, it's you guys who are always in trouble. Luffy excitedly looked at the 2 people running over in front of him and smiled, haha. I can't make a mistake this time, long time no see, you guys. Locke also laughed and shouted, it's still changed a lot, you guys. Zon Taowen once again sent a pacifist to attack. Seeing this guy, Zoro and Sanji's expressions changed. Sanji kicked the devil's foot in seconds, and Zoro drew 3 knives. Advertisement. Get out of the way. Boom. After the two made their moves, another pacifist fell away, and now the group of pirates shouted out of excitement. It's Straw Hat Crew. The real one has appeared. It's completely different from the fake one. It's terrible. It's too strong. The two were still arguing after they killed the pacifist. Zoro. I did it. Sanji. I kicked his neck first. Zoro suddenly pointed to Luffy and Locke and said, oh, by the way, Luffy is number 9, Locke is number 10.
Back on the boat, his face was still pale and the blood couldn't stop. Luffy's eyes lit up excitedly at Frankie's mechanical body. Locke calmly landed on the boat and greeted his partners.
But Luffy put down his luggage and took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and shouted, Rayleigh, I will succeed, One Piece. I'm sure. The chasing marine also stopped in an instant and did not dare to move forward. The deterrent effect of this name is very powerful. Rayleigh looked at them and said.
The three looked at Locke and nodded, and then started to run away together. Halfway through, suddenly Luffy slammed on the brakes, and the three of them also stopped. Luffy turned to look at the tall figure and shouted.
Advertisement. Luffy laughed and shouted at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, really thank you so much for these 2 years. Locke quickly interrupted them and said, okay, let's go quickly, everyone should wait.
I'll come over to have a look. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The strength has been tempered stronger. Then hurry up and go back to your companions. Sanji yelled. Shut up you B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** when he recalled the scene when he helped Luffy train on the island, and then shouted to their backs, "Go to the top." Soon Locke and the others returned to the Sunny in the Big Bird. Sanji saw Nami and Robin's clothes and figures before boarding the ship, so he went straight to the sky and flew out with nosebleeds. The Marine behind him will no longer chase, but Marine appeared in front of him again, and they don't need to do anything at this time. Zoro's relatives and friends came to help. "My disciple is about to set sail 110, I hope you don't disturb him, I advise you not to cross this line." The two looked at each other, and finally Luffy said goodbye to Ray, and the four continued to head towards their partners. Rayleigh couldn't help but burst into tears as he watched the leaving back. In the next second, the negative specter and a shoe print on his head were lying on the ground. At this time, Chopper came with his group of relatives and friends. A huge strange bird appeared in the air. After picking up a few people, he set off. In the next second, there was a sudden puff of smoke in front of Marine who was chasing, and when the smoke cleared, a sword marked like a cordon appeared in front of Marine. "Standing here holding a sword," Laylee said. Perona appeared on the stage, and a large number of negative ghosts passed through all Marines to solve it easily, and then there was a dialogue between Perona and Zoro, the two Tsunere, and the so-called Sanji looked idiot on the side. Rayleigh laughed and said, "Haha, I can't stand your solemn thanks, go now." Rayleigh, Chapter 260th, Friends and Relatives Come to Help. Luffy's attention was completely attracted by Frankie. Nami hurried up to pull him and said, "Wait Luffy, although I can't understand your feelings, but the warship is coming, why don't you hurry?" Shush, before Nami finished speaking, a cannonball flew towards the Sunny. Locke calmly punched the air, and the cannonball exploded in the air. The partners also quickly came to their senses. Usopp observed 3 warships with a telescope, and when he was asking whether to fight back, Luffy's family and friends came to help. The sword of the captive. A burst of pink sword rain flew by, all the shells in the air turned into stones and sank to the bottom of the sea, and then the ship of the 9 snake pirates directly blocked the warship. There is no reason to be so self-willed, and Marine is also completely sunk in an instant, and has become a fanatic with hard-to-eye eyes. Hancock turned his head to look at Sunny with a perfect smile and wink. On the Sunny, Sanji petrified in situ. Brook was lying on the ground with his old bones unbearable, and Locke was fine, maybe because he watched too much. Knowing that Luffy was photographed by Sanji, who practiced in Daughter Island, he knelt down and cried loudly when he lifted the petrification and began to collapse. At this time, Usopp began to wonder why Marine hadn't caught up. In fact, at this time, Locke knew that all the relatives and friends of the Straw Hat crew during the 2 years of practice came to see him off, and a huge insect appeared on the Marine side and could not move forward. On the other side, the sky suddenly rained and all the gunpowder could not be used. This is Usopp and Nami's family and friends, and this side has already started to prepare for the voyage. Advertisement. After Frankie went into the water to release the coated bubbles, the original layer of bubbles on the Sunny began to expand, and Nami began to explain the principle to everyone. Luffy and Zoro looked into the distance and said at the same time, "I see." Locke even fell asleep listening to it. Nami patted his forehead helplessly and said, "I know you don't understand, but it's okay." Marines all over the island have encountered unexpected obstacles, and the report in the phone bug is even more incomprehensible, saying that all Marine soldiers have become very negative. On the other side, they said that they encountered indescribable obstacles, that is, Sanji's family and friends, and Marine's heartbroken voice came together. A large number of warship reinforcements appeared on the sea, and when Locke was about to make a move, a sudden chill appeared. Locke smiled and looked at a figure standing on the sea in the distance. This guy can be regarded as a group of relatives and friends who have practiced for Locke for 2 years. The sea surface is beginning to be frozen, except for the Sunny, the surrounding sea surface is completely frozen. The reinforced Marine warships were all frozen and unable to move. Aokiji looked at the Sunny in the distance and said, "What a troublesome guy, I don't know when we will meet again next time." Everything on the Sunny is ready and it is about to set sail. Luffy came to speak in front of everyone, and the rest of the people also gathered in front of them. "So, brothers, there are so many things I want to say, and I can't finish them. In a word, thank you for forgiving my waywardness and staying with me for these 2 years. Sanji, your self-willedness is no longer a day or two. Advertisement. Usopp. That is to say, haven't you always been like this? 11. He, young fan. Okay. Luffy took a deep breath and shouted, "Let's sail." The Sunny entered the bottom of the sea and set off again towards the Fishman Island. At this time, on the Sabaody archipelago, Zan Momomaru was reporting the situation to the above. Having said that, there was nothing we could do about the situation at that time. When standing in front of us, Pluton Rayleigh was a man that only Mr. Kizaru could deal with. What do you expect us to do, except the Supernova Caribou and some fake Straw Hat Crew personnel? and the rest were all captured, but the 3 pacifists were all destroyed by the real Straw Hat crew. 2 years ago, this was a test product that they couldn't pay at all. It's them. During the 2-year incubation period, they made a qualitative leap and told me that the Straw Hat crew has been fully revived at the Marine headquarters in New World. The partners on the Sunny were admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea. Luffy and Zoro looked at the fish outside, it was ready, and were about to start to try, and then the two were beaten. Nami was about to explain to them the precautions of the coated boat, when he turned around, the 2 big evils in front of him shook slightly, and Sanji's nosebleed instantly burst through the bubbles and flew into the sea.
Fortunately, the bubble didn't rot. Luffy quickly stretched out his arms to grab Sanji back, and then Chopper began to transfuse Sanji's blood, hung up a row of blood packs and stared at Zoro dumbfounded. Then Nami explained the precautions to everyone, such as under what circumstances the bubble will burst, but unfortunately a certain 3 people didn't listen at all, and even Luffy and Zoro planned to catch more fish than anyone else, and then got another blow without any accident beat.
Chapter 261. Departure to the Fishman Island. Locke, who was sleeping on the side, opened his eyes and saw the school of fish passing by in front of him. His head was dazed and he forgot his current situation, and decisively punched the school of fish in front of him. Click. The white dome appeared in Locke's hands, and the partners on the boat were stunned. Usopp and Chopper were scared out of their wits, but finally the bubble recovered after a twist. After that, Locke was directly beaten out of human form by Nami, and he squatted silently by the side eating the bento brought by Luffy. Only Frankie seriously told about the bear. Locke knew these things well, so he was not surprised. He continued to eat bento with a bag on his head, and his partners also expressed their gratitude to him. But I'm still very curious about what his purpose is, because there are many things that don't make sense. Afterwards, the boat continues to be leisurely, nervous or very nervous. Locke and Zoro share the good wine 457 that they have found around the world in the past 2 years. Luffy and Chopper looked at the passing whales again. Frankie was only eating bento now because he was talking before. Robin was reading a book, and Nami was reading the manual Rayleigh gave her. Usopp was looking around with a telescope, and soon he found something and shouted, "There is something at 6 o'clock, a sea beast. No, it's a pirate ship." The pirate ship that appeared behind the Sunny is the supernova caribou of this era who planned to join the fake Straw Hat crew on the Sabaody archipelago before, and they are now planning to attack Sunny. Advertisement. Locke did see a familiar face. That is the huge sea beast pulling their pirate ship. It was the manatee Momoa they met in Arlong Paradise. Locke thought of a good way and directly, AJCB, came to the stern of the ship first and released the conquerors before they collided with Momoa, and Momoa slammed on the brakes and stopped in place in fear. Afterwards, they encountered various dangers such as submarine volcanoes, giant monkfish, etc. Fortunately, Locke was able to easily deal with the huge sea monsters on board. Locke quickly jumped to the top of Momu's head, and it was very uncomfortable for him to be in the sea. Before the bubble disappeared, Locke came to the top of Momu's head and gave it a slap. Caribou's arrogant gesture had already answered Locke. Locke clenched his fist with one hand and then punched the air beside him and shouted. Everyone showed off their cultivation achievements a little bit, and the 3 main forces almost made this poor giant octopus cry, when they suddenly encountered a strong current. That's right, a giant under the sea and looks like a child. Locke jumped directly through the bubble to Caribou's boat, and was surrounded by a bunch of guns and knives as soon as he got on board. Locke laughed and said, "What time do you use these things? It's strange to kill people. Well, don't delay my time. If you don't resist, I will let you go." The legendary devil, the huge monster in the sea and the huge squid kraken. This time there is no need for Locke to take action, and the partners started their own performances. In an instant, cracks appeared in the air, and the whole ship began to twist crazily. After a while, it was completely shattered, and the bones of Caribou's men who were affected were also broken and floated in the sea. Advertisement. Because I used the wind to spray several times in a row, I can no longer continue to use it, but now there is still a distance from the Fishman Island, and then I met a person on the bottom of the sea. Be it the Sunny, the octopus, or Luffy, they were all sucked down by the underwater currents, and after finally regaining their calm, they found that they had separated again not long after they had assembled. Empty shock. However, submarine volcanoes can only be ejected by the Sunny's wind to escape, but releasing the wind to eject needs to consume the air on board, and now there is not much air left on the Sunny. Sunny was so scared that everyone looked surprised, and everyone continued to dive. According to speculation, they are about 7,000 meters below the seabed, and they still need to dive 3,000 meters away from the Fishman Island. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were gone, and the surroundings were still pitch black. Frankie turned on Sunny's eyelights to illuminate his field of vision. After the lights appeared, he realized that there were all kinds of big fish with strange shapes around him. Crack. Crack. Momoa immediately came to the front of the Sunny with understanding, and Locke quickly jumped back to the boat and said, "Phew, okay. Frankie can stop wearing for a while, let Momoa lead us away." With Momoa pulling in front, the speed was much faster, and no manipulation was required, but soon they encountered the second deep-sea trouble. The friends hurried over to see what was going on. Sanji recognized this guy at a glance. Locke said with a smile, "Since we met an acquaintance, we must have a good chat. Wait for me, Zero." Chapter 262. Locke overwhelms the submarine volcano. The Flying Dutchman is a legendary ghost ship that can never return home and is destined to sail on the sea. The captain's name was Vanderdaken. And the ghost ship that really existed in the legend, now appeared in front of Locke and his partners. The timid trio was still scared out of their wits as always. Robin also calmly spoke scary words while drawing sketches, and besides the ghost ship, the bald seabed giant standing in front of the Sunny was called Sea God. Under the order of a person on the ghost ship, he began to attack the Sunny. Locke tied a safety rope behind his back, and rushed out to fight in the same bubble as Luffy and the others before. Looking at the fist that was bigger than Sunny, Locke fended off his fist with a slap, almost causing the guy to lose his balance. Then Locke's left hand began to flash golden light, the next second. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Boom. The golden giant fist was completely imprinted on the face of this giant named Poseidon, and he was directly sent flying out of the bottom of the sea. The adoring eyes of his partners behind him made Locke feel a little scalp tingling. Just after Locke's work, Kraken, who was sucked down by the current together before, reappeared, and Locke was just about to start when he heard Luffy's voice. Hey! Locke followed the sound and saw a bubble slowly flying over Kraken's head. Inside the bubble, Luffy was in the middle, Zoro and Sanji squeezed on both sides. After that, everyone went back to the Sunny and ignored the ghost ship. The bubble between Sanji and I burst, and we escaped into Zoro's bubble, ha ha ha, almost died. Don't worry about it, idiot, then let me sing a comeback song. Advertisement, Luffy, I'm worried about you guys, woohoo. But you actually tamed that monster. Then use the Kraken to pull the boat, just as Momoa is gone. Of course, Squid, let's start pulling the Sunny, let's go. The two tentacles of the huge octopus dragged the Sunny, and the rest of its feet swam under the bottom, so it set off, passing by the ghost ship again and ignoring it. The Captain Vander Daken on the ghost ship also immediately ordered to catch up, but just 2 steps away, the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. Seeing the fiery red in front of him, Nami immediately shouted in surprise. Oops, the submarine volcano is about to erupt. What? Frankie. This distance is too close, if it really erupts, it will be dangerous, just leave quickly. Nami nodded anxiously and said, Luffy, tell Kraken to stay away from here immediately. Just as Luffy was about to speak, Locke suddenly stood up and said, it's not necessary, it's just a submarine volcano, keep going. But at this time, the squid had already run back without looking back. Locke went directly to the bow to frighten the squid and said, don't be afraid, keep going. As a result, he was punched by Nami as soon as he finished speaking, but Locke still insisted on his own ideas, and did not say anything except the remaining partners of the timid trio. In this way, the Sunny rushed towards the submarine volcano that was about to erupt under the trembling advance of the little squid, and the approaching Locke rushed out directly through the bubble. Looking at the fiery red below, Locke clenched his fists to accumulate energy. Luffy shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. It's Uncle Whitebeard's move. Zero, seeking flowers, Zero Zoro, Whitebeard, the strongest man. Advertisement Brook. It's so shocking, I can't believe my eyes, although I don't have eyes, yo ho 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 ho. Boo. As Locke slammed his hands on both sides, the sea surface began to generate huge fluctuations, and various huge and strange currents appeared around the bottom of the sea. Locke hurriedly held his breath and swam to the Sunny. At this time, everything was calm, and the submarine volcano that was about to erupt was now silent without any reaction. Zero for a moment, it seemed as though the bottom of the sea was stratified. After the terrifying vibration lasted for a while, it finally calmed down. The bubbles around Locke also shattered the moment Locke moved. Sanji. I didn't expect that after his death, Locke got the fruit ability, and the goal is also to be the strongest. Nami. How much has this guy become stronger in the past 2 years? Sequake. Sanji. After 2 years of training like hell, I still can't catch up with this guy, but it will give me a lot of peace of mind in the future. Luffy. He, so strong, as expected, he is still so strong, Locke. Usopp. Is it over? Am I still alive? Click, click, click. This huge contrast made the partners think that everything that happened just now was an illusion. Robin. As expected of Locke, the reports on the news must have hidden a lot. Zoro. I didn't expect that there is still a big gap. Hawkeye is right, Locke has become the real strongest in the new era. Frankie. Hey, this is beyond what humans can do. Chapter 263. Locke's Murloc Street Adventure. After Locke quelled the submarine volcano, everyone continued to set off, and arrived safely and smoothly at the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. The only accident was that when Brook was singing on the way, the little squid was too excited and was hit on the head by a falling rock, which caused some problems for the Sunny to land. But these are small problems, because their destination has already appeared in front of them, surrounded by a huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield, an island called the Fishman Island. Straw Hat Crew's physique of attracting troubles appeared again, and the guys who blocked the way appeared in front of them as soon as they came here. These people called themselves the new Murloc Pirates. Originally, they should be hostile because Locke and others smashed Arlong before 073, but then because they beat their most hated celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago. These people are riding some very huge sea beasts, although their strength is not very good, but this is 10,000 meters deep sea, and the opponent is a Murloc. Locke and the others could be killed by the water pressure as soon as they leave the bubble, just as Nami is about to give it a go and use all the air to launch the wind to jet into the Fishman Island in one breath. Locke stopped her and said that he had a solution, and then Locke came to Luffy and said calmly, use Conquerors, do you want to go together? Luffy smiled and nodded when he heard it, and the two stood side by side at the bow of the boat, looking at the clamoring new Murloc pirates in front of them, the next second. Luffy and Locke launched Conquerors at the same time, and the sea beast in front of them and the Murloc who just screamed all rolled their eyes and fell down. The partners on the boat didn't know what to say at this time. Advertisement. There were too many things that shocked them in one day. After solving the obstacles that blocked the way, the group continued to set off, but they did not expect that there was an air layer between the two layers of shields in the Fishman Island. After the Sunny entered the air layer, the hull began to descend rapidly. Frankie immediately fired a wind cannon and rushed into the shield, but unexpectedly there was seawater inside. The powerful ocean current directly sucked everyone in. Locke, as a member of the ability user, rolled his eyes and passed out as quickly as Luffy, not surprisingly. Zoro and Sanji tried their best to swim to their friends, but the current was too strong and eventually they were scattered. When Locke opened his eyes, there was no one around him. At first, Locke thought he would be with a certain group of people, but when he opened his eyes, he found that he was tied up. He looks like he was thrown on a street now. The surrounding environment is messy. If Locke guessed correctly, he is now in Murloc Street. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward, Sura Sky Smite Strike, has been issued. The next sign in location, Punk Hazard. Reward, Universal Pull. What the hell are you? Ah. What? After returning to Sabaody Archipelago, Locke's system returned to normal, and he continued to issue check-in task rewards according to the storyline, all of which are very powerful abilities. So Locke, adhering to the principle of not hitting whoever is hitting, started to teach this group of guys who don't know how to live or die. Shock Fruit has a large range of AoE damage, and the world will collapse with one punch. Knowing that this guy is a member of the new Murloc Pirates, Locke thought about it and decided not to go to Luffy and the others, but to go directly to play with these guys. Advertisement. It was the dilapidated ghost ship they encountered on the road before, the Flying Dutchman, who was Vanderdecken IX's subordinate, and he had planned in advance to lure Locke here. While Locke was waiting, the friends had already started the adventure of the Fishman Island. Luffy and several others were rescued by Kami and others and visited the Fishman Island. It's over. It's all over. He is unfamiliar with the place, and he doesn't know where he should go, so he might as well wait here for the person who tied him up, catch him and ask about the situation. In an empty square, Locke was chasing and killing a group of people by himself, because the person who bullied him lied to him. After Luo Shu was brought here to 4.0, he found out that this guy is not from the new Murloc Pirates. In the end, under the leadership of Zoro, some partners counterattacked and accidentally occupied the palace, and Luffy accidentally got acquainted with Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island Dragon Palace Kingdom. There was also news from Locke's side. After waiting for a while, someone finally came over. Luke beat them up without saying a word, then tied them up and tortured them. The number of people was like a joke in front of Locke. In terms of quality, apart from himself, the so-called sea god, and the huge monkfish that Vanderdecken X met before were not enough to watch. He was able to get out of trouble and inform Neptune. Neptune prepared to host a banquet to entertain them in order to express his gratitude, but he hesitated to do anything because of the prophecy. Boom. Luffy was predicted by Shirley, the store manager of Mermaid Cafe, to be the culprit who would destroy the Fishman Island, but because Luffy and others defeated Karakan before, they saved Mikaro. Although he didn't know who tied him up, but with no one around him watching, Locke got up and stretched the rope that bound him, and then sat leisurely while drinking. Help. Chapter 264, Straw Hat Crew vs. New Murloc Pirates. Inside the palace, Zoro and several partners were discussing what to do afterward. King Neptune behind him was chained to death, and all the ministers and guards were subdued. Originally, I was discussing with Prince Sharkstar to ask them to help find all the lost partners, and then prepare them for sailing, but at this time a soldier from Sharkstar ran over in a panic and shouted. It's not good, your highness, something happened in Murloc Street. What? The palace is clearly aware of such a big event, and something has happened to Murloc Street now. Vanderdecken and his group on the other side of the square seem to have provoked a very terrifying enemy, and they have all been wiped out, and the square has also been destroyed. What is the problem? When Zoro in the palace heard the news, he immediately knew who did it, so he said directly, I advise you to agree to my previous proposal now. 09 Our partners have a very scary monster. If you make him angry, the Fishman Island may be wiped out. Zoro's words made King Neptune behind him break into cold sweat and hurriedly said, could it be? The strongest man in the new era who inherited the power of Whitebeard, Locke. Since Locke didn't have much strength, he was sitting on the ruins in a daze at this moment. This was the original square, but now it has been completely destroyed by Locke. Vanderdecken's group was also completely wiped out by Locke, and the commotion was a bit loud, so Locke could feel that there were many auras peeping at him not far away. Zoro and some people are still in the palace. Luffy took Shirahoshi out to play secretly, but met the new Murloc pirates ambushing. In order to protect Shirahoshi, Luffy was injured and unconscious. Advertisement. Fortunately, Jinbe appeared in time to drive away the enemy, and then waited for Luffy to wake up and the partners gathered together. Here Jinbe revealed that he was the one who liberated the dragon 11 years ago. In addition to apologizing to Luffy and others for the crimes committed by the evil dragon gang in Kokoyaksi village, he also knelt down in tears and thanked Nami for not thinking about the evil dragon gang's persecution of Koko after revealing the incident that happened on the Fishman Island in the past, the matter of Yaksi village. When Jinbe, Luffy and others learned of Hody Jones' plan to rule the Fishman Island, Jinbe came up with his own plan. Afterwards came the exciting decisive battle in the square, Straw Hat Crew vs 100,000 new Murloc pirates, but it was a pity that the square was used in advance. Now it's a decisive battle in the ruins. Locke didn't make a move, because he wanted to see the performance of his partners in the past 2 years of practice. This kind of scene is very suitable. At the beginning, Luffy used Conqueror's Haki to stun more than 50,000 members of the new Murloc pirates, and then the partners showed their strength one after another, but these guys were not enough to watch. Their leader, Hody Jones, is not even as strong as East Blue's Arlong, so it can be seen how powerful this so-called new Murloc pirates is. The three main forces of the Straw Hats were completely unstoppable in the crowd, and any skill was enough. After that, the legendary monster Karakin was sent out. Luffy was very happy to see him. According to Hody Jones, Karakin is a slave, but according to Luffy, Shao Squid is a friend. After seeing Luffy, Shao Squid rebelled in a second. Put Luffy on his head and started to sweep the battlefield, and soon the miscellaneous music was almost cleaned up under everyone's activity. At this time, an unexpected thing happened, that is, Hody Jones didn't know what was going on in his head, and suddenly made a move to sneak attack Locke, who had not moved. Advertisement seeing this scene, Straw Hat Crew was stunned, and began to pray for him silently in his heart. Locke was also a little confused. He was looking at General Frankie excitedly. Suddenly a B************** D rushed in front of him, stretched out his hand to Locke and shouted, "Do you think it's useful to hide behind? Go to hell, rough shark. The Murloc's wrist strength is 10 times that of a human's." Locke looked at the guy suspiciously and reached out and grabbed his head. Hody Jones was bewildered and began to struggle wildly in Locke's hands. Locke said with a yawn, "It seems that you want to end it quickly, and it happens that I do the same." At 390 words, a white ball shield appeared on Locke's hand. Jinbe looked at this scene and felt familiar, just like when Summit War Whitebeard killed the Marine Giant Vice Admiral in seconds. Locke held Hody Jones slightly with one hand, cracks appeared in the air, and the next second. Cough. Ah. Hody Jones rolled his eyes and was bloodied and weak as he was caught by Locke, who threw him back to the battlefield with a disgusted look on his face. Boom. His younger brothers immediately surrounded him, but after seeing Hody Jones' appearance, they finally started to panic, and they were all about to run away in fear. Luffy yelled over Locke, "Locke, it's a deal and I'm going to shoot this guy." Locke spread his hands helplessly and said, "He's coming to find me himself." "Well, you should have had enough fun, it's time to wrap up." After Locke finished speaking, he stepped up to the sky and rushed towards the rest of the crowd. Seeing that Locke was about to make a move, the partners put away their weapons one after another. Advertisement Chapter 265, Unexpected Situation, Blocking Noah. Empty shock. Locke punched the air in front of him with a powerful punch. A large number of cracks appeared in the air in an instant, and then the square that was originally in ruins began to shake violently again. Cracks began to appear in the ruins, the surrounding corals began to collapse, and smoke and dust were everywhere. It took a while to calm down, and the smoke cleared. The ruins are still the same ruins, but the damage is more exaggerated. The enemies have all disappeared, and a few corpses can still be seen in the gaps in the ruins. I thought it was over like this, but suddenly the whole square was covered by a huge shadow, and everyone raised their heads in unison. The scene in front of them really shocked everyone. Locke frowned and said to himself, "Noah, is that guy Vanderdaken alive? It's going to take some work." Noah, also known as the Promised Boat, is a tool jointly promised by the human Joey Boy and the Mermaid Princess Poseidon 800 years ago to move the residents of the Fishman Island to the ground. Noah's body is half the size of the Fishman Island, and the person who controls it is Vanderdaken X, who survived by luck, and he uses the target fruit ability. Locked Shirahoshi with the whole Noah as a throwing object, intending to destroy the whole of the Fishman Island. Locke couldn't help being amazed when he saw it, but now is not the time to be surprised. Locke looked at Shirahoshi, who was already planning to go out, and immediately came to his partners and said, "Nami, give me enough room to breathe after I get out, and the rest of you watch out for Noah's wreckage falling." Advertisement after speaking, Locke rushed out on the moonwalk and came to the front of Noah. As soon as he got out of the shield and entered the sea, a huge bubble appeared beside him and was still expanding. Nami's assistance was still very powerful. Locke went in immediately, and at the same time saw the frenzied Vanderdaken X on it. Locke didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, he waved his arms and took a long breath. The partners below all stared at the sky intently, and Shirahoshi also looked worried. At this time, it can be said that the fate of the entire the Fishman Island is in Locke's hands. King fist 10 times. Uluo red flames began to erupt around Locke, and the muscles on Locke's body also began to tremble, and then Locke's fist swung to both sides, and the fruit was activated. The red arrogance around him skyrocketed again, and his strength increased again, pushing Noah back a bit abruptly, and now Noah has been destroyed in half. The two fists were shot at the same time. The left side was a golden giant fist shining with golden light, and the right side was a murderous bloody giant fist, and the two huge fists completely covered Noah. But because it was Locke who made the shot this time, not Luffy's belief in desperately protecting the Fishman Island, Shirahoshi couldn't awaken her talent so easily. Locke only asked Shirahoshi to shake people quickly. 100 times the divine power of the left hand. Boom. After a loud noise, the two collided. Locke still didn't do his best to make this step, because he knew that protecting Noah was the ancestral motto passed down from generation to generation by the Murloc royal family. Advertisement Noah's third had been destroyed in the collision, and Locke insisted through gritted teeth in the air that he had told Shirahoshi what she should do beforehand.
The partners below were also in a hurry. Luffy shouted to Shirahoshi, "Hey. But Shaoxing, didn't Locke say that he needs your help? What are you still doing here?" Shirahoshi will be too late if he doesn't make a move, and Locke's remaining dead Zhao strength will not be able to completely destroy Noah. Finally, under Luffy's encouragement, Shirahoshi began to try to do what Locke said before. Shirahoshi was frightened and cried by Luffy and said aggrievedly, "Woo. I don't know what to do. Woo, Lord Luffy is so fierce." Locke had passed out from the moment he fell, and Chopper checked and confirmed that he was fine, but the physical exertion was too great, and he would be fine after a good rest.
After releasing all the status, he began to fall from the air. He believed that his partners would definitely catch him. When he fell into the air, Sanji stepped on the moonwalk to catch Locke. The strong vibration made Noah stand still. After the preparations were completed, Locke's left hand shone with golden light, and his right hand condensed with blood. Asura Sky Destroyer Strike. After a stalemate for a while, Noah started to move forward, and Locke also started to retreat a little bit, but Locke raised his head again helplessly. Finally, when Locke felt that he had reached his limit, the Sea Kings appeared, and Locke finally breathed a sigh of relief seeing these Sea Kings as big as Noah. Kaiwang Fist 20 times. Locke didn't intend to completely destroy Noah, at least he could stop him, and the Golden Giant Fist and the Bloody Giant Fist faced Noah in a stalemate in the air. Chapter 266. Jinbe's Temporary Rejection. Why refuse, Jinbe? Let's go on an adventure together. Okay, let's go to sea together, very happy. Yes, come and be our partner, Jinbe. It's more reassuring to have ex-Shichibukai around. So it doesn't work right now. Locke heard such a conversation as soon as he opened his eyes, so he immediately got up and wanted to go outside to have a look, but the soreness from his body really made him tremble. However, Locke resisted and retreated to open the door of the cabin. The partners were very happy to see Locke come out, and Chopper hurried forward to check Locke. Jinbe also said with a smile, "Your Excellency Locke, you finally woke up, are you alright?" Locke smiled and nodded and replied, "Well, it's just that the physical exertion is too much. What did you guys say just now?" Luffy quickly said to Locke, "I want Jinbe to join us. Locke, what do you think? It's very good, right?" The partners also looked at Locke. After all, what Locke said on the Sunny is still very important to 963. Locke nodded in agreement. "Of course it's no problem. I want Jinbe to join us, but it still depends on Jinbe's own ideas. We can't force them." Jinbe looked at Locke and said seriously, "I am really happy that you can invite me to join, and I will be very happy to go to sea with you, but I still have things to do, and now I still have my position, and now it is just I'm just leaving for the time being, and I'll come back to you when I return to my freedom, and if you still feel the same way at that time, please invite me to join Straw Hat Crew again." Luffy immediately said, "Absolutely, advertisement." Sanji looked at Luffy and hurriedly said, Hey, since people have moved out the benevolence and righteousness, don't force him anymore."
Robin smiled and said, "Everyone likes you very much."
The rest of the partners also looked at Jinbe with a smile, and Frankie said, "After all, he is the man our captain and deputy captain value, and everyone will wait for you, Jinbe."
Jinbe smiled and nodded. "Well, I'm sorry." The matter of Jinbe came to an end for the time being, and at this time Zoro asked, "As of now, should we just go to the next stop like this?"
Shirahoshi, who was next to Sunny, immediately cried and said, "Hey, are you leaving? I also want to thank you very much, woohoo." When everyone was thinking about it, a soldier from the royal palace chased him up, holding a phone bug in his hand. Looking at the phone bug, he knew it was King Neptune. "Mr. Luffy, why did you leave without saying goodbye? We haven't thanked you well yet." King Neptune's voice came from the phone bug. Luffy immediately shouted, "I don't want to be treated as a hero." King Neptune immediately changed his words and said, "How about a banquet? I will hold the biggest banquet in the palace right away. Can you come, Aja, to participate? Have you gained a lot?" At this time, everyone in the Fishman Island learned about the banquet and began to prepare for it. "Okay, I'll send the food to Dragon Palace right away. A grand banquet is being held for the Straw Hat Crew." Advertisement Usopp also suddenly thought of something and said, "It happens that Locke hasn't visited the Fishman Island yet. It's hard to come here once, and you will regret it if you don't take a good look. Give it to me. I heard that he seems to like eating sea beast meat." As soon as Luffy heard about the banquet, she immediately agreed. "The banquet? Then I will go. The banquet is on. There's meat to eat. Do you want to drink the wine, dog? This is all high-quality wine. Just drink enough." Luffy shouted excitedly. "Okay, it's decided. Let's call Xiaoba and Kami too." The mermaid family, whose upper body is human and the lower body is fish, is divided into female mermaid and male mermaid, among which the female mermaid is famous for its beauty in the world of One Piece, such as Shirahoshi. Locke nodded and said, "Yeah, I've only seen Murloc Street so far, and I haven't tasted the wine from the Fishman Island yet." Murlocs, similar in appearance to humans, but with fish characteristics, such as fish fins and long hands, etc. Their strength is 10 times that of humans, they are amphibious in water, they have 2 sets of respiratory systems, and they use lungs to breathe on land, breathe in water with gills, such as its flat. Brooke also said, "Since there are 4 banquets, there is no reason why the film should be out of the question." Nami on the side said helplessly, "Really, then why did you run away? I heard that they are very tasty, send as much as you can." Soon during the banquet, Locke also saw the beauty of the Fishman Island, of course not only the scenery, but also the breathtakingly beautiful mermaid. Send some snacks and pastries, too. Chapter 267. Getting in touch with the 4 emperors. Neptune was supposed to speak during the banquet, but was interrupted by Luffy, and with the sentence, "The banquet is on." the entire Dragon Palace city began to laugh and laugh. Locke sat drinking with Zoro and Frankie. Brooke and the most famous singer of the Fishmen Islands sang on the stage, and the fairy-like mermaid sister in front of Luffy lined up to give him. Sanji was bleeding profusely and petrified one after another. Chopper said that he was hopeless. Although Locke didn't show it often, he was not as unfeminine as Luffy. Soon he was surrounded by a group of fairies and mermaids, and he was handed wine one after another. Locke felt soft everywhere around him, and he was already drunk before he drank the wine. Robin called King Neptune out in the middle of the banquet, and asked some things about history, plus the information about the stone tablet that recorded history she saw on Sky Island before, speculated. Poseidon. Poseidon, one of Princess Shirahoshi's 3 ancient weapons, only appears every 800 years. A mermaid princess who can communicate with sea kings, the Zhuang of sea kings. With the great power to save countless lives or destroy the world, and this person is Shirahoshi, Locke has always thought that Nami might be Uranus, one of the ancient weapons. Although there is no basis for it, it is just a joke, but Nami's mastery of the second gear of the natural climate is indeed extremely powerful. In the middle of the banquet, Jinbe wanted to chat with Luffy about the current world situation. Luffy followed Jinbe to a quiet place with a large plate of food. The friends were also here. Nami was sitting with a red face. Locke was lying on Nami's lap with a purple face. Zoro was sleeping. Sanji was lying on the ground with sweet eyes and Chopper was fanning the wind, and Usopp was also lying down when he became fat. It's here. What, are you here too? Nami. I drank too much and was sobering up, and so was Locke. Advertisement Usopp. I'm digesting. Chopper. Sanji is waking up the merman. Locke may be poisoned. Sanji. Mermaid Island is amazing equals. Here Jinbe told Straw Hat Crew 2 important information. One is the change of Marine. Aokiji left Marine Akainu to become the new marshal. The second is Blackbeard's action in New World. Ace led the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirate group to fight against the enemy, but eventually lost to Blackbeard. Blackbeard has completely annexed Whitebeard's former site during this time. Ace hid with the rest of the crew, and now Blackbeard took Whitebeard's place. Together with Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom, he has become 4 emperors, and this guy has been plundering capable people all the time because of his fruit. Blackbeard can possess the power of other fruit power users, and Locke has already woken up, and he has been considering whether to help Ace and the others. But after thinking about it, he started to lose his mind. Nami's legs felt so comfortable, and when he recovered, Locke got up and said to go outside to get some fresh air, because he sensed an uninvited guest. Soon Locke quietly came to a secret passage in the palace and heard such a conversation. Your Excellency Minister Zuo, Pokmus and Baron Dandan have come to the dessert factory. Has the messenger of Big Mom arrived yet? Advertisement? 0. Seeking flowers. There are no snacks to hand in this month. The factory was destroyed by Huo and his gang. The surviving snacks have all been sent to the banquet that everyone hopes to use for the Straw Hat Crew. I don't know if this reason can work. After all, the other party is a monster who would not hesitate to conquer a country for a little snack. After learning about the situation, Locke smiled and said to himself, I didn't expect it to start so soon, 4 emperors. At this time, Minister Zuo was explaining something to a lion. This lion is called Pokmus, and he is the hand of Big Mom. Locke swaggered to the dim sum factory, and the residents around the factory greeted Locke happily. Lord Locke. Locke also responded with a smile, then walked towards them and said, I'm too full, so I went out for a walk, but the Fishman Island's dim sum is really good. Locke's words directly shocked everyone present, because the excuse made up by Minister Zuo just now was directly shattered by Locke's words. But this is exactly what Locke is going to do. Seeing Locke, Pokmus immediately took out the newspaper and compared it and said, the strongest man in the new era, Locke, that's right, why did the famous pirate group appear in here, and the dim sum you just said you ate? Locke said with a harmless face, yeah, but it's a little less, and the taste is really very good. 11. At this time, another voice appeared. This guy was another messenger who came to ask for something, with a cup on his head, a guy with ridiculously long legs and strange body proportions. Chapter 268. Provoking Big Mom. I'm Baron Tamago. In Japanese, it's pronounced the same as Eggy. Did you just say that you ate the dim sum produced in this factory? Baron Eggy came to Locke with long legs. Locke replied casually, yes. Any questions? Baron Dandan pointed to the sign on the factory and said, did you see that sign? That sign represents the pirate flag of our boss, the great pirate Charlotte Linlin, and it means that this island belongs to 4 emperors Big Mom. That is, the Fishman Island is now sheltered by Big Mom's fame. Locke looked at Baron Eggy with a half smile and said, so, 257? Baron Dandan continued, this is a deal. I will hand over 10 tons of worries every month in exchange for the protection of that flag. According to the agreed time, we will wait until tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Minister Zuo panicked and said quickly, my Lord Baron, as I said, all the machines in the factory have been damaged. But Baron Eggy obviously ignored Minister Zuo's words. At this moment Locke asked, what if I send it off later? Baron Eggy's expression changed. He spun the crutches in his hand and made a crashing sound and said, this agreement will be void. In the future, the warriors of the Big Mom pirates will come here to destroy the Fishman Island. Locke smiled disdainfully and said, are you going to destroy the whole island just for a little snack? 4 emperors really have no brains. Baron Eggy and Poke Music were shocked when they heard this. Baron Eggy took a sip of the tea on top of his head after a while and said, The newcomer really doesn't understand the rules. Just as I was about to say something, the phone rang. Blue blue blue, Pokmus said nervously. It must be my mother calling. I have already reported the situation to her just now. When the people around heard it, they started discussing in fear. A phone call from Big Mom himself. The four emperors. Horrible. Advertisement. Eggy Baron and Pokmus also rushed to the phone, but neither of them dared to answer, and they shied away from each other. That's when Locke stepped forward to answer the phone. Hey. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Locke continued talking indifferently. You are Big Mom. The other side of the phone was also stunned for a while before speaking. It's not Eggy or Porkmoose. Who is it? Locke, Wolf D. Locke. Locke. I see, the brat who made a big fuss about Summit War 2 years ago. Snacks are gone. What? Sure enough, it's gone. Isn't there 10 tons? All 10 tons were eaten by our Straw Hat crew. The audience was shocked again, and Baron Eggy and Pokmus also started to pull Locke away, but Locke stood still, and they couldn't pull Locke away. The phone bug was silent for a while and then spoke. Stop joking. You want to protect those Murlocs, right? Locke didn't deny it and said directly. So what? And we did eat dim sum, and we ate a lot. Advertisement. Is that so? As you wish, kid, since you want to do this, then we will shift our target from the Fishman Island to you. Locke chuckled and replied. Whatever you want. Kaido said the same thing to me, just come anyway. Wolf D. Locke right, I remember you, come on, come to New World. Suddenly Locke thought of something and said solemnly. Don't worry, even if you don't come to me, I will go to you, because I don't think it's good for the Fishman Island to give protection to a guy like you, so. The moment I beat you, the Fishman Island will be the territory of our Straw Hat crew. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** entire body change. He looked at the two people next to him and said coldly, "Now we are enemies. If you leave obediently, I will let you go." Popmas immediately frowned. "What? Don't be too arrogant, Locke. If you offend Mom, New World, you won't have a better day." Locke said disdainfully, "It doesn't matter, Jack told me the same way before, and I haven't seen any big movements from Kaido." Popmas couldn't take it anymore and shot Locke directly. This guy is a fur tribe, with a bounty. 330 million Baileys, and a zone ability user. But these don't matter to Locke. 2.7, Locke chuckled when he saw Popmas rushing towards him, and the next second. Zilla. Lightning flashed, and Locke grabbed his head with one hand and lifted Popmas up. Locke has loved this position since he got the shock fruit. Popmas struggled twice, but he couldn't get rid of it and planned to release the lightning, which is the talent of the fur tribe. After Locke noticed it, he pressed his palm slightly, and a white dome appeared. After one move, Locke threw the seriously injured Popmas in front of Baron Eggs and said, "Do you want to try it too?" Chapter 269. Farewell to the Fishmen Island. Baron Eggy is still very sensible. He knows the rumors about Locke. Now that he has seen his own strength, he has self-knowledge and has no intention of doing anything. He picked up Popmas and immediately turned and left. Just as they were about to leave, Locke suddenly thought of something to stop them and said, "Wait, although we are already enemies, but this time it is true that we didn't know about it first. In order to avoid being gossiped, let me give you a bag of treasures. There is no pirate who doesn't like these." Baron Eggy's expression softened a lot when he heard that 10,000 in their ships were attacked by Kid a few days ago, and now they need a fortune to make up for the loss. Locke naturally knew about this, because he was going to give Big Mom a big gift, so this was all planned by him long ago. 09 The treasures of the royal palace were given to Straw Hat Crew by King Neptune as a thank you gift. There are 3 big bags of various treasures, 10 of which contain 10 treasure chests. This was a good thing, and it was also a big gift that Locke wanted to send to the past. Baron Eggy left immediately after getting the treasure, and Locke returned to the palace to tell his companions about the situation. Luffy was also very angry when he heard it and shouted, "You actually said that if you don't have snacks, you will destroy the whole of Fishmen Island. There is something wrong with your brain. It's understandable if it's meat. Well done, Locke." Locke blushed for a while. Luffy's logic was also invincible, and some of the remaining partners even frightened out of their emoticons because of Locke's provocation against the 4 emperors. Jinbe was even more shocked, because he is now under Big Mom's command, and he planned to go back and find a way to get rid of her after doing his best, but now he can only leave Big Mom pirates before the incident is too big. Group. Shirahoshi smiled innocently and said, "Master Locke is really amazing." Usopp immediately shouted, "That's not the problem." Advertisement. Shirahoshi was frightened and cried for a second. "Woo, the long-nosed man is so scary, woo." Usopp looked hopeless. "I've been told about Usopp. Alas, really, I'm sorry." Jinbe stepped forward with a helpless expression and said, "Anyway, stop doing things that provoke Big Mom." Locke scratched his head and said, "How come? I gave them a bag of treasures. After all, we didn't know about this incident and made a mistake first, and now it's cleared up." King Neptune and the minister on the right discussed in a low voice with their eyes wide open. "Hey, isn't it even worse now, Minister Right? I didn't expect this to happen. In this case, the treasure box will be sent to Big Mom. If she opened it by herself, the explosion will definitely be regarded as a challenge issued by Straw Hat Crew. So far, the adventure of the Fishmen Island is over. On the occasion of parting, King Neptune gave everyone a lot of food and wine, and gave Nami 10 new record pointers. Just when they were arguing, Frankie came out from the cabin and said, "The preparations for sailing are ready. Do you want to go?" "This is too bad. Who told you to give them the treasure without authorization?" I will beat you. At this time, Nami walked towards Locke with a smile on his face and said, as the saying goes, it's hard to get over the water, there's no way to fight. Advertisement Zoro also catered to him and said, since we have already done it, there is nothing we can do. New World needs to use a new record pointer, which is an upgraded version of the record pointer. There are 3 pointers on a dial, pointing to 3 different islands. Locke felt the murderous aura in front of him, just about to run, the next second. Locke's screams were heard throughout the Fishman Island. In the palace, Locke's head was covered with scorched black spots and fell to the ground twitching. Nami shouted angrily in front of him. After saying goodbye to Hachi, Kami, Shirahoshi, Jinbe and others at last, Luffy turned and jumped on the boat and shouted. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, however, there is no other way. Chopper shouted in surprise, you've been beaten, Nami. Usopp shouted from the side, no, Nami is going to kill. Brothers. Yang Fan. Set sail. New World's record pointer. New World's magnetic field is more chaotic than that of the first half of the Grand Line, so the record pointer used in the first half of 837 paragraphs is useless in New World. Then the pirates can choose the safest, smooth pointer, route to move forward, but remember who the captain of the ship is. These words were all heard by Luffy. That means they can only take the most wobbly route. Although Nami, Usopp and Chopper disagreed, Luffy still stood firm. What? Chapter 270, The Mysterious Organization Neo Marine. Luffy. After leaving the bottom of the sea, it is the strongest sea area in the world. Zoro. It's finally here, I'll split them all. Brook. Wait for me Laboon. Only half a lap left. Nami. No problem, I will take you wherever it is. Frankie. That's right, there's nowhere the Sunny can't go. Chopper. Don't worry about getting hurt, Sanji. I won't make you worry about food. Usopp. And I, the strongest warrior at sea. Robin smiled brightly, and Locke clasped his fists and said with a smile on his lips. I will become the real strongest. Whether it is 4 emperors, Shichibukai, or Marine, no matter how many enemies come, I will defeat them and stand on my side, behind. Luffy came to the bow and took a deep breath with a smile on his face and shouted. Let's go, brothers, go to the New World. The journey went smoothly, but Luffy and Usopp made fishing hooks and planned to catch a deep-sea fish and let Sanji do the cooking. As a result, the fish caught was eaten by the big fish, and a super large deep-sea fish was dragged behind the last 2 layers of Matryoshka Sunny, and it happened that at this time, we met the White Dragon again. The vortex from the bottom of the sea appears like a huge white Uzumaki on the bottom of the sea. It is said that the ships involved in the White Dragon will suddenly appear in the distant sea after a few days, but there is no one on board. In Luffy's eyes, this thing has become an incredible conveyor belt, and the Sunny can't move at all because it is dragging this huge fish. Advertisement in the end, we rolled in together with this big fish, and went up a lot along the way along the White Dragon, and encountered a group of humpback whales, which are relatives of Laboon. Brook was so excited that he almost jumped into the sea. Finally, after Brook played Binks Erguodo, these humpback whales were also very happy. Looking at the sea surface that is close at hand, the partners broke through the sea surface after counting down tens of seconds, and came to this new sea area, New World. Chopper. Whales, Usopp. When we see Laboon, we must tell him about you. Usopp. Laboon's relatives, please take care. Looking at the scene in front of him, Locke couldn't help saying with emotion. This is the New World, haha, what a terrible opening. Usopp nodded and said, that's right, although I've heard about it before, but this New World is really beyond imagination, the weather is terrible. Brook. Yo ho ho, it's thunder and rain. Robin. The wind blows like a storm. Frankie. The sea is rough. Nami. The pointer deviates from the destination. Chopper. I saw the shadow of the ship. Sanji. Are the pirates starting to move too? Advertisement Zoro. No, that's a warship. Luffy. Just what I want. Locke. Leave it all to me. When everyone was planning to have a big fight, they found that it was all a mirage, and the successive horrible weather made everyone deeply aware of the New World. Huge water droplets, huge hail, split sea surface, etc. After that, everyone met Lily, a giant girl who ate a miniature fruit on the boat. After learning of Lily's situation, Straw Hat Crew decided to assist her in recapturing her father, Pan's Fry, from the marine warship, but encountered the obstruction of the mysterious group Neo Marine. In the end, although Pan's Fry was successfully rescued, the group followed up quietly, and Luffy suffered a loss when fighting this guy. This guy is called Shuzo, and he is also a guy who is good at 6 styles, but this guy is a bit more powerful, because he also masters Haki. At least Luffy's current Haki is not as good as his. Armed color can't beat Iron Body, this is the best proof, but this guy's arrogant attitude really makes Locke look uncomfortable. Locke rushed forward to attack without any tricks. Shuzo was Iron Body on the spot, and then there was a scene just like when he was playing CP9. Under Locke's punch, Shuzo vomited blood on the spot and staggered down. After the end, Shuzo was tied up and waited for Marine to pick up the leak. Straw Hat Crew got his wish and ate the volcano cuisine made by Pansy Fry. But this matter made Locke very concerned, because he knew what kind of organization Shuzo called the so-called Neo Marine, and if nothing happened, he would meet him soon. Afterwards, it was reported that Shuzo was captured by Marine. On a certain sea, 2 people in some strange-looking boats were reading newspapers and having a conversation. Backquote. The thing you were worried about happened. If I persisted a little longer, such a thing would not happen. I am very sorry. Will the plan be exposed to Marine this time? Don't worry, no matter how tortured he is, he will never open his mouth. He is also a member of my tenacious Neo Marine. Chapter 271. Neo Marine attacks. Oh, it's been a long time, teacher, what are you doing here? Perusalino, I should have warned you, you are too dependent on the ability of sparkling fruit. You are still so strict, Mr. Zephyr. I don't use that name anymore, now I'm Z. Clang. 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 On a certain island, a fierce battle is breaking out. Back on the Sunny, the Straw Hat crew is having a party, with sakura flowers floating in the air. They're drinking and eating meat. Nami-san, this is my specially made orange juice. Thank you, Sanji-kun, but I still want dessert. Sanji's eyes instantly turned into hearts. Nami-san, okay, I'm happy to help you. Luffy. Hey, Sanji, I want dessert too, and meat. Brook. I want dessert too. Chopper, me too. Frankie. Add a Coke. Zoro, hey, there's not enough wine. Usopp. I want dessert too. Advertisement. Sanji changed his face in an instant. It's annoying. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Luke doesn't have as many things as you. Zoro glanced at Locke, who was sleeping beside him, and said, this guy just went to the warehouse to get a case of wine and has already finished drinking. Sanji was shocked. What? Damn B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Give me enough time. Ah. Locke woke up rubbing his nose and said, what a strange smell. Luffy pointed to Usopp and said, Usopp's pesticides against pests, the reason, AJFD, is not dead because we are not pests. Locke immediately looked at Usopp with a very unfriendly look, and Usopp quickly waved and shouted, it's not me, I haven't spilled it yet. At this point Nami got up from his chair and said, Ash. Locke thought of something after hearing it and asked, hey Nami, how is the record pointer? Nami looked at it and frowned and replied, the pointer that was pointing to the direction where the volcanic ash came from started to shake irregularly, and it moved very strangely. Locke continued, what do you mean? Nami continued to explain, for example, if the volcanic eruption with the volcanic ash just now destroyed the entire island. Locke nodded and pondered for a while and said, understood, do we have to bypass it? Nami nodded immediately and said, of course, this is a very dangerous omen. It's a pity that Luffy has heard their conversation just now. Luffy stretched his neck and came to Nami and looked at the pointer and said, hey, this needle is so interesting to shake, hee, let's go there, I smell adventurous. When the words fell, Frankie yelled at a weird-looking guy, who yelled like casting a spell after avoiding Frankie's attack. The door of the cabin was smashed by Luffy flying out, and the battle was about to start. The man continued to walk up to Luffy and asked, Straw Hat Boy, why are you a pirate? Advertisement. Frankie immediately retorted, oh, how can there be a pirate who will be caught without fighting if you tell him not to resist? After speaking, Luffy put his head back and shouted to everyone, hey everyone, the route has been decided, let's get ready. Boom. The dialogue inside was harmonious until Luffy said that they were pirates. While shouting and dancing, the grass on the deck began to grow and directly entangled Frankie. It can be seen that this guy is a capable person, and he soon reported himself. The fruit cluster ability, my cluster dance, can control all plants. It doesn't matter what Usopp says after that, because Luffy is the captain after all, just make up your mind and get ready to go. On the way, Chopper found the victim, this is the big shot, and Locke also knew that the moment he saw this person meant triggering the sideline. Cluster. Luffy replied without hesitation, to become the One Piece. After hearing Luffy's words, the man made another move. This time, the three main forces fought together, but the man's 1-on-3 attack was absolutely worthwhile. It can be seen that it is very powerful. Locke said with a disdainful smile, is it only to this extent? The battle broke out inside and outside, and it was time for Locke to make a move. As soon as Locke got up, the guy who trapped Frankie began to use the ability. The leather on the ground began to appear on him. Fujika bound Locke. In the cabin, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are fighting with the man. Outside, the Sanji is hit by other ships, and the man's helper comes. After Chopper's treatment, the man woke up quickly. The moment he woke up, the three main forces of the Straw Hats all felt the danger, and Locke also opened his eyes. I am the Deputy Admiral of Neo Marine, Ain. This pirate ship has been surrounded by our Neo Marine. Give up resistance, or you will lose your life. Chapter 272. Strong against each other, Locke against Z. Locke didn't move and shattered the vine, and with a thunderclap, his body disappeared instantly, and he came behind this guy in the next second, before he could react. Locke stretched out his right hand and grabbed his head. Ain, who was on the side, wanted to come over to help, and a white dome appeared on Locke's right hand. Click. The air shattered. The man in Locke's hand was still seriously injured. Locke threw the guy to Ain, and then disappeared again. Ain just caught the man suddenly. Clang. Locke appeared on top of her head, and Ain immediately attacked Locke with the dagger in his hand. But the gap was too large to be of any use. Locke's hand-clothed divine move easily resisted Ain's attack. Then he spun and kicked her flying in the air, and Ain hit the fence, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Locke with his arms and teeth gritted. Locke was about to speak with a cold face when suddenly a voice came from the cabin. Smash burst. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion in the cabin. Zoro and Sanji flew out, and Luffy was caught in the hands of the man. Ain hurried plus shouted after seeing it. Teacher Z. Locke and the man looked at each other, both of them could feel the aura of a strong man. Luffy and Zephyr's hand was thrown towards the mast fiercely. Luffy hit the mast and fell to the grass, injured, not lightly. Locke twisted his neck and stepped forward and said, I can't pretend I didn't see our boat like this. The man said with a smile on his face, if you can do it, try it, kid. Advertisement. Locke cast 3,000 thunderbolts and disappeared in an instant. The speed was so fast that no one could see clearly, even this man couldn't notice it, and the next second Locke appeared on the side of the man. The left fist shone with golden light. The power of the left hand is 10 times. The man is unafraid to confront Locke head-on with the huge mechanical arm of his right hand. Clang. After a loud metal crash, the man's arm was bounced away by Locke, and Luke immediately chased him, his whole body covered in blood. Blood demon, killing the sky. Roar. Locke turned into a terrifying gorefiend and rushed towards the man, who immediately reacted and shouted. Smashing tornado. Seeing the man's movements, Locke forced himself to withdraw, and launched a punch with Feng Feng fruit ability to hit Kong Chen. Empty shock. Oh. Cracks appeared in the air and the strong vibration caused the man to lose his balance. He did not continue to attack. After a fierce fight, the two stopped temporarily. After Z finished speaking, he took the two of them and jumped onto their boat. Luffy immediately stood up and shouted. Damn it. The winner has not yet been decided. But the distance was too short and there were a lot of numbers, so the Sunny was still hit by a lot of shells. Locke hurriedly asked Frankie to control the Sunny to leave here first. Advertisement. Ain brought Bins, who was seriously injured and came to ZZ, had no intention of fighting Locke again, and said, if you can survive, I will recognize this title. Let all our fleets open fire and destroy this pirate ship. Locke shouted without fear. I am the strongest man of the new era, Wolf D. Locke. 020. After Frankie took the helm, a gust of wind blew out, and the Sunny broke away from the surrounding ships and retreated temporarily. Because of Locke's shot, Nami and others were not reduced by the fruit of Ain. Locke and the others do what they like, as long as they don't cause trouble. The group separated as soon as they got off the train, and Locke went to the hot spring with Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Brook. It was no accident that I ran into an old acquaintance of Locke here, but Luffy and the others were still very surprised to see him, as if they were facing a big enemy. But Locke is actually looking forward to seeing Nami when he was a child. He thinks it is cute. Moreover, the sea train has been opened recently, and the Sunny can also be repaired here in this dock, so the group of people took the sea train to the island beside it. The man's expression has become serious and he said to Locke, I'm Neo Marine Zongshuai, Z, boy, report your name. And I learned that there is an island nearby. There are hot springs and volcanoes on that island, which are very popular for sightseeing. Where should I get the information they want? Nami, Robin, Usopp and Chopper, who are in charge of collecting intelligence, only got some rumors. It is said that Marine has assembled 3 people on this island in order to capture Z. Zero. It does seem to be much more prosperous here. In order to prevent Locke and the rest of the people from making trouble, Nami proposed to split up and they are responsible for collecting intelligence. But it was obvious that Z didn't intend to make peace, and everyone around started firing shells at the Sunny, and everyone blocked it with all their hands. But after Locke explained, Luffy and the others became less nervous, and after soaking for a while, they came to the lounge together. Afterwards, Straw Hat Crew took the injured Sunny to an island with a dock, where he learned some information about Z. Chapter 273. Z's Plan, the Island of Destruction Aokiji. How about it, have you fought against him yet? Locke. Well, strong, but also old. Aokiji. Yes, Zhang Jin is also Marine Admiral's man. Luffy and the others were puzzled by the conversation between the two, because it sounded like they already knew something. Putting on new clothes, the group left the hot spring, Aokiji said on the way. In the era of great pirates, there are constantly pirates moving towards One Piece on the sea. Is it because there are ONEPIECEs in the sea in this new world that there are pirates in 907, or is it because there are pirates that there are ONEPIECEs? Dream first, or people-oriented. As long as the pirates continue to pursue their dreams, there will be people who lose their warmth and happiness and cry, what should they do, and will there be an answer? The original Marine Admiral Z just came up with the answer. If One Piece disappears, pirates will also disappear. It's really a simple theory. Although first don't do Marine anymore, I still want to witness Z's ending, but I don't know what to do next. Locke. Just do what you want. Aokiji chuckled and said, you still look like this, that's why I envy you for being so chic. Go back and find Z, then let me see the answer. Goodbye. Z is on this island. After finishing speaking, Aokiji turned around and left, and then Locke and his partners waited for Nami and the others to come back from inquiring about information at the agreed place, and finally saw them at dusk. But they were followed by a group of Marines, which seemed to cause commotion. Luffy went up to a Conquerors and knocked down a group of Marines, leaving only one officer. However, he was also shocked by Conquerors and stood there staggeringly. Locke went up to look at this guy and asked, where's Z now? Advertisement. This guy also knew that he couldn't resist and said directly, the other side of the island should have been chased by our army on the sand dunes. After getting the information, Straw Hat Crew set off directly. At this time, on the other side of the island, Z fought back countless Marines by himself, and ended the battle after finishing a Marine soldier who used Iron Body in front of him with one punch. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the island's volcano was about to erupt, and panic was about to begin. Armed color, hardened, rubber boomerang. Locke smiled and nodded. Usopp was just about to express his concern, But Luffy had already rushed out. When the two were fisting each other, the volcano started to erupt, and a large amount of volcanic rock, like a meteorite, fell towards the city. The 2-to-2 confrontation has already met, Zephyr continued. Once a pirate wants something, he will use force to seize it, then do it in the way of a pirate. Using the pulverizer to hit the ground hard to cause cracks, coupled with the release of a powerful explosive attack, the volcano erupted completely. Locke quickly asked Usopp to take Luffy and himself away with 1.1. Later, I was careless because my rubber would not be hurt by bullets, and was directly hit by a seastone bullet. Fortunately, Locke was always by my side. Smash the tornado. Zoro and Sanji's opponents from all over the place also used their moves to escape, and the four of them converged and began to rush towards the sea train. Nami and others were waiting for them. Advertisement boom. After Locke makes a move to save Luffy, he's about to fight Zephyr when the guy does what he was going to do on the Sunny. Ain, Bins. Zephyr sent 2 people to attack, and Zoro drew out his knife and rushed out. Leave the female swordsman to me. Usopp was about to make a move. Luffy reached out and looked at Locke and said, let me fight Z one-on-one. Luffy turned on second gear and fought Zephyr, but because Luffy was always wary of Zephyr's seastone arm, he almost always dodged. After the four caught up with the train, the volcano behind them changed from erupting to bursting, and finally the entire island was completely destroyed. The scene was so spectacular that Locke was a little worried about Aokiji. Zephyr resisted Luffy's attack with his right hand, looked over and smiled. Do you still dare to come here after escaping from death, pirates? Fortunately, Aokiji was in the town at this time. With his protection, no ordinary people should be injured. People in the town started to escape by sea train. During the escape, Aokiji sent a full-screen Ice Age to help them, and Locke sensed Aokiji's position and responded with a bright smile. Aokiji looked at the erupting volcano in the distance and said to himself, whoever it is, it's a bit too much. Luffy stepped forward and said, I won't lose to you this time. Sanji. Damn green algae, dare to be the first, then get rid of that plan B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** effect of everything in front of a simple graveyard. Aokiji was singing a sad song, and Zephyr slowly walked over behind him, feeling that he was coming. Aokiji turned and said, I hate this song, sir. It's no fun to sing about a dead marine or something. 1. After speaking, Aokiji threw a bottle of wine to Zephyr. You like this wine, don't you? Zephyr looked at the bottle in his hand and said, yeah, this wine can make the most handsome man. Aokiji. I also drink like you, because I want to be a handsome man. Zephyr. Are you here to preach to the stubborn old man? Sorry, I can't. Aokiji. Do you want to die? Zephyr. There is no way to do that. It's all about eradicating the great evil of pirates. Marine's justice cannot be truly implemented. Sorry, I'm very busy now. Let's have a drink together next time we meet bar. Aokiji. Zawa 09 teacher. Zephyr. Okay, let's go. I don't want to kill you. One of Aokiji's hands turned into ice crystals and said in a cold tone, Me too, Mr. Zephyr. Advertisement. But in the end Aokiji still didn't make a move. He clenched his fist to remove the fruit ability and passed by Zephyr to leave. When passing by, Aokiji suddenly thought of something and asked, Don't waste this wine, teacher. This is learned from a guy who is addicted to alcohol. Aokiji came all the way to the dock where Straw Hat Crew stayed. The seastone bullets in Luffy's body have been taken out, and he is doubting his life at this time. Locke saw Aokiji came up to say hello, but the appearance of this guy still surprised all the partners, and then Aokiji began to explain the ins and outs of the incident to Straw Hat Crew. Former Marine HQ Admiral Z, Aokiji. That guy took dynamite rock from Marine. Brook. What's that? Robin. It is said that there are rocks with the same power as ancient weapons, which will produce super powerful explosions when they are impacted or come into contact with the air. However, due to their excessive power, ordinary people are forbidden to possess them. They should be fully managed by Marine. Aokiji. That guy is going to use dynamite rocks to destroy the 3 endpoints that exist in New World. Usopp. Wait a minute, what is that endpoint? Nami. There are 3 magma reservoirs in the Sea of New World, which are called endpoints, but do such things really exist? At this time Aokiji looked at Locke. Locke nodded and said, Yes, it does exist. I didn't believe it at first, but I saw it with my own eyes during my 2 years of travel. Advertisement. Aokiji also opened his mouth and said, Even if the news about Fass Island and Second Island is mentioned now, all the pirates will sneer at it. Although many people know the legend of Endpoint, few people believe it. Robin asked suspiciously. Because the government has verified it, isn't a legend false? Aokiji. Because the investigation results are completely opposite. The government has used various methods to convince the whole world that this is a fake, because if there are pirates who try to use this to do evil, it will be bad. Only the government and the government know the truth of this matter. It's just a high-level member of the military, but no one thought that the former Marine high-level people would use it to do evil. Sanji. Indeed, if it was fake, Marine wouldn't be so flustered. She really got involved with an incredible man. Aokiji. Z has already destroyed 2 endpoints with explosive rocks. If the last one is also destroyed, the ley lines connecting the 3 endpoints will have a linkage effect. The partners may not have a deep understanding of this linkage effect, Locke explained. It will cause a devastating eruption that can burn the Sea of New World, and all the pirates in New World will be burned to death. Usopp was shocked. But if 580 did such a thing, people who are not pirates would be involved. Aokiji sighed and said, Don't avoid talking about your own affairs. You may not know how much harm and fear pirates have caused to people in the world. Z hates pirates very much. It doesn't matter if you sacrifice yourself. 11. At this time, Luffy, who had been silent all this time, said, "It has nothing to do with me. I will definitely win him, and I will make a deal with him." Seeing that Luffy has made a decision, the partners don't say much. Just as the repair of the Sunny has been completed, it's time to set off. Aokiji gave Straw Hat Crew the eternity pointer of the last endpoint Z was going to. If you lose to Z, the entire new world will be destroyed. Even if you win Z, you will be surrounded by the strongest marine forces. No matter what the ending is, I will see the end. Chapter 275. Straw Hat Crew vs Neo Marine. After that, Straw Hat Crew set off with some messy but said to be the strongest weapon with the dream of being defeated by Z to defeat pirates. Lion Roar Cannon, Fire, Boom. The sea going to that island was also full of Neo Marine ships, but the Sunny was not a vegetarian, and rushed all the way to the island. Straw Hat Crew all landed and rushed towards the island. The island was densely packed with enemies, but they could only serve as a barrier. Fur-enhanced chopper chariot, fully launched, Locke stepped on the moonwalk and flew into the air with a smile at the corner of his mouth. A white ball cover appeared with both fists, and he smashed hard to both sides. Empty shock. Click. 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 With a huge crack in the air, the entire island seemed to be overturned, and the crowd fell to the ground. After all this, Locke landed to find that his partners were gone. But this is not impressive. On the contrary, such a big battlefield made Locke a little excited. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Locke rushed in with his head sullen. Zoro, who was lost on the other side, was complaining that all his partners were lost. He happened to meet Ain, and Sanji also met Bins, who was facing him before. The partners on the battlefield are all fighting with all their might. Advertisement: transfer the cold air of Wangchen to this world, the death sword of the soul.
Colossal colors. Huge tree. Stamp your feet. Strengthen soft power. Ah.
Accept the move. Usopp's 100-ton hammer. If you're lying to me, I'll definitely kill the Green Star bamboo spear. Let you see the power of the magic weather stick, hot air bubbles, cold air bubbles, thunderous weather. Zilla. What? The screams were mixed with the voices of his own people. The battlefield was almost cleared up. Luffy had already gone to find Z one step ahead, and the partners were just about to follow. Suddenly, a large number of pacifists appeared, which appeared to be a brand new and upgraded version, with a relatively large change in appearance. Frankie led General Frankie out. One against a group, Locke couldn't help sighing. Is this a collision between the same technological level? According to common sense, the knowledge Frankie learned in Vegapunk's hometown is definitely not as knowledgeable as Vegapunk itself, but these pacifists are mass-produced. And General Frankie only has this one, so in the face of the same technology, the advantage of a single quality is very large. 3 blades green dragon seal flowing water. If you are confused, then cut it off yourself. Sure enough, Nami-san is better to be sexy. Burn it, sexy flame. Take the trick, love pop volley. You can fall in love with me, Nami-san. Advertisement: the battle between Zoro and Sanji is also over, and now only Luffy is left. When the partners rushed over, they saw Luffy and Z's fists colliding. Luffy had punched through Zephyr's pulverizer impressively, but his fist also started to bleed. Boy, why do you have to fight me so hard? Even if you defeat me, you are still a pirate. No one in this world will thank you. So what? I only do it the way I want to. I can't be One Piece without defeating you. Is it really just that? Cough, I really look like a child. Zephyr's grinder was completely smashed by Luffy. Zephyr looked at his black hand and said, "Do it according to your own ideas, I will try it too." Luffy stared at Zephyr warily, and Zephyr continued, "I also bet my life. Smash your faith to pieces. Let the horse come here. This is the last." The two turned on the armed colors at the same time, and Black Fist started a fist-to-body battle on each other. Although Luffy's hockey is not as good as Zephyr, Zephyr is old after all. It is far inferior to Luffy in terms of resistance to beatings, so the two can be regarded as equal contests. After all, any extra tricks are useless. It is pure hand-to-hand combat. Locke looked at this scene, which was like the final battle scene of Hokage Naruto. The two gasped and resisted each other's fists and attacked each other. Although the battle scene was not very fierce, the winner was still determined. Zephyr fell to the ground gasping for breath with bloodline all over his face and said, "I'm also, old. I can't move my body at this point. It's a pity. The happy time is always fleeting." The winner has already been decided. Luffy silently turned and walked towards his companions. Zephyr said, "The Dream Chaser is to remove all obstacles in front of him, and the one who is persistent to move forward, take my life away." Luffy turned around and said with a smile, "I don't want your life, I'm already happy. If I want to fight, I will continue to accompany you." Zephyr was stunned for a long time and said, "No, I dance too." The scene became very harmonious for a while, but at this moment a voice that needed to be beaten appeared. It seems that the actors have arrived. Chapter 276. A bottle of wine deal. It's a pity that both the Straw Hat Boy and Mr. Zephyr are half dead, because everyone is dead anyway, and the result is the same. Usopp supported Luffy and gritted his teeth. This kind of time is really bad. Zephyr got up and said, "All of them came one after another. I did it in my own way at the end. I have to pay the price for my own preferences. Otherwise, I will be ashamed to see those who came first. Those who have gone." While talking, Zephyr stepped forward and looked like he was going to face Marine, put on his broken eyes, took out a leaf and said in his mouth, Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, you still have your own adventures, right? Leave it to Z. It looked like Zephyr was ready to die, but if this kind of thing continued to happen, there would be no need for Locke to exist. Aang and Binz hurried towards Zephyr, and suddenly a huge frozen wall appeared in front of them, and Aang in despair knelt down in front of the wall powerlessly. Miss Aang, how about making a deal? Give me a bottle of wine, and I'll block Marine for you. All the puppet readers present were stunned, and Aokiji, who was planning to leave, was also stunned. Usopp hurriedly said to Locke. Locke, are you serious? There are so many Marines, and Kizaru is here too. Locke didn't answer Usopp but looked at Aang with a smile. Aang was also stunned, and then she quickly looked for alcohol on her body. She will seize every opportunity to prevent her teacher from dying. But neither Aang nor Binz was on them. At this time, a bottle of wine was suddenly dropped from the air. After catching it, Locke smiled and looked at the rock wall above and said, "What is this?" Aokiji's voice said, "I owe you a favor, I said I would see to the end." Advertisement. Locke opened the wine bottle, took a sip, threw the bottle to the ground and said, "The deal is established, you go back to the Sunny first, and I'll leave this place to me." Although the partners were still very worried, but after Luffy and Locke looked into each other's eyes, he understood that Straw Hat Crew took Aang and Binz away after Luffy's order. Locke punched the huge ice wall in front of him and rushed out. Zephyr and Marine were all stunned. Zephyr looked at Locke beside him and shouted in surprise. "You! Why don't you leave? Do you want to shame me, a dying man?" Locke said with a smile. "I don't care about these, I'm just here to complete my deal. Don't die Z. Take a good look at the power from the strongest man in this new era." Bloody and broken wrath. Bang, click, bang, click. Blood energy exploded in the crowd, and every explosion would shatter the air, and after one move, the entire battlefield turned into broken ruins. The Emperor Marine fell down in batches of 10. Locke stood at the front and fixed his eyes on Kizaru, who was on a high place. Kizaru saw that Locke's tone was no longer playful, a jeb. As usual, and said with a smile. "Locke, do you have to intervene?" Locke said with a disdainful smile. "Kizaru, I'm a pirate, and the pirates and Marines still need to find an excuse to do something." In an instant, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral rushed towards Locke, and Locke smashed the air with a serious expression, instantly overturning one. Sensing danger, the armor of God on his right arm resisted Vice Admiral's slashing attack from the mole. His left hand shone with golden light, and Shang Billy punched the mole away. Turning around, Fantasy Killer caught the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. The shock fruit ability was activated, and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral instantly rolled his eyes and was covered in blood in Locke's hands. Advertisement. The armed color launched a punch to retrieve Huashaoshan Vice Admiral, threw the Ghost Spider into the Marine, and then smashed the huge bloody fist towards the densely packed crowd. Kizaru made a move, and after a burst of blinding light, the huge bloody fist was completely shattered. Kizaru locked Locke's hands in the air and shouted with flashing light. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Locke clenched his fists and rushed forward against the Wasteland's attack with a layer of blood all over his body. Sura's anger. Gorefiend, Heaven Killer. The Gorefiend in Locke's incarnation ignored Kizaru's attack and rushed towards him. Kizaru immediately stopped releasing and pulled out a lightsaber from his left hand with his right hand. Amazon Cloud Sword. Clang. Locke resisted with the Gauntlet of God, and then Locke's left hand flashed golden. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Kizaru rolled his eyes and his body turned into a beam of light and slipped away. Locke's attack missed and hit the sky, and the clouds in the sky were completely broken up in an instant, enough to see its power. Kizaru looked at Locke from the ground and said, "It's terrible, I plan to end all this quickly, but it seems impossible." Locke stepped on Moonwalk in the air and said with a smile, "If you think it's troublesome, we each take a step back. You let us go, I won't hurt other Marines." Kizaru shook his head and said, "If you want to leave, I can't stop you, but Teacher Zephyr must stay today. Even the justice of a veteran will not allow him to leave." Chapter 277. The battle is over, the bounty increases again. Yada Mirror. 3,000 thunderbolts. Yellow flashes and blue lightnings traveled back and forth across the battlefield, and no one present could see their actions clearly. Boom. After another confrontation, Kizaru and Locke appeared simultaneously in air. "Your speed is all right, keep up with the light?" "Not so far, but soon." "Am I Iwado?" Kizaru's calf flickered with a great ape-like light wave and rushed towards Locke. Locke punched the air, and Kizaru's attack stopped in mid-air. Asura Sky Destroyer Strike. Boom. The materialized bloody giant fist directly shattered Kizaru's attack and rushed towards him. Kizaru clenched the Amakongan sword with both hands, and the lightsaber became more than 10 times larger in an instant. Bark. A sword fell and cut off Locke's attack. Locke let out a long breath and said, "It's really troublesome. A bottle of wine is obviously a loss for me. I must point more next time. Kai Wangshen 10 times. Yuluo red flames erupted from Locke's body, and the speed of 3,000 thunderbolts was once again surpassed by Kizaru. A series of attacks like a storm made Kizaru unable to fight back. Advertisement. Finally, he seized the opportunity and suddenly released a light that blinded the audience. Sanction of the Holy Light. Tens of thousands of golden spears instantly emerged from the light and flew towards Locke. Locke increased his Breath Realm King Fist again, and the red arrogance broke through the sky. I saw Locke grabbing the air in front of him with both hands, and this scene seemed familiar again. With Locke's sudden force, it seemed as if the world had changed for a moment. Unbalanced in the air, everything in the air behind Locke in front of the sea was tilted and split, and Kizaru's attacks were twisted and shattered. A large number of marine soldiers were sucked into the sea and into the magma, and there was no way to escape. Their bodies shook with the space, and the strong vibration even caused many highly to vomit blood directly. Locke didn't intend to stop, and finally Kizaru took the initiative to stop when he saw this. Locke believed that he had put away all the state, and stood there with a pale face.
Yuan, if this continues, even if I keep Teacher Zephyr, all the sailors should be buried with them.
I'm sorry, I'm a pirate, and my position is here, so I don't think I did anything wrong. Locke, today's incident will be reported back to Marine headquarters soon, and you will not be unclear about the consequences of your actions. I said, it doesn't matter, I will do what I want, even if in the end I am the enemy of the whole world, I am willing. Locke left with Zephyr after speaking. Aokiji did see the end. After Locke and Zephyr left, he also turned and left. Locke held on to prevent himself from falling down. Using the Kaio fist put too much pressure on his body, and he was already exhausted the moment it was over. But in order to avoid being attacked by Marine, he had to pretend that he was in good condition. Zephyr beside him also saw Locke's condition, and the two supported each other back to the sunny. When Ain and Bin saw that Zephyr was still alive, they hugged him and cried excitedly. Chopper also hugged Locke and cried excitedly, mainly because of worry. After returning to the sunny, Locke immediately felt like coming home. He relaxed and fell asleep on the deck. He was really tired from fighting Admiral. Advertisement 0, seeking flowers. Afterwards, the sunny took Zephyr and the others to an unknown island, which was requested by Zephyr himself, and everyone asked a lot, and they separated after a simple farewell. During this period of time, the Marine headquarters was very busy. Because of Locke and Zephyr, the government had issued a death order, and Zephyr had to die. Locke also increased the reward amount. Straw Hat Crew also increased the reward amount together with Locke, and ordered a substantial increase in the pursuit of Straw Hat Crew. This means that the chances of encountering Marine at sea will be greatly increased in the future, but as long as it is not Admiral, Locke said that he can handle it. The latest reward order was released soon, and the partners expressed that they were at a loss, because Z's affairs were concealed by the government, but their rewards still increased, especially Locke's increase was very exaggerated. Straw Hat Luffy, bounty, 600 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty, 480 million Baileys. Little Thieving Cat Nami, worrying about the bounty of 75 million Baileys. Monster Chopper, with a bounty of 88 million Baileys. Devil's Son Nico Robin, bounty, 200 million Baileys. Blackfoot Sanji, bounty, 300 million Baileys. Sniper King, bounty, 120 million Baileys. Transformer Frankie, explosive regular gold 1.25 billion Baileys. Soul King Brook, bounty, 180 million Baileys. The strongest man in the new era, God of War Locke, offers a bounty, 1.5 billion Belafan. Chapter 278, Ice and Fire Island. Punk Hazard. Let's analyze the reasons for the change of Straw Hat Crew's bounty. First of all, it's Luffy. When Luffy was in Summit War, the bounty had already risen to 400 million. Later, when Sabaody Archipelago returned, he defeated the pacifists in one move. The Fishman Island defeated more than 50,000 people in Conquerors alone, and the most important thing was that he defeated Z. Among them, Zoro and Sanji are one of the main forces of the Straw Hats. Whether they are the same pacifist or they have shown very strong strength in the battle against the cadres of the new Murloc pirates and Neo Marine. Then there is Chopper. Chopper is no longer the cute little 120 who loves to eat marshmallows. Chopper, who has returned from practice, has more powerful transformations. After eating the Rambo Ball, he can transform into the previous runaway monster form, fully conscious.
Therefore, Chopper is no longer regarded as a pet, and Frankie's bounty is after that. The reason why Frankie's bounty has skyrocketed is because General Frankie picked a group of new pacifists on the battlefield and crushed them easily. Both Usopp and Nami have demonstrated the ability of their group AoE tricks, and they can easily win in the face of a large number of people. Robin is like a fruit awakened, and now he can summon more hands and feet to form huge limbs. Brook's performance was quite satisfactory, and when he was the King of Soul, he was offered a reward of more than 80 million, and now it has increased slightly. However, the increase in the bounty of the partners is mainly due to Locke. Locke himself was in the newspaper every day during the 2-year tour. Marine has increased his bounty time and time again. After he defeated Jack the Drow, the bounty was raised to 1 billion, and now because of Zephyr's incident and Kizaru's fight, the bounty has soared to 500 million again. In terms of bounties, Locke has already reached the rank of Emperor's Lieutenant, and his strength is actually stronger, at least not weaker than Blackbeard. Afterwards, Straw Hat Crew came to the next target. After arriving here, I saw a burning island with no indication of the 3 pointers, and then received a distress call. Locke is looking forward to the next sign in reward, but right now they're facing a big guy, another guy that exists in Legends, the dragon. After grilling dragon meat here using the natural terrain, Zoro discovered that the other side of the island was actually an iceberg. The place where they're now is indeed a sea of flames. The team of Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Locke started to explore the burning island. Locke naturally knew where it was, so he signed in as soon as he landed on the island. Advertisement. Everyone found the guy with only the lower body on the back of the dragon, and Locke naturally knew his identity, the samurai of Wano Kuni Foxfire Kinemon. The dragon of the stylist Shishi has a body like a huge lizard, but it looks like a fire-breathing dragon. This guy can speak, but he just wants to say something. Locke calmly explained. This is the place where Aokiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally the terrain here became like this. However, after he heard the identities of his partners, he also hated pirates very much.
Brook, who had escaped on the Sunny, contacted the 4-person team on the island expedition with a phone bug. So Luffy decided to take a risk, and decided a few people to go with Luffy by drawing lots. Locke was not drawn, but Locke went instead of Usopp. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, Universal Pull, has been issued. The next sign-in location, Punk Hazard. Conditional. After the event is completed. Reward, Must Kill Sirius series. Brook would be very angry if he found out. The captured partners encountered a severed head in the cell and assembled it and found that it was a samurai. After the release of the new reward order, there has been a lot of waves in the sea. At least many of Locke's enemies have begun to move around. Kaido and Big Mom are ready to start targeting Locke in New World. Locke hates this kind of guy the most. After a fairly fierce fight, Locke knocked the guy out of the air with one punch, and Zoro cut off his head with Death Lion Song. Marine has also stepped up its activities in New World. The Straw Hat crew is still the same as before. The boat is full of laughter and fun, and they never get annoyed by these things. There is also a man who seems to be their accomplice, but probably because of internal strife, he has been killed 5.8 and has turned into a bone corpse. At this time, Luffy was having a great time with a half-human leopard, because he accidentally spliced Jin Yimin's body behind him, and the other party thought he was a partner. The partners expressed shock, so those who stayed on the Sunny at the same time were out of luck, because they were accidentally attacked by a group of minions and released hypnosis gas. All the members were captured, and the Sunny was transported to another place. Of course, there was one person who was not captured. This is what the soldiers reported. Chapter 279. Smoker New World Abusive Journey. But after playing for a while, that person received the phone bug and started attacking Luffy. Naturally, he was knocked over, and then he got the phone bug with the CC logo from them. Afterwards, the 4-person team decided to go to the opposite ice island to find their partners, and asked Brook to wait for them on the Sunny. At this time, the captured partners had Frankie. The laser blasted the door directly, and a group of people fled with the head of the samurai all the way into a room full of children, but these children were somewhat problematic. Because of their large size, they still look like children. Those who didn't know thought they were giants. After playing with them for a while, the chasing soldiers followed, and everyone had to leave. But when they left, these children kept talking about saving them, and saying that their illnesses were cured. In the end, Nami still couldn't bear to leave them and leave, and the group started to fight back. At this time, Brook, who was waiting on the Sunny, also encountered trouble. He encountered a body, that is, a body holding a knife and supporting the ground with his hands, without a lower body and without a head. This time the puzzle is completely complete, but they are all in different places. Locke is crossing the river on Usopp's banana boat, and a group of unfriendly people appear on the opposite side. Locke got annoyed by them and went straight up on the moonwalk and smashed the ground with a punch, causing an avalanche, and by the time everyone came out of the snowdrift, everyone was frozen to ice. Fortunately, the group of people who were killed by Locke had thick clothes to wear. Locke only realized that these people were T-Beards when he was grabbing the clothes, and the small characters didn't care. Another group of people came to the island at this time. It was Smoker, who had been chasing Straw Hat crew. He is now the chief of G5, and the group of G5 is called the Rogue Marine. They don't look like Marines at all. If they weren't wearing marine clothes, everyone would regard them as pirates because they are very dishonest and behave like bandits. Smoker and his group came to a building and knocked on the door, and the person who opened the door was another force. Now 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law, offering a reward, 440 million Baileys. Smoker was also very shocked after seeing Luo, because this place prohibits everyone from going to the island, no matter if it is marine or pirate, and the two sides do not fight each other. Luo said with a strong attitude that he was the only one here, and no one was allowed to enter. As a result, the Nami team ran out with the children all the way. Advertisement. After coming out, I reacted for a long time and felt that this place was very dangerous, so I turned around and ran in again. Both Smoker and Luo were stunned, and now Luo had nothing to say. The battle between the two sides is about to break out, and before that comes the fun. Luo releases the room and taps 4 times, and the fleeing partners suddenly feel something is wrong. The famous scene was born. Tony Frambo was born. Yes, their hearts were exchanged by Luo with abilities. Sanji's spring came because he is now Nami's body. Nami is the romantic Frankie who has become a man, and Chopper has become Sanji. Only Usopp has not changed, which may be left on purpose by Luo. Originally, Luo's move was deliberately done for Guy to see, but it didn't have any effect and allowed them to experience a different body. After that, Smoker ushered in his first defeat in New World, and Luo directly took his heart and fell down. Smoker New World's defeat began at this moment. Luo's strength has also greatly improved compared to 2 years ago, and he has also become a Shichibukai. Come on, Crocodile Centaur. On the other side, Locke's group has also arrived here on a T-Beard, and they have joined Brook on the way, but they didn't see Jin Yimin's body. Brook was also very afraid of the body that could cut people. When he rushed to Luo's place, it was this huge damaged warship that caught his eyes, and he also saw Luo, who was about to go back. Because Luo also appeared on the top at the end, and helped Luffy and Whitebeard's group escape, and finally healed them, so Luffy also expressed his gratitude to him. Before chatting, Tashigi and G5's Marine came to rescue Smoker, but this was a bit self-defeating, so Luo unfolded room and tapped twice. The bodies of Tashigi and Smoker also undergone subtle changes, and then Luo pointed out the way for the 4 of Locke to detour through the back door of the Institute, where what they were looking for was there. Naturally, it was Nami and others who came out from the front door and ran back to the back door after seeing this scene. Although Nami and others had rescued all the children inside, they couldn't continue their journey because of the cold weather around them. Chapter 280. Understand the cause and effect. At this time, Jin Yiman used his very useless fruit ability, serving fruit, and the fruit ability is to make the designated object with leaves or stones on his head change clothes. Although it's really useless, the scene in front of me is a timely help. As soon as the clothes are finished, Luffy and his team rushed over to join them. Then, apart from Locke, who was not surprised, the friends saw Sanji who danced excitedly, Nami who took off his clothes to see, and Frankie who dared to attack Nami. This is true. Luffy and the others were dumbfounded. Nami's position in the Straw Hat crew is completely a real big brother. Locke would kneel with a punch, but now there is such a scene. Afterwards, everyone explained briefly, but in fact they didn't know what was going on, so they could only remember their identities for the time being. Luffy, on the other hand, was feeling sad that her feet Malu had reunited with Jin Yiman's head, so she fell to the ground. Chopper with the eyebrows growing below said, "I'm Frankie, don't come to me if you get hurt." Sanji with big eyes looked very cute, holding a medical bag and said, "I'm Chopper, if you get hurt, just come to me." Frankie, who was crying, said aggrievedly, "I am Nami who can't emit light even if I die." At the end, when it was exciting, Nami, whose eyes turned into hearts, opened her clothes, revealing the huge evil inside, and said excitedly, "At last, I am Nami-san." Advertisement 27. The male compatriots said that they had been waiting for this moment, and now Nami was completely angry, and she couldn't hit her body, so she started to read and write in a small notebook. "Touch my body for 200,000 Baileys, peak at 100,000 Baileys." So cruel. Locke complained helplessly. "No matter how I think about it, I know it must be this guy's body." After the farce was over, Locke began to act as the narrator and said, "Anyway, from the beginning, this guy is a samurai from Wano Kuni. The distress signal we received was sent to him by a crocodile centaur called the Boss. The samurai massacre of centaurs is the culprit of everything." Locke looked helpless and thought, "I can make up any kind of lies, guy." At this time, Jin Yiman said, "However, I must first rescue my son Momonosuke, who is missing, locked up there." And he used various techniques to restore those who could not move, and took them all into his subordinates. The more this guy talked, the more touching he was. Sanji, Chopper, Franjong, Brook, was moved to tears when he read the three-person puppet stand up. T-Beard, who hadn't spoken all the way before, seemed very confident at this time, and told everyone about the history of this place. At this time, those children also said, "Not everyone here, some new children haven't remembered their names yet." 17. Advertisement. They know more things here. For example, the culprit of the incident a few years ago was actually Geisa, and they also guessed that Geisa might still be continuing the poison gas experiment on this island. That is what T-Beard and his men are like now. After talking for a long time, what T-Beard wants to express is that their master is the greatest, and this island belongs to his master. Jin Yiman began to recall. That man just now, people around him called him Shichibukai, cut his body into 3 parts in an instant. His head was taken to the facility, his body was left somewhere, his feet almost turned into some kind of beast feed. This situation lasted for a year until the arrival of the savior whom T-Beard and the others called, used special abilities to purify the poisonous gas on the island. A large amount of poisonous gas was released on the island, and the whole island became a dead island. A few prisoners who survived on the island also lost consciousness in their lower limbs due to the poisoning. Punk Hazard used to be the research base of Marine, and held some world government prisoners because of the experiment of Dr. Vegapunk, actually M. Caesar Current. Brooke said calmly, "Yo ho ho, it's so pitiful. Speaking of which, I also met a guy with only a body before, which is so scary." 17. Zoro said, "The question is what happened after that signal." Then it started to talk about Luo. Luo came to this island a few months ago. His arrival became their second savior. Animal legs are attached. Luffy and Rocky fell asleep while listening to God in Sync, while Chopper, Sanji, Chopper, was still crying bitterly. On the side of Smoker and Tashigi, whose clothes are open and very open, is a feast for the eyes, and Smoker, who is shy with his legs crossed, makes people laugh out loud. Chapter 281. Luo's proposal to form an alliance. Usopp. So what do we do next? Frankie, Nami, anyway, put the body back first. I've had enough of doing pervert. Chopper, Frankie. Hey, are you complimenting me? Appeared. Tony Flamba's classic expression. Robin on the side suddenly changed his expression and said indifferently, "Frankie. Don't use Chopper's body to put on that expression. Again, don't either." But obviously Tony Flamba didn't care and continued to say arrogantly, "The problem is that group of brats, it's quite tricky." Robin blackened again. "Frankie, don't use your secondary body to speak, never again." Jin Yiman went out alone with his legs to find his body. Sanji, thought he brought out the head 833 after learning about it, and he must be responsible to him to the end, and that guy cannot be let out. So he went out with Brook to find Jin Yiman. The two LSPs together. Frankie, Nami, was very worried about his body, so he threatened Zoro to zero with them. At this time, the children who had been playing began to appear strange, and the results of the inspection at Chopper also came out. Seeing Chopper's shocked expression, Locke stepped forward and said, "It's poison, right?" Sanji, Chopper, said nervously, "NHC-10, this kind of poison can only be used by designated physicians in designated countries around the world. Dr. Correa told me about it before, so I know that these children are bit by bit every day." absorbing these poisons, it is now chronic poisoning. Advertisement Sanji, Chopper, got angry and asked T-Beard, AJCE, what their so-called savior wanted to do, but Tuhazi said that he was not allowed to insult the master. Immediately afterwards, these children began to run away gradually. In order to prevent the serious situation, Locke asked Usopp to put the children to sleep with hypnosis plants, and then Luffy took some people to go out to find clues and the like. Frankie, Nami, Sanji, Chopper, and the sleeping Locke stayed here. Suddenly Locke sensed the danger, got up and looked outside and said, "There are enemies coming, be careful not to be affected." Not surprisingly, Luffy met Luo, and Luo proposed to form an alliance with Luffy, because there are only two ways for them to survive in New World. Seeing the two huge figures falling to the ground in front of them, Locke flicked his wrist and his expression was horrifying. The idea of murder was already written on his face. Sanji, Chopper, yeah Luffy, it's too early to target 4 emperors, it's impossible to beat them. And beautifully complete each task, nicknamed, Snow Mountain Killer, F. There was only a large pool of bloodline left on the ground, and the people were completely gone. After the battle, Locke knew that he couldn't stay here any longer, so he had to settle the matter quickly.
Frankie, Nami also stepped forward to persuade. Look, Luffy, everyone is very opposed to it. Give up. Don't agree to this dangerous proposal. We must have our own sailing rhythm.
So an alliance was proposed, and Luo proposed that he had a plan to bring down one of the 4 emperors, and Luffy agreed after thinking for a while. Advertisement Locke froze for a moment and smiled. Are you underestimating me? I will let you know how to write dead characters today. These 2 guys are sent by Gaisera, Yeti Coolbrotthers, the legendary combination of killers, and Locke Scorch, 25 years old, a duo of orcs from the Snow Country. Frankie, Nami, and Sanji, Chopper, quickly hid. Huge footprints suddenly appeared, but without a sound, a huge figure appeared behind Locke. Before he could start struggling, he was thrown away, and before his partner realized what was going on, Locke suddenly appeared in front of him and punched the guy flying. Usopp stepped forward and grabbed Luffy's clothes, shaking and shouting, "Why did you go out and make things so outrageous? If you join forces with such an unknown guy, I won't be able to sleep well at night." The weapon used is a huge rifle, good at sniping, the footprints are loud and the voice is low, almost all appear silently and kill the opponent, get paid by entrusting the kill. What? Form an alliance with the Heart Pirates. Either be protected by the 4 emperors, that is, submit to the 4 emperors, or continue to challenge them. Luo knows very well that Luffy's character will definitely not surrender to the 4 emperors. And this guy is actually called Locke, which is an insult to Locke's name, so this time Locke once again killed him, after a wave of battle like an earthquake. Then he took Luo back to Locke, and the partners were all shocked when they heard the news. Luo Locke cast 3,000 thunderbolts and disappeared in an instant, and the huge figure that was planning to ignore Locke and directly grab Frankie, Nami, in the next second felt a powerful force. Chapter 282. Luo on the thief ship. At this time, Luo mentioned the seriously injured Chopper, Frankie, and said, "Hey, this civet cat." Sanji, Chopper, immediately turned around and retorted, "It's not a raccoon. Ah, me." Chopper, Frankie, looked like he was about to die and muttered, "Super, super." Sanji, Chopper, hurriedly bandaged his body, because Frankie was going out with Luffy just now, but he insisted on eating Chopper's Rambo ball. As a result, after becoming huge, he couldn't control and ran away, and was finally knocked down by Luffy's 3rd block and 1 punch. This is also Frankie's lack of brain. Robin said calmly, "Luffy, I will follow your decision, but the Pirate Alliance is usually accompanied by betrayal. Maybe it is not suitable for you who trust others too much." Luffy turned to look at Luo and asked, "Will you betray me?" Luo replied calmly, "No." Luffy's bright face instantly seemed to say, "Look," he said, "no, he will betray." Locke also said at this time, "Since you plan to lie with us, I have to tell you in advance, you should know the grievances I had with Kaido outside, and then we provoked Big Mom again on the Fishman Island, so do you understand?" Luo was obviously shocked by Locke's words, of course, in the second half, because the newspapers about the grievances between Locke and Kaido all knew that the bidding that Luo said this time was actually Kaido. So there was no conflict, but it turned out that Straw Hat Crew had an enmity with Big Mom, which made Luo start to doubt whether his choice was correct. Luffy still smiled and said, "Anyway, the Pirate Alliance is very interesting, right? I think Terran is a good person. If not, don't worry about it, because I have you guys who have been practicing for 2 years as my manager to accompany me, ha ha ha." Advertisement. It can be said that the whole team was shocked. After all, when did Luffy say such a thing? And in an instant, the whole team turned into a shy Chopper and danced in place embarrassedly. Luo was even more ashamed, and he had begun to regret it. Later, Luo changed the bodies of Frankie and Chopper back, but because Nami's body was not there. So Nami is now in Sanji's body again. It's time to get down to business after the play. Luo sees the kids sleeping in the back, and he knows what Guy did to them. It is very troublesome to propose that Straw Hat Crew should not take care of it anymore, but this is impossible for Straw Hat Crew with a sense of justice. Luo also explained the government's jaundicization experiment. In the end, Sanji, Nami, said that these children must be the only ones. Luo thought that Nami would stay alone, but Luffy said that he would also be together, and asked Luo to help. Luo began to doubt life. Usopp saw Luo's appearance and explained, "It seems that you still don't understand. You think that alliance is a relationship that only cooperates with each other to achieve a common goal." Luo replied naturally, "Of course. Usopp stepped forward and pointed at Luffy and said, as I said earlier, the alliance in Luffy's eyes is different from what you think. Luo began to ask, however, your companion's request has nothing to do with the alliance. Who is the ship's doctor? Come with me, we have to avoid Guy's eyes and ears. Luffy. Sorry, Zero. Usopp continued. It would be naive if you thought you could dominate. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Luffy smiled and said, sorry. Guy's purpose is to kill you and the White Hunter G5 and take back these little devils. His attack will not stop until he achieves his goal. He is the culprit of the big incident 4 years ago. If the scientists of the original government, if the existence of someone on this forbidden island is exposed, that guy will lose this excellent hiding place, so he will go after you with all his strength, offering a bounty of 300 million Baileys, gas fruit lobia with killing weapons capable person. This is Guy Sakurin. Guys who don't know how to use hockey should never approach him. Luffy said, it's like a friend, right? Luffy bounced booger on the seriously injured Chopper. That's really troublesome. Chopper. I can't hide now. After asking this question, Luo regretted it again, because Locke then tied the chopper to Luo's head, which made Luo look even cuter. Luffy picked his nose and said, that's what he said. Luo gave up his original idea, turned around and said helplessly, I understand, then hurry up and figure out what to do about the warriors yourself. I'll go investigate the medicine fed to the little devils. Chopper interrupts and calls out to Luffy, hey, boogers fly over, idiot. It looked like a pendant, which was quite appropriate. Afterwards, Luo told everyone about Geisa. In such a short period of time since Luo first met the Straw Hat crew, Luo's heart has collapsed countless times. After the collapse, Luo tied the chopper to his knife handle and carried. Usopp. He is a dead-headed guy who doesn't know how to adapt. This guy's bad qualities are more than that. If you want to go his own way, you can say that Luffy has reached the 4 Emperors level. Chapter 283. Guy Caesar appears. Ready to kidnap Locke has no interest in this guy. After all, Locke's strength is a bit out of touch with them now, mainly to listen to Luo's plan. What Luo revealed at the moment is to capture Geisa in order to create chaos. In short, the primary purpose now is to kidnap Geisa Current. According to Luo, after the successful kidnapping of Geisa, the situation will change dramatically, and by then there will be no way to turn back. He also suggested that if you want to regret it, you should take advantage of it now. Locke wanted to ask him if he regretted it now. After the plan is confirmed, Luo will be ready to go. The people leading G-5 inches 400 on Smoker's side are fighting these centaurs under Guy's side, and Guy's side has also started to make new moves. He asked his men to go to the volcanic island area to open a door, and let out his pet Smiley. Danger was coming. The Smiley is the accident itself of the explosion of chemical weapons that attacked Punk Hazard 4 years ago. Later, Guy sprayed compressed poisonous gas and transformed it into a huge creature that was highly poisonous and ate the salamander fruit. Locke is also ready to start action. In order to rush to the laboratory as soon as possible, Luffy has a good idea, so there is a thunder in the sky. Luffy turned into a sugar-coated shell and flew over with Frankie, Robin, and Locke, and landed directly on the place where Smoker and the others were fighting. Luo collapsed again when he saw this scene at the door. That idiot, who made them fight against the whole army. After everyone landed perfectly, Luffy raised his hand and laughed and shouted, Guy, come out. Watch me beat you up and abduct you. Locke quickly said to Luffy. Luffy is keeping this secret and can't tell it. After landing, the 4 of them joined the melee, but the opponents were all young people, not worth mentioning. Tashigi with Smoker's body moved towards Luffy and attacked. Advertisement. After a constipated expression, he used smoke fruit and was subdued by Luffy. Luffy was still wondering why the smokeman became so weak. The extremely open Tashigi with his clothes on his side attacked Luffy again. Luffy was still wondering why the one wearing glasses became more powerful after being hit with 10 hands. But it was just a small fight. Frankie opened the door of the laboratory with a laser, and everyone was about to go in, when suddenly a pool of red things fell from the sky. It landed on G5's boat, and after that, Smoker's men on G5's boat started their idiot behavior, and some wanted to push it into the sea. As a result, it was swallowed directly and almost disappeared. What's more, he took out the flamethrower and burned the thing directly. Locke sighed helplessly and flew over on Moonwalk. Do these idiots really have no common sense? They don't know that gas will explode when it comes into contact with fire. After Locke landed on the boat, he released a water prison spell towards the thing, and the round water ball instantly destroyed the thing, and the soldiers behind him were still staring. Locke turned around and scolded. Why are you still standing there? Run, are you going to continue burning? After reacting, these guys quickly turned their heads and fled to the shore without turning back. This thing was not completely wiped out by Locke, and the rest of the essays were collected together. Moreover, he also rubbed against the spark just now, and it looked like it was going to explode. Locke hurried back on the moonwalk, and he didn't forget to complain in front of Smoker Zero. It's time for your soldiers to learn to try something. People can't do things like burning gas with fire. Before Smoker could say anything, suddenly the sky was full of the things that fell down before, and at this time Smiley's body was at Zoro Sanji's side, spitting out his avatar frantically towards the sky. Advertisement. Because Smiley can't go into the water, this is the only way to come over from the Flame Island. At this time, the mastermind behind the scenes should also appear. Shame on me, everyone from the Pirate Straw Hat crew and MARINEG5. I am the world's #1 scientist, Lord Guy Saw Current. As a result, before this guy had time to pretend to be B, Luffy suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed him directly. The audience was shocked, and Locke also smiled and said, "That's right, it just saves trouble, and I'll go too." After speaking, Locke rushed towards Geisa on the moonwalk. Although Geisa was caught by Luffy, it was only in a simple sense. Guy activated the gas fruit ability and directly used the gas lasso to counter-control Luffy. At this time, at 4.4, Locke appeared with a black-armed fist and threw it at Guy's head. Boom! After a muffled sound, Guy was knocked down into the snow, and Locke took advantage of the victory to pursue. Guy fell to the ground and shouted, "Smiley! Give it to me!" As Guy gave an order, all the smileys that fell from the sky began to rush towards Luffy and Locke in the air, and soon they were completely covered. Guy stood up and proudly took out an Allegro, then he shouted into the air. Gas castanets. Chapter 284. Successfully win Guy. Shame on me, shame on me. This is the fate of underestimating me. Watching the two huge explosions resounding in the sky, Guy smiled smugly. But on the other hand, Robin and Frankie looked calm, because they knew that an explosion of this magnitude would definitely kill Luffy and Locke. Sure enough, when Guy was showing his pride to his subordinates, two voices came from the side. He, what a dangerous explosion. It's okay, it can barely cause me some damage. Guy looked over in shock, and Luffy and Locke looked completely fine except for a little burnt black on their clothes, and they smiled at each other. Rubber jet gun. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. Guy vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground. Luffy immediately grabbed him and smiled and said, "This 09 caught you. Frankie is looking for a jar or something. This guy is Logia and the rope can't tie him." When Frankie was looking for it, suddenly Luffy's expression changed drastically, and he stretched out his hand in pain. Locke immediately moved 3,000 thunders and came behind Guy in an instant. At this point he already felt what happened. Guy cast a very powerful move, the empty world. Advertisement. Guy clenches his hands and opens his arms. This action will vacuum up the air within a certain range around him. All creatures except himself will lack oxygen and cannot breathe. In severe cases, they will enter a state of shock or even die. Although the environment was very uncomfortable, Locke could bear it for a moment. Guy still looked at Locke with a proud face. He thought that Locke was powerless to fight back. Fantasy killer. Locke's right hand directly grabbed Guy, and the empty world was released instantly. Luffy knelt on the ground and panted heavily, almost suffocating him. Locke also gasped for breath and looked at the bewildered Guy in his hand. The next second a white ball cover appeared. The shock fruit ability was activated, and the air shattered. Guy screamed and lost the strength to resist. Luffy got up after panting for a long time and said, "I'm saved, thank you Locke." Locke nodded and looked at the unconscious Guy in his hand and said, "What a terrible ability, Frankie hasn't found it yet." Frankie was still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. Locke called him before he realized it, and hurried forward with a box. At this time, Tashigi, Smoker, on the side took out a handcuff and said, "Use this is a seastone handcuff." After Locke took it, he still didn't forget to thank him. Tashigi, Smoker, said unconvinced, "You saved my men just now, and now the two are clear." Locke's side was resolved smoothly, but Luo, who sneaked in with Chopper, was not so lucky. Just as Luo lured Snow Maiden Monet away halfway, he suddenly fell down. An enemy appeared, and this guy held Luo's heart in his hands, so Luo was taken down without even having to fight. Advertisement. Although Zoro Sanji is still in Nami's body, he still takes on the responsibility of a man, regardless of the danger, and takes Jin Yiman's body back from the poisonous river. Now Jin Yiman is finally complete. After thanking Sanji, he plans to continue looking for Momonosuke. Zoro suddenly becomes interested in his battle and decides to go with him. After Locke entered the laboratory, he set off alone, and after sensing Luo's breath, he rushed in that direction. When Locke arrived, he just saw Luo lying on the ground in pain. In front of him was a guy with steak on his face and a birdman with wings. Tisk tisk, it's really embarrassing, Luo, I didn't expect that we will save you once we just started the alliance. Luo gritted his teeth and looked at Locke and said, "Locke is in charge." Locke hurried forward and said, Okay, don't talk about 367, I'm really afraid that you will die like this, that guy has your heart in his hand." The guy with glasses looked at Locke and said, "The man of the new world, god of war Locke, why are you here, guy?" Locke looked at the man in front of him and said disapprovingly, "If I remember correctly, your name should be Virgo, and Geisa has been captured by us. Are you going to surrender or fight with me?" Virgo frowned, but Monet on the side attacked Locke without saying a word. Locke didn't even look at her, and Monet lay down on the ground directly after Conquerors started. Monet's fruit ability is actually very strong, but the overall strength is too weak, and he doesn't know hockey. Not knowing hockey in New World means that he is at the level of a soldier. Monet was dealt with without moving. Locke continued to look at Virgo and waited for his answer. Virgo was obviously not sure about fighting Locke, so he chose to threaten. Chapter 285. End everything quickly. This is Luo's heart, aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Virgo said to Locke holding the heart in his hand. Locke smiled contemptuously and said, "Hey, you're not mistaken, let's not say that you can really kill Luo before me, even if you really did it, so what?" Virgo was stunned, and calmly put away Luo's heart. A bamboo appeared in his hand, and he seemed to be planning to touch Locke. At this time, Luffy and Jinbe also came, and Smoker was shocked when he saw Virgo, because the appearance of Virgo meant that the worst result they had speculated before had appeared. There really was a traitor in G5, and he was also the chief of the base. After Luffy helped Luo up, Luo also directly revealed the identity of Virgo. Virgo was originally a pirate, a subordinate of Joker, and has been lurking in the marine as an undercover agent. When he knew that Smoker was transferred to G5, he spread G5's warning network to the largest scale, deliberately tampering with the child abduction incident in order to cover up the truth, into a maritime accident. After learning of these situations, Smoker was furious, asked Luo to change his body back, and then shot Virgo directly. Locke said helplessly, "Obviously I came first, so if I wait a little longer to make a move, people will think it's unfair." But this is just a complaint from Locke. Smoker soon ushered in another defeat in New World. Virgo severely injured Smoker with a blow from Ghost Bamboo, and interrupted his 10 hands. But the good news is that Smoker takes Luo's heart by surprise, so that Locke can let go of the fight, and Luo, who got the heart back, plans to do it himself. Locke didn't give him this opportunity at all, and directly stepped forward to fight Virgo, looking for the opposite point, which was the color of arms. Virgo had already mastered armor color hardening when he was young, so he figured out a new way of playing, that is the whole body armor color hardening. Advertisement referred to as Iron King 8, the armed hockey is wrapped around the whole body, and the whole body will turn into a black skin posture, which can strengthen the body's defense and attack. But this is a very stupid trick, because hockey cannot be released at will, and excessive use of hockey will also cause various discomforts in the body. Virgo is a waste of hockey, and the defense power is completely useless in front of Locke, although Locke's hockey attack does not do much damage. But for Shock Fruit, this kind of Iron B************* D is just a joke. After a simple fight, Locke held down Virgo's head and smashed it to the ground. Boom. Farewell. Luo's white ball shield appeared on Locke's hand and Virgo's head. Locke dropped it without even a chance to struggle, and destroyed half of the laboratory by the way. The enemies were almost dealt with, and everything went smoothly afterwards. Smoker led G5 and the group unknowingly followed Locke and the others. Luo took the little ghosts to treat them. He wanted to use the fruit ability to directly cut off the bad parts of their bodies. This is the pervertive op fruit. Naturally, Locke couldn't be idle. He went outside and got rid of the smiley that hadn't turned into a kingdom of death, and this was the perfect completion of the incident, and it went very smoothly. After the end, Locke's first reaction was to sign in quickly to see if he could succeed. Sign in, advertisement, congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward, Million Serious Series, has been issued. The next sign in location. Dressrosa. Reward. Killing God domain. Unexpectedly, the sign in was successful, and Luke immediately checked the rewards this time. Killer Serious Series. Can be released with any tricks, the power will be doubled, but it will consume a lot of energy. It can be understood as a blessing technique of Panacea, and the name will remind Locke of the bald devil in a certain plane. If he can really achieve that strength, Locke feels that he is really invincible, but there are more important things to do right now, that is, the world's biggest villain has appeared, Lu. Locke was thinking about how he was going to kill him, taking advantage of the fact that the Jinbe hadn't recovered yet. Locke insisted on getting close to this guy when he was fighting Smiley before. As a result, he was completely petrified now, and his friends thought he was dead. Zhao Wangchao actually broke the shell and it was a good job. Now he and Momonosuke, who turned into a dragon, have not met each other. Admittedly, Locke has to act fast. Hey, the head of the Straw Hat, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. After eating and drinking in such a leisurely way, the pursuers are coming. Go and tell your partners. Okay, I see. Then I saw Luffy yelling at the crowd. Brothers, the pursuers are coming soon, so hurry up, the party is on. Oh, a Luo who doubted his life was left standing there. At this moment Locke suddenly thought of something and came to Luo and whispered. Please do me a favor. Chapter 286, Solving Momonosuke. Luo frowned and said, why? Your character shouldn't do such a thing. Locke recalled some bad things in his mind and said, yeah, why? I can only say that he is the most evil existence, and I will kill him sooner or later. Luo looked shocked. It's really incomprehensible, but you saved me just now so I will help you. Locke nodded and said with a smile, oh, thank you, it's really hard to get caught. Room. Call out. No one at the banquet noticed that Locke and Momonosuke, who was eating, disappeared. In the dark cave, Locke walked up to the dazed Momonosuke with a blank expression on his face. The murderous aura emanating from his body had already made Momonosuke back away in tears with fear. Locke still approached step by step and said, I'm sorry, but our hatred can't be resolved with a sentence or two. After saying that, Locke grabbed Momonosuke's head, and with the appearance of the white ball cover, soon there would be no more Momonosuke in this world. This is probably the 310th time that Locke has killed someone for personal reasons, and it's been done so thoroughly that there's nothing but a cloud of blood on the snow. After the end, Locke was teleported back by Luo, and Locke thanked. Thank you again, it really helped a lot. Advertisement Luo was still very puzzled by Locke's behavior. Locke still used the same rhetoric without too much explanation. During the joyous banquet, the world's biggest villain was quietly killed by Locke. Soon Jinbe returned to its original state, still arguing to find Momonosuke, but Locke's persuasion quickly made him completely give up when Locke and Smiley were fighting before. Almost the entire island was covered by the poison, and there were no survivors on the island except them. Jinbe can only accept this reality sadly. After a while, the banquet ended, and the children were picked up by Marine and prepared to leave. Luffy and others boarded the Sunny and prepared to leave. Luo and Jinbe also boarded the Sunny. Later, according to Luo's plan, He used Geisa as a bargaining chip to trade with Joker, also known as Doflamingo, to force him to resign from the position of 7 warlords of the sea. If Brother Ming doesn't do this, the big pirate behind him, 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts will know that he can no longer continue to make artificial devil fruit. That also means that he and Kaido will become hostile, but if he does as Luo said, without the identity of Shichibukai, Marine will definitely not let him go. Aokiji. It's all fate to be here. Smoker. I just died once. Because Doflamingo still has an identity, Celestial Dragons, with this identity, even if he is no longer 7 warlords of the sea, Marine can't touch him at all. Aokiji. I am me, Smoker, a pirate friend of mine asked me to come, and you know him too. Anyway, you must keep an eye on Doflamingo, he is both Shichibukai and the king of Dressrosa. Unlike the Serpent Princess of 9 Snakes, let Akainu send Admiral. The worst case will be reversed in a blink of an eye. This is Luo's preliminary plan. Although it sounds perfect, it is indeed a very difficult choice for Brother Ming, but in fact Luo still miscalculated. Advertisement Smoker. What are you doing here? I don't want to fight with you, but if I can't shut that man's mouth, I will change my actions. Can you tell me one thing? What is your identity now, Kuzan? Then Brother Ming broke the ice by himself and turned to face Aokiji. Although he had a smile on his face, the constant panting proved the difference in strength between the two. Brother Ming passed by Aokiji and left. Aokiji. I didn't regard the world government as everything to me. Even if I am not a marine, I still have things I can do. Some things can be seen more clearly only if I am not a marine. Brother Ming, who was in a fit of anger, came, and then Smoker ushered in another defeat by New World, and this time he almost died. Fortunately, Aokiji came to the rescue in time. The boat repaired by Frankie and Marine sent the boys away, and the G5 gang is still here, because some words were forced out of Guy. Smoker. Why do you know I'm here? You don't collude with the dark forces, do you? Brother Ming turned around and left after speaking. Aokiji Hanjin asked people from G5 to treat Smoker. After the treatment was over, the two also started a conversation. Seeing that Aokiji didn't answer, Brother Ming didn't stay and continued to leave and said again, I haven't heard any good rumors about you. Allah, I'm sorry, little brother, can you let me go? That guy is my friend. It is possible that their partner who was engulfed by the poisonous gas was still alive, so they were going to rescue them, and it was during this period that AJBD brought them a fatal disaster. Although Brother Ming saw that it was Aokiji, he still planned to act rashly and directly hit Smoker. In an instant, a burst of cold air broke out quickly, and Brother Ming was completely frozen in an instant. Aokiji. Come and see you. Chapter 287. Disciple reunited after a long absence, Kung Fu Manatee. The name behind the scenes is Joker, and the right transaction partner for Joker is 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, which is our goal this time. Luo was talking about the plan on the Sunny, and Jin Yiman was shocked when he heard it, but when he asked him, he quickly concealed that nothing happened. The rest of the partners are also busy with their own affairs, and only a few are still listening to Luo seriously, because there is an artificial devil fruit made by Geisa, and Kaido has at least 500 capable people under his command. But this number will not continue to increase, because Geisa has been captured by them, and their idle goal is to completely destroy the underground transaction chain of Kaido transactions. On the other hand, to weaken Kaido's strength, Jin Yiman's target is also Dressrosa. He said that he thought his companion was caught there again, and he wanted to rescue him. After that, extreme weather was encountered on the road, and the Sunny showed a wave in front of Luo and Jin Yiman. It turned out that Momosuke started to sin after that. But it's a pity that there is no Momonosuke in this world, so the group continues to move towards Dressrosa. One night, when everyone was sleeping soundly, suddenly, justice fell from the sky, and a large green light fell from the sky onto the deck. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a kind of creature carrying a green thing. Before everyone could react, these creatures directly launched an attack, and they were very fierce, and Locke had already recognized what these guys were through fighting. Not surprisingly, it is the marine version of a creature I have encountered before, Halabang, the big rabbit I met in Chopper's hometown. Advertisement however, the strength of these Halabangs is obviously much stronger, but although the Straw Hat crew was attacked by surprise, the difference in strength quickly overthrew these guys. Hush! Suddenly there was a whistle, and all the Nudibranchs jumped into the sea, and Locke suddenly felt something and flew to a high place on Moonwalk. Suddenly another black figure appeared in midair. This time the figure was relatively short, but this guy's fist was actually carrying Haki, and Locke was also attached to Haki to the left and right. Boom! A large number of Helabang with green collars and huge octopuses all swarmed up, without the few remaining people making a move. Locke stepped forward and smashed the air with a punch. The chest of this manatee is imitated with red paint on the logo of Luffy's chest. It says it is still the vice captain of the Sea Monster Pirates, and their captain hasn't shot yet. They killed everyone in seconds, and as soon as these guys fell to the ground, new enemies appeared again. The guy who knew Haki before, this guy is also quite handsome when he comes on stage. Kung Fu Manatee has a yearning for the master, goes out to sea and becomes a pirate, and meets many partners along the way to form the Sea Beast Pirates group, that is, these Halabang and Dian Dajong. Quickly regaining Geisa's team followed Halabang all the way into the huge pirate ship from an entrance at the bottom of the ship, and the interior here looked like a huge aquarium. A group of people came in swaggeringly, and the enemy would definitely not be indifferent. Sure enough, when the group first arrived at a location similar to the hull, the enemy appeared. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Just as Luo was about to make a move, suddenly the waves began to roll violently, and the Sunny became extremely unstable like an earthquake, so he could only watch helplessly and let Guy take him away. The punch directly shattered the ground. Locke recognized who this guy was at a glance. Luffy insisted on a fight with it, and the opponent lost after the two punched each other. Seeing Luffy's happy face, the Feld guy also recognized Luffy. Chopper translated and learned that this guy was the Kung Fu manatee he met in Alabasta. He is Luffy's apprentice, and soon Luffy got acquainted with this guy. After Chopper's translation explained, he realized that this guy is also very powerful, since he broke up with Luffy and others. Locke punched down with the white dome with his right fist, and the sea calmed down again, but the people had disappeared, but their huge pirate ship could still be seen. The powerful collision made the waves roll a little bit. Locke repelled the shadow, but Geisa had been captured by a guy, and listening to the guy's words, he seemed to be from Doflamingo. Because at that time in Alabasta, apart from the Kung Fu manatees defeated by Luffy, there were also those defeated by Locke. The two groups decided to worship Luffy and Locke as their masters without authorization. All four of them are ability users, and something happened halfway. So Luffy, Locke, Chopper, and Luo set off on Shark 3 to recapture Geisa, but after they left, the partners remembered one thing. Everything was fine until one day I met that man, Breed. What Locke didn't expect was that the manatee actually greeted him. Chapter 288. Successfully regaining Guy Caesar. Just when Luffy asked why the manatee was so strong here and would listen to that person's instructions, at this time the black hand behind the scenes appeared. Hello, you bastards. Under his order, whether it was Halebang or the manatee who had been beaten just now, they all stood in 2 rows immediately, and this guy walked through the middle, holding a whip in his hand. You guys are too slow to assemble. Listen carefully. As a pet, you have to obey 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I told you to come here within 3 seconds, you understand? While talking, this guy walked up to the Kung Fu manatee, pinched its face and said, 617. Hey Kung Fu manatee, don't you want to do a good job? Then I won't guarantee your brother's life or death. Luo K didn't care to listen to the guy's nonsense and said directly, you are Breed, hurry up, Guy can't come back. Shut up. B asterisk 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 D human. Oh it's you, he. Shichibukai Trafalgar Law, the strongest Locke of the new era, and the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 600 million, what an honor. After speaking, this guy was about to attack, his hand turned green, and it seemed that he was about to attack, but Luffy just said calmly, that kind of thing can't hit us. Not necessarily. Pet ring. Breed threw out a green ring in his hand. Luffy and Luo avoided it easily, but this guy's target was not them in the first place. Locke hugged Chopper and said helplessly, I told you too, you should also pay attention to protecting Shiba. Advertisement. Breed's complexion changed instantly, and Locke took Chopper to avoid his ability attack, because Chopper was uninformed, so Breed's target was Chopper from the beginning. Only then did Luffy come to his senses and hurried forward to care. I'm sorry, Chopper, are you okay? Chopper lay on Locke's head and said, it's okay, fortunately Locke saved me, that thing makes me feel very uncomfortable, you have to be careful. Locke stepped forward and said calmly, pet fruit, stupid and useless ability, cross the shop and end all of this. Breed gritted his teeth, took 2 steps back and shouted, God of War Locke, it doesn't matter if you are stronger than me, as long as you hit my pet ring, no matter who is stronger, you must obey my orders. Pet ring. After speaking, the guy started throwing green rings at Locke like crazy. Locke only needs to punch lightly in front of him, and all the rings stop in the air, and they all dissipate in the next second. Zilla, the sound of lightning appeared. Locke didn't know when he came directly behind Breed, and grabbed the guy's neck with his right hand. Breed began to struggle desperately, but his strength was no match for Locke at all. He wanted to use his ability to attack, but found that he could no longer release his ability. The green rings on the necks of the surrounding sea beasts and manatees also disappeared, and Breed was shocked. How is it possible? My ability. Locke smiled faintly and began to exert force with his right hand, explaining to him at the same time. Advertisement, fantasy killer, my right hand can eliminate any abilities, goodbye to pets forever. Click. After the clear sound of bones breaking, Locke threw the limp Breed aside. He thought it was over, and the sea beasts were all happy because the collar disappeared. But suddenly Locke's sense of knowledge sensed the danger again, and of course Luffy and Luo felt it too, but their perception range was much closer than Locke's. They just realized the danger, and the guy who appeared in the same way as the manatee appeared, but this guy's hockey is obviously stronger, and the floor of the hall immediately began to collapse with a punch. Locke and the others hurriedly distanced themselves from each other, while the manatee held the manatee with excitement and wept excitedly, and learned about it through Chopper's translation. This manatee with a paw print drawn with red paint on its chest is the captain of their sea beast pirates, and also the big brother of this manatee. It can be seen that it is very strong. As soon as he got rid of Breed's control, he immediately broke out of the cage and rushed out. When he saw the human beings, he thought they were another group of enemies, so he shot. After this guy recognized Locke, he was also very excited, hugging Locke's face frantically. Luo is not interested in these, he just wants to know where Guy is at 3.2. In order to repay Locke and others, the Manatee brothers set out to efficiently capture Guy who was about to escape, and the farce on the way was over. Everyone went back to the Sunny, and with the help of the sea beast, the Sunny speeded up and was not far from Dressrosa. When parting, Nami asked the Sea Cow brothers about their next plan. It's too early to go back to our hometown. We are pirates. We must continue to pursue our dreams and adventures in the new world. Goodbye everyone. The above is translated by Chopper. Chapter 289. Team Assignment, Landing in Dressrosa. Chopper. Everyone, today's newspaper is here. Sanji. Don Quixote Doflamingo announced his withdrawal from Shichibukai, and gave up Dressrosa's throne. What's going on? Brook. The throne. Was that guy a king before? Luffy. The king? He's the king, isn't it a kingdom of birds? Frankie. It's kind of disturbing that things are going so well. Luo. That's good, that guy can only do this. Locke picked up the newspaper and said, but in addition to his news, it seems that our news is also written in the newspaper. Sanji. Shichibukai, Trafalgar Law and Straw Hat Crew make an exception and form an alliance. 09 Brook. It says that the government's trial of Luo is unknown? Robin. Not only that, but Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, Skulikman Apu allied. At this time, except on the Sunny, everyone in the world was also shocked by today's newspapers. The troubled children who have been in the eye of the typhoon for the past 2 years have joined forces since they came to New World. What will happen to New World? The strongest in that new era, God of War Locke, I heard that he already has the power to crush the pirates of the same period. Didn't he provoke the BIGMOM pirates some time ago? Advertisement. Is the chaos in the New World about to start? I don't know what kind of huge changes there will be. Blue brew brew. Brew 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 no. Hey, it's me, I've quit Shichibukai. Luo. 8 hours from now, on the isolated island in the north of Dressrosa, on the beach southeast of Greenbit. I will throw Guy there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and let you dispose of any excess side contact without any discussion. Shishishi, what a cold list, we finally meet again and want to have a drink together. Hearing someone on the ship's ears move unconsciously, but he still held back and didn't speak. After hanging up the phone, the Straw Hats instantly returned to their normal appearance. 1 second he was still in the tense preparation plan, and the next second Luffy said, Sanji, I'm hungry, what do I have for breakfast? Sanji. Sandwich. Chopper. Oh, I want a marshmallow sandwich. Locke. The wine I brought from Dressrosa, I've only had 1 bottle so far. Robin. I just want black tea. Frankie. I want a Coke. Then he took out a map and started talking. Jinbe. What's a sandwich? Don't panic when something happens, just sign in first. Advertisement Dressrosa, people who visit this country will be fascinated by several things. One is the fascinating fragrance of many flowers. The second is the delicious aroma of food here. The third is the tireless hot dance of the girls. Sign in. The last one is the breathtaking picture, which has been completely integrated with human beings, and the toys with vitality are here in Acacia, a small city of love and enthusiasm. Now we are in this area, which is the west blue shore of Dressrosa. Doflamingo's palace is in the center of Dressrosa. Smile's manufacturing factory should be somewhere on this island. Time is limited, destroy the factory, and the team must move quickly. The most embarrassing thing at this time was Locke, because he was really not with everyone, and Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Frankie and Jinbe became a team to destroy the factory and rescue the samurai. Congratulations on the successful sign-in. The reward, Killing God Domain, has been issued. The next sign-in location. Dressrosa. Conditions, reward after the event ends. Kenglong chasing the sun. Speaking of which, several members of the team have been confirmed. The first is to escort Guy's team. Usopp, Luo, Robin, and Guy. Then there is the left-behind squad. Nami, Chopper, Brook. There is an extra task to help Jinbe rescue its partner Kanjuro, which means that only Locke is really lost. Nami. I want to eat Sanji's sandwich in the morning. During the meal, Jinbe revealed his final destination, Zou. After hearing this, Luo said that his next target after returning Guy to destroy the factory would be Zou. After a period of time, the group successfully landed on the island. Luo gave Nami a life card, saying that it pointed to Zou, and if he had any accidents, he would let the Straw Hat Crew go there. Brook. Yo ho ho, I want to drink milk. Then there was the factory destruction team that was originally planned. Just after the plan was finished, they discovered that the most important people were missing. Luo looked shocked, and finally said, I hate slices of bread. After he finished speaking, he was dumbfounded, and he had been led astray by the Straw Hat Crew without knowing it. When Sanji was listening seriously, he was lured away by a scent, and Luo continued. Guy's escort team will go through Dressrosa, walk across the long bridge that continues to the north, go to Greenbit, and finally the team that stays on the boat also be careful not to be snatched by the enemy. Chapter 290. Large-scale events, registration arena, plus more. Hey uncle, be careful with the stairs in front of you. Locke was wandering around the city when he saw a blind man who kindly reminded him. Thank you, I heard there is a casino nearby, do you know where it is? Oak thought for a while that he seemed to have indeed passed a building that looked like a casino just now, but if he didn't know the way, it wouldn't be good to just give directions, so Locke said helplessly. Sorry uncle, I just came to this town, or else you should ask someone else, or the locals in the nearby restaurants should know about it. Locke, who was about to leave after speaking, was surprised by the blind man who turned around to thank him, because this face was somewhat familiar to him, and the coercion from a strong man was absolutely unmistakable. Naval Headquarters Trusted Admiral, with a smile, Marine codenamed Fujitora, Paramecia, Heavy Fruits. Ability user, after the Summit War, he was exceptionally promoted to Admiral through the World Conscription to shine. Fujitora has a gentle and straightforward personality, has an extremely strong sense of justice, attaches great importance to the safety of the people, and hates injustice. It can be said that he is one of the few true justice in Marine. Although he knew that he would meet when he came to Dressrosa, Locke did not expect to meet him so soon. Although Locke's emotions calmed down quickly, Fujitora still noticed something. Little brother, you have a strong murderous aura. Locke chuckled and said, no way, who made me a pirate? After speaking, Locke turned around and left. Fujitora stayed there for a while watching Locke leave, and then he left too. After that, Fujitora gambled in the casino. The 15-game winning streak drew the revenge of the backstage management because Fujitora couldn't see and cheated him every time, but at this time, the Luffy team happened to be eating here. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Luffy decisively told the truth, that Fujitora won, and then Fujitora sent the group of people to hell with his knife, the real one. A big hole was directly opened on the floor of the restaurant, and those who lied to him were all crushed down to die. Locke overheard about the arena when he didn't know where to go, and there was a big event in town at the bullfighting arena. The king they were talking about, Brother Ming, said that he had prepared a very powerful prize, and Locke suddenly became interested at this time, because Ace was not dead. The prize here will definitely not be Mara Mara fruit, so Locke is also very curious what kind of prize he will prepare, because it is not because of Mara Mara fruit. Luffy is definitely not going back to participate, so Locke will replace him to do the main storyline. Locke caught a few guys who don't look like good people on the way to find out the prizes this time. Hearing this news, Locke was also shocked. The prizes of this arena are actually the strongest series of Logia Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit. That also means that Enel has already died, and it is right to think about it. After all, they have ascended to heaven, but Brother Ming can even get this fruit, which is indeed something. If nothing else, Locke will meet many people in the arena, including Luffy's second brother. The fruit of the Revolutionary Army Sabo is also his. After some time, a man with a fake beard was brought into the bullfighting arena by a bikini lady. The player preparation room is here, and they can move around freely before going on stage. Locke looked at a group of tall and rough people in front of him and complained, hey, I'd better go find a young lady, it's more eye-catching. 11. Advertisement. Then Locke swaggered past the crowd, maybe even yawned, which attracted the attention of the people around him. Hey, what's up with that dwarf? Say it's the last contestant to come in, let's find the dead one. My uncle is the most guilty of this kind of posturing guy. The guy who spoke last is called Sparta, the bullfighting arena sword fighter, the guy who won 51 monthly competitions, although his name is very hockey, but nothing but a big guy. This guy directly stopped in front of Locke and said fiercely, Jow jow jow, humph. A brat with a fake beard is an arena here. The people on the side quickly came to dissuade him. Stop Sparta quickly. But Sparta continued to say, what's the fun in crushing an ant? What the audience wants to see is a duel between the strong. You shouldn't be here, get out. This guy Yuluo directly moved towards Locke. Locke didn't even bother to raise his head and sighed and said, so people who say that the better they are, the more they like to pretend. Locke stood there with no intention of dodging, stretched out a finger to easily block Spartan's fist, and flicked the other finger lightly. Chapter 291. The Revealingly Dressed Princess of Subjugation. What? With a scream, the warrior named Sparta exploded with one arm and flew out, hitting the wall behind him, and the whole person was embedded in it. After finishing the matter in front of you, Locke, you asked random people around, where should I go now? Before that person could answer, a man dressed as a soldier suddenly appeared next to Locke and said, are you the one who caused the commotion just now? Get out of here immediately, the one who caused the brawl before the game. Before he finished speaking, a large axe suddenly flew out from the shadows and landed in front of the soldiers. Then two strong men and an old man came out. One of the strong men said, hey, shut up, idiot, it's obviously that big man who made trouble just now, and he should be the one who is going to leave the stage. Although he is unconscious. Their appearance also immediately caused a commotion. Oh, it's the vegetables and steps from the Kingdom of Flowers. Even the leader, Green Pepper, is here, 143. These are all legendary figures. Advertisement. The people around the soldier also started to speak for Locke. After explaining clearly, the soldier said, well, since the one who left the field like this is Sparta, you can continue to participate in the game, Locke. Yes, Locke concealed his identity a bit, reversed his name, and wore a fake beard, but he didn't change his clothes, and he thought his disguise was perfect. Locke returned the axe to them and thanked them casually, but Lao Kai suddenly became crazy and excited to fight Locke desperately, just because he said thank you. At this time, the broadcast started to announce that the contestants from District A were about to play. Locke asked the bikini lady beside him which district he was from in doubt, and the lady flipped through the records in her hand and replied. Didn't the person who signed up to bring you in, Ajib, tell you that number 556 is in Area C? Locke originally wanted to come over to see if there were any interesting things he hadn't seen before, but after looking around Locke expressed his disappointment, and he also met AS***T. The rules have already been introduced outside the arena. In the first round, the 4 regions will conduct their own knockout rounds. The knockout rounds mean that everyone is an enemy except themselves. Cyrus, the legendary gladiator of the Dressrosa arena, has been hit by an opponent's attack only once during his incredible 3,000 fight unbeaten record. Then it was gone. The good guy was wearing Locke and his head was a little dizzy for a while. He asked directly, are you the one who wants to compete? Are you interested in that statue? Suddenly a gentle voice came over. But this guy's clothes are really unbearable. It can't be said to be revealing. It's the first time Locke has seen a more bold outfit than Nami's bikini. Advertisement. Rebecca explained that in order to be able to perform the backwater sword dance better, she hardly wore armor, and her body was really just a fig leaf. Then the 137-player knockout match in Zone A started. Locke was not interested in those guys' small fights. He came to the equipment area, where various armor weapons were placed. Rebecca nodded and looked at Locke suspiciously, because Locke's expression didn't look right at this moment. Locke continued to ask, "Can your clothes provide a little protection?" However, there is a contradiction in Rebecca's story, because neither the residents of the city nor the gladiators have ever seen the legendary sword fighter. The statue is rumored to be the incredible statue of Dressrosa. Whether the man was real or invented, no one knows.
There are two golden leather armors on the upper and lower chests of the whole body, which should be understood in this way, and there is a piece of covering cloth in the middle of the lower body, which is the same material as the upper body.
Locke looked back and almost turned into Sanji. His nosebleed almost spewed out. This gentle voice was officially one of the main lines of Locke's coming to the arena this time. Rebecca, Princess of Subjugation. Cavendish, the noble son of the pirate, bragged about himself like a mosquito in front of Locke as soon as he came here, and his narcissism can be said to be as high as Hancock's. Locke had no choice but to watch more and slowly get used to it. Later in the chat between the two, Rebecca told Locke the story of the person on the statue. After asking this guy, Locke came to a bust and said, "Well, whoever wins this statue can make one. It's pretty good, I want one too." All they know is what is recorded on this statue, and Locke knows why, and this is what Locke needs to pay attention to, the cadre of the Don Quixote family, sugar. Only the one who survives to the end is the winner. Falling into the ring or dying is also counted as disqualification. There are also small schools of betas waiting for those who fall into the water in the sea outside the arena. Chapter 292, The Turbulent Situation. Yo, Ms. Rebecca, the great warrior. Invincible daughter, we are also looking forward to your performance today. I was relieved just now, right? That Sparta who bullied you all the year round was beaten like that. Everyone is looking forward to you being knocked down, ha ha ha. A few big guys came over to provoke Rebecca with a cheap look and then left. Locke didn't ask too much, because he had already found out. The people around looked at Rebecca's eyes, and after adjusting her emotions on the spot, Rebecca said, "I have already decided, today is the last competition, I want to get Thunderfruit and then attack Doflamingo." Locke sighed and said, "Another innocent silly girl, this scene always feels like going back to Alabasta." Rebecca didn't hear what Locke was saying, turned around to leave, and asked before leaving, "Which district are you from?" Locke. "Area C," Rebecca said with a smile. "Great, I'm D. I hope we can all be alive after the first round, goodbye K, Lo." Locke thought about Rebecca's words and said to himself, D. No matter how you look at it, it must be at least E or above. Advertisement. Of course Rebecca didn't hear Locke's words and left straight away. At this time, the battle in area outside was coming to an end. A man wearing a mask called himself Mr. Stoya. Killed randomly in area A, and finally won. Locke also came to the window to take a look, and recognized the second idiot with a paper bag on his head at a glance. Blackbeard's subordinates. I met an Impel down back then, Giza's badgers, don't care about the small characters. Now Locke has the strength to participate in this level of battle. Somewhat suspected of being a bully, but Locke thought his disguise was very good, so he was not worried about being discovered. The winner of A is the masked Mr. Stoya. Oh. In the blink of an eye, the winner has been divided. A new hero has appeared in the arena. What is he doing? Is he going to take off his mask? Take it off. The moment this guy took off his mask, the audience was no longer excited but silent, and the host shouted in shock. This is really amazing. We know this masked man, the unexpected contestant in the stormy opening ceremony, and the winner of the knockout round in Area A is the 4 Emperor's Blackbeard pirates who make children dare not cry at night, captain of Ship 1, Chisa's Burgess. It was so busy outside, Locke just took a look and didn't care about it, but as soon as he returned to the preparation area, he was in trouble again. Hey. My eyes are not white. No matter how much you disguise the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Locke just looked at him casually and said flatly, "Oh, Bellamy." Advertisement. Although Bellamy was very unhappy with Locke's attitude, he knew the gap between the two, so he didn't dare to get angry and continued. "Although I have no interest in Thunderfruit, but Doflamingo is a pirate I have admired since I was a child, so I have a reason to win. In addition, I have been to the sky, my worldview has been subverted, and I don't hate you anymore. In order to cross the big waves that will eventually come, I will go to the boat of Doflamingo." 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Bellamy left after speaking. Locke didn't feel anything, because he was not familiar with this guy, and his thoughts were somewhat naive. He had never seen a real strong man, and he didn't know how much he weighed. Luo's transaction guy Saw's team was inquiring about going to Greenbit, and accidentally saw a passing CPO, whose full name is Cypher Pol Agiso. The organization directly under the World Noble Celestial Dragons is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, and the strongest Cypher Pol in the world. Seeing this group of people appear, bad things will definitely happen, so they should be more vigilant. On the other side, because Zoro had his knife stolen by a legendary goblin, he chased after him alone. Sanji, who was following him, was also seduced by a woman. Jinbe was also anxious to find a partner and left alone. The team that destroyed the factory and rescued the samurai completely collapsed, leaving Luffy and Frankie to continue the mission. But at this time, the two were not in a hurry. After eating, they also came to the arena where Locke was, and met a toy soldier with only one leg. While watching the game in the auditorium, the team in charge of keeping the Sunny is also in crisis at this time, and the cadres of the Don Quixote family have already started to take action. "Look. The next man who came late belongs to the B area. In just 1 year, he became famous like a comet and arrived in New World. He is an extremely cruel lunatic newcomer, and he is the most wanted to disappear. 1. The Pirate King Bartolomeo. Chapter 293, Green Pepper Looking for Trouble. Everyone go to hell. Bartolomeo pointed at the audience when he came on stage, and immediately aroused public outrage, and they all started throwing things at them. Locke leaned against the window and laughed. It's really full marks for mocking skills. It wasn't over yet, and then he took out a black object from his pocket and threw it directly towards the auditorium. Someone yelled a bomb. In an instant, the audience in that area was full of ugly behaviors, but it turned out to be just a small black leather ball at the last glance. After the incident, Bardo taunted with disdain. It's so ugly. The pirate on the side of the stage said to Ba, 367, Two. It's really good to be sarcastic, shoo. Bardo said coldly. I don't want to be liked by scum. The narrator also drank water to relieve his emotions just now and said, Damn Bartolomeo, you are too contemptuous of people, but there is another person in Area B who is about to appear. The man who is the complete opposite of the madman Bartolomeo. Love our king Doflamingo, bring back a huge golden pillar from a distant country and dedicate it to the king to swear allegiance to the king, and then mercilessly destroy the cities of those countries who mocked our country as a barbaric pirate kingdom and make them surrender. He is Dressrosa's deadly bullet, Bellamy the pirate hyena. Locke didn't expect Bellamy to have such a high popularity now, but with Bardo, the winner in this area is already obvious. Advertisement. Although Bartolomeo's fruit ability is not clear how high the specific defense strength is, according to Locke's guess, it will definitely not be weaker than his god's gauntlet. It also means that the defensive power is top-notch in this world, which can be said to be a very perverted ability. At this time, Cavendish does not know when he appeared next to Locke. It seems that he wants to watch the battle with Locke, and he also enthusiastically introduced the people he is more concerned about, first of all. The king of the kingdom of Prudence, the battle king Elizabello II, and his strategist Vasco da Gama, and then Bruce Keeley, a footworker and martial artist from the Foot Clan. There is also Murloc Karate Master, Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Master Haku, most of the rest are some little people, and there are pirates Bellamy and Bartolomeo. Locke just nodded indifferently, and then automatically blocked Cavendish who was talking to himself and began to watch the battle. With the host's sound, the battle in Area B started. Bellamy's performance was more eye-catching. After all, he was still very easy to deal with some ordinary people. Bardo was completely different. He lay on his side on the edge of the arena and looked at the chaotic scene in front of him boredly. The previous king was surrounded by a group of people to protect him. This was a strategy arranged by the villain-faced strategist in advance, and he bought a group of people to protect the king. The king of the kingdom of Prudence, known as the King of War, according to Vasco da Gama, he released the Fist of the King, with his innate tyrannical body. It can instantly penetrate the enemy's fortress with just one blow. It is said that even if it is as powerful as the Four Emperors, it will kill you on the spot when hit. It is known as a natural destructive weapon. Advertisement. But it's just that the military advisor has never seen the world. The guy's fist that has been charged for an hour seems to be very powerful, but in fact it's just like that. Is it difficult to destroy a fortress? Pirates with some strength in New World can do it with a raised hand, or how to say that people from these land countries have never seen the world. Seeing well, suddenly a big guy ran over to squeeze this window with Locke and Cavendish. It was the leader Qingzhao. Locke was squeezed twice, frowning and pushed him away with one hand and said coldly. Hey old man, there are still many windows, don't squeeze this with me. Qingzhao smiled and said in a gentle manner, didn't the straw hat come with you, god of war Locke? Locke replied naturally without thinking too much, Luffy, he has other things. As soon as he said it, Locke quickly realized that something was wrong, and immediately changed his words. Ahem, I don't know what you're talking about old man, I'll go first. At this time, Qingzhao said again, I was almost killed by Garp in the past, so I hate his descendants 2.0, and you are also very popular, brat. Although this guy still had a smile on his face, he had already shot at Locke. He was a bit out of his wits, and he bumped into Locke head-on. After Locke dodged, he looked at Qingzhao coldly and warned, Hey old man, I just remind you once, if you make another move, you will be at your own risk. The pure murderous aura emanating from Yuluo Locke pervaded the surroundings in an instant, and some ordinary people knelt on the ground and twitched unconsciously. Chapter 294. The battle in Area B is over, the winner is Bardo. At this moment, the scene was at a stalemate. Although Locke hadn't fought back yet, the murderous aura emanating from him had already explained everything. Qingzhao stood there squinting and confronted Locke. When the situation was at a stalemate, Kai and Bu appeared and began to persuade Qingzhao crazily. Seeing this, Locke put away his murderous aura and turned around to leave. After all, there is no enmity between the two of them. He hates Luffy. Locke can only be regarded as being implicated a little bit, and what this guy said made Locke look down on him a bit. I thought that the pirates in the past and present had a bit of insight, but it turned out to be another guy who thought he was invincible, and he said that if he had known that Garp had a son named Dragon, Luffy wouldn't be born at all. Locke laughed. If he did find the dragon, it would probably be history by now. It's his turn to shout about it. Locke found another window that seemed to be in a good position to continue watching the 2009 match. At this time, half of the people on the field had been eliminated. The remaining pirates fought fiercely. The ones who beat the most people are Bellamy, Haku and an unknown mysterious sword fighter. In fact, this guy's real identity is the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Dold III. It was 800 years ago when the Don Quixote family went to the Holy Land Mariajoy with 18 other kings and their royal families, and established the world government. The descendants of the Riku family who became the new royal family until 10 years ago, Doflamingo, the descendant of the Don Quixote family, used tricks to snatch the throne away and forced King Riku to abdicate. Later, because he had nowhere to go, he came to the bullfighting arena. He used the pseudonym, Ricky, as a sword fighter. In order to prevent the people from recognizing him, he wore a mask that covered his eyes. After dealing with many people again, there were only a few barely able to fight guys left on the court, and Bardo was even more bored and started to pee in the river in front of the public. This behavior once again aroused public anger, and the Murloc soft master on the stage couldn't stand it anymore and planned to attack Bador from behind and knock him off the ring. Advertisement, sorry brat, let's take this match seriously, 4,000 Wajung punches. Boom. Click. With a punch, Haku successfully broke his own hand. It was a pain that Locke could feel when he looked at it. After that, Bellamy also repeated Haku's mistakes. He attacked Bardo and fell down by himself, and all the strategists on the other side were out, but the king seemed ready, and Locke also wanted to see this guy's so-called king's fist that could defeat even the 4 emperors. This guy's aura is indeed full. The whole person is like Luffy in second gear. His body is a little red, there is also some steam around him, and his clothes are also fluttering a little. Then he began to accumulate power as if he was constipated. Locke wondered why those guys on the field didn't just interrupt him at this time, but stepped back and watched in fear. Successfully aroused public anger again, but in Locke's view, it was just another ugly appearance of these people, because they were fine just now, and it was because Bardo's barrier protected them. It's really not too much to describe it as grand, but it can only be said that that's all. Locke shook his head in disappointment. This power is really ugly, not to mention it takes an hour to prepare. Boom. Boom. Under the impact of the barrier, Elisabello too fell down without any resistance, and the victory of Area B has also been announced. Advertisement, Battle King Elisabello II is no longer able to fight, and the winner of the B327 area is... Oh shit, Bartolomeo. Shooting the moon and flying kicks, King. Just when the host was about to announce the victory, Bador appeared in the smoke and made strange gestures, and a barrier appeared in front of him and laughed. There was just a shockwave-like mark on the ring, which was really disappointing to Locke, and his ability to clear the field was average. It can only be said that the individual on the field was too weak. Bardo stood on the stage and shouted towards the ring. Haha, everyone go to hell for me. Ha ha ha, the protective barrier. As long as you curl your fingers together, you can open the protective barrier around you. I am a barrier man who ate the barrier fruit, it's over. But it seemed that he didn't dare to say anything and swallowed the words back, and he didn't say until he was about to leave. My self-esteem is running out, let me see the real strong, Locke. Stop him. Barrier impact. Locke walked slowly all the way to the exit on the first floor. At this time, the staff was carrying the injured in. Bellamy obviously wanted to say something when he was being carried past Luo's shoe. But in a blink of an eye these people continued to anger Bardo, and now that the first 2 battles were over, it was Locke's turn, and he couldn't wait any longer. Fist. Chapter 295. The opening king explodes, let me ask for a game first. Okay. Combat Competition Zone C, start immediately after the arena is repaired, contestants please gather at the entrance. Locke looked at the departing Bellamy and said, as you wish. Now let us introduce the players worthy of attention, New World, Central Fighting Club V2 Overlord, Destroyer Eddie. Pirates with a bounty of over 100 million will not be let go, the murderous killer Fan K brothers. The Distant Kingdom of Giants, Al Buff's participating fighters, the strongest pirate mercenary group Helding. There is also the John who hunts and kills all the prey with cruel means. Who can stop this bull, the Shinigami of the arena, the ruthless bull? There are also seed players, gangsters from the Land of Flowers, Kai, BU, and the legendary pirate, the leader, Green Pepper. In addition, there are many powerful contestants, and the competition will definitely be very exciting. Everyone, please look forward to the exciting battles in Area C. At this time, the situation of the other teams also needs to be reported. Sanji, who was deceived, has been arrested and his hands and feet are locked. But Sanji completely conquered Violet with his chivalry. Violet rescued Sanji and told him all the information. Advertisement. Zoro snatched back his knife and also met the legendary Goblin, a miniature cute creature, from whom Zoro learned that the Sunny was in danger. So the two reached a deal. Let Zoro take the Goblin back to the Sea of Flowers first, and then he took Zoro to the coast where the Sunny was. On the other side, Guy's escort team has successfully arrived at Greenbit, but Robin and Usopp were stunned and arrested by the Goblin. But this small group of people is very easy to believe what others say. Usopp has become a legendary hero here, and no one should think he is lying, but because Robin's phone bug was released by them. So now Luo couldn't be contacted at all, and it was about to be the time for the transaction. At this time, Sanji, who got all the information, contacted Luo with a phone bug. I told him everything, and it turned out that all of this was Brother Ming's plan. CP came to Dressrosa when Brother Ming announced his abdication. I told the people here that the news was falsely reported, and that a statement would be issued after 3 p.m. Before that, nothing should be leaked, just pretend that nothing happened. It also means that now that Luo returns Guy to Brother Ming, Luo's plan has not been completed at all, they have been calculated, and even Marine is completely kept in the dark about this incident. Fujitora also just received news from Akainu, and now it was too late to take Guy away, and Robin also used his fruit ability to appear as a half-clone. Tell Luo that they are also involved in some troubles now, if possible. Luo will find a way to leave by himself, and they will go back to the agreed port to meet at that time. At this moment, Green Bit started to get lively. Fujitora had already brought people from Marine, and Brother Ming also descended from the sky. Advertisement back in the arena. The match in Zone C has already started. Locke and many players have entered the arena. Locke stands in the center of the ring with his head bowed. There are already some guys around who are ready to move, and as the host's game starts, Locke opens his eyes and releases Conquerors. Scum, don't waste my time here, let's get out, come on. Buzz, bum, bum. Locke's terrifying Conquerors can be retracted freely without affecting the people in the auditorium. A large piece of the field fell directly, leaving only a handful of people standing still. Those who were still standing were also sweating and looked at Locke standing in the middle, and the audience fell silent for an instant, and the host didn't know what to say at this time. At this time, only the leader Qingjiao and Kai Heibu beside him are left on the field, as well as a frightened Niu Niu, the giant Helding and the destroyer Eddie. Counting Locke, there are still 6 people and 1 cow left on the field at this time. The smile on Qingjiao's face has long since disappeared, looking at Locke in the middle, frowning and saying, "What a strong hockey, this brat. This. Wongda's, this. What the hell happened?" Almost all the players on the scene fell down in just a moment. What did Player Crow do? Locke looked around and said with a smile on his face, "Hey, is there still so much left? It seems to be more resistant than I thought." This stalemate hadn't lasted long, and someone was about to leave in a hurry. Although the giant Helding was also sweating profusely, he obviously didn't know what happened just now. The huge body rushed towards Locke. "Although I don't know what you did, but your tricks are useless to me. The power of my fist burst is stronger than a shell." Chapter 296. The bullying Locke looked at Helding with a chuckle, caught the huge fist in front of him with one hand and said with a smile, "Are you confident in your strength? What a coincidence, I am too, get up." With the sound of Locke, the giant Helding's huge body was directly lifted by Locke with one hand. The audience was shocked, and the commentator was dumbfounded again. Helding was clearly flustered too, but no matter how hard he struggled he couldn't move. His strength was nothing compared to Locke's. Boom. After the loud noise, the giant Helding was thrown into the ring by Locke, and suddenly a huge pit appeared on the ring, and Helding was stuck in it. At the window watching the battle, Rebecca with a shocked face and Cavendish with the same expression were both watching the battle, and beside them was Bardo with shining eyes. In the arena, Eddie came to Helding who had fallen to the ground and said arrogantly, "Hey, giants, the arena is not a place to sleep, make room for me." Boom. Yuluo Eddie 940 punched and caused an explosion. Helding flew out, and then began to provoke Locke and said, "It's just defeating a giant family, my strength is above yours, I will defeat you and win the game." Locke stood on the spot and stretched out a hand and smiled, "Come on, I'll give you a hand." Eddie was furious and rushed towards Locke waving his fists. Locke instantly appeared the arm of God in his hand and blocked Eddie's attack with his first hand. Eddie felt insulted and began to attack Locke crazily, bombing the ring with his exploding fists. Advertisement. After a violent impact, Eddie was also panting on the spot with exhaustion, looked at the smoke in front of him and smiled. "I should be dead by now, you be ************. Suddenly Locke's voice came out from the smoke. "Smoke is harmless, what's the point of complacency if you don't even understand this? I don't have time to play with you." Eddie gritted his teeth and looked at Locke who was fine, even his clothes were not damaged at all, and released his strongest blow towards Locke with all his strength. Destruction Cannon. Boom. The huge explosion almost swept the entire arena, but the next second, Eddie, the center of the explosion, flew upside down, hit the edge of the arena and fell into the river around the arena. It's just too shocking. The mysterious player Chloe once again defeated one person with overwhelming strength, and the destroyer Eddie is out. Locke turned around and looked at the rest of the people, except for Qingjiao. They had only one bull left, but this bull had been frightened into stupidity. There is no intention of fighting Locke at all. Then there are only green peppers left. Just as Locke was about to make a move, 2 people who had fallen down before actually got up. Locke stopped and looked at these 2 guys with interest. "My head hurts. Hey Bobby, what happened just now?" "I don't know, brother, I also feel a headache." Ajej. At this moment, the commentator began to shout. "Unbelievable, Brother Fanku." The killer brothers who had fallen before, actually stood up again. It seems that the battle in Area C is about to become more intense. Advertisement. The 2 brothers obviously didn't use their brains very well. After looking at the situation on the field, they chose to fight with Qingjiao. Wei Locke understood. Big brother guy, Li Fanku, is a capable person, but he is quite useless. This younger brother, Bobby Fanku, is also quite interesting, with a strong body but a timid personality. It is said that he has never fought with anyone since he was born. A skinny big brother is completely inversely proportional, but what is interesting is that the younger brother has a talent, and he is born with a defensive armed color. The hardness of the body can make the axe wrapped around armament hockey split in 2 instantly. This scene appeared in front of Locke, and Abu first punched the big brother down. Then he attacked the younger brother with an axe, but the axe broke off, and then the 2 guys started to combine, which looked somewhat disgusting. In the end, the originally thin big brother had the strong body of the younger brother, and he was so crazy that he beat Abu until he lost several teeth. At this time, Lao Kai couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey. Huh? Who am I supposed to be? This is the big brother of the Kingdom of Nowhere. Your younger brother has already been killed by me. We brothers and sisters work together to be killers. How can you be so useless like you? even your own brothers are not well protected. My younger brother just hasn't reached home yet. It's really strict, but you and your brother have the same fate. Open black lens bracket. The battle broke out between the two, and the Fan Ku brothers still punched wildly. Lao Kai blocked them all with the long-handled knife in his hand, and then stepped on the guy's fist to the midair. With one move that fell from the sky, Brother Fan Ku broke his teeth with one kick, rolled his eyes and vomited blood and fell into a coma.
Chapter 297. Battle Leader Green Pepper. Locke can feel the strange energy released by Gangsha Lao Kai, the 8-punch fist, a move passed down from generation to generation by the 8 Treasure Water Army, with a history of 100 years. By striking the opponent while releasing a diffuse shock wave with powerful attack power, ordinary shields cannot withstand this offensive.
Bachong Quan also has a strong defensive power. Even swords and spears cannot harm the users of Bachong Fist, which is a good inheritance. Seeing this scene, the commentator was also very excited and shouted, "So strong, 8 punches." Lao Kai showed his true ability as a pillar, and he defeated Fan Ku brothers who turned into monsters with one kick. But in fact, Lao Kai's strength is about 50 to 50 of that of Eddie, who was killed by Locke before. It can't be said to be weak, but it can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Lao Kai seemed to want to challenge Locke. Locke calmly walked towards Xingjiao, and Xingjiao also walked towards Locke. Lao Kai quickly stopped Xingjiao and wanted him to go first. But Xingjiao ignored him directly, and Locke also ignored him. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lao Kai could only shoot at Locke directly, and rushed towards Locke with a knife. Locke didn't even look at him. He grabbed his knife with one hand and threw him out of the field. The commentator looked dazed and didn't realize what happened just now. The next second, Locke and Green Pepper. The two punched separately, armed fists plus conqueror's collision. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew up the entire arena, and all the people who had fallen to the ground were thrown out, and all the cows and fish in the surrounding river floated up with their eyes rolled. The terrifying confrontation made everyone startled, and the confrontation ended in a stalemate for a while. Xingjiao stepped back several steps in a row, and Locke stood there with firm eyes. It can already be seen who was better in the confrontation just now. After all, Xingjiao is a pirate who has lived for so long, and Haki is already very strong, but the current scene shows that Locke's Haki is stronger than him. All the famous strong men were overwhelmed by the courage of the two colliding. No one can fight anymore. What exactly did we see just now? Xingjiao said unconvinced. You have manipulated conquerors to such an extent. Where are you dreaming of becoming king? Advertisement, Locke said with a chuckle. Isn't this level simple? Old people should not come out to do such dangerous things when they're old, and be careful to lose their lives. Xingjiao didn't talk nonsense with Locke and directly attacked Locke again. A head hammer fell, the ring collapsed, and Luke dodged at will. A flash of thunder came to Xingjiao in an instant. Xingjiao reacted and launched an attack immediately. 8-punch fist hyphenation point war 2. Locke's left hand flashed golden light and hit the guy's head without fear. The power of the left hand is 50 times. Boom. The powerful golden force collided with the armed head of the Green Pepper, instantly knocking the Green Pepper back, and when the Green Pepper was about to lose its balance, Locke burst into blood all over his body. Blood Demon, killing the sky. Boom. Locke, who turned into a blood demon, directly knocked the Green Pepper into the air, but when the old guy was about to fall off the ring, he stuck his head hard into the ring and did not fall off. 0. Seeking flowers. Locke looked at Xingjiao and smiled. It's really troublesome. Do we have a big enmity? Why are you such an old man? Advertisement. Xingjiao stood up and panted. Stop talking nonsense. Brat, don't think that you can be so arrogant because you have the aptitude of a king. There are countless people with the aptitude of a king in the Sea of New World. You are just a flash in the pan. Saying this, Green Pepper launched an attack again. 8-punch fist hyphenation point warhead turn. I saw Xingjiao put his hands together first and then jumped into the air. After rolling in the air, he used his head as a support point to perform an inverted movement, and then used the 10 points on the tip of his head as a balance point. Let the body rotate at high speed along the central axis of the head, like a high-speed spinning top, moving towards Locke at high speed. Locke stood on the spot and took a deep breath, concentrating on slowly raising his right fist. Blood began to surround his right hand, and the next second. Must kill serious series Shura breaking killing fist. This punch made Locke seem to have returned to the power released when Summit War fully awakened the Shura state, and the Green Pepper was sent flying out and hit the audience in an instant. The whole person was inlaid, and to be honest, Locke never thought that the power of this punch could be so terrifying, but the consumption of physical strength was not an exaggeration. After just one punch, Locke was already panting a little, and what surprised Locke even more was that Xingjiao stood up again. This old guy is really resistant to beating. Since this old guy is so stubborn, Locke must not be able to indulge him. If he is not subdued today, Locke will not die. Chapter 298. Blackbeard's Conspiracy. 8-punch boxing mysteries cone dragon cone spike. The power of the left hand 100 times broken. Boom. Click. The two had a shocking collision in the air, and everyone in the audience was blown away. The powerful airwaves made it impossible to look directly at them, but Locke's attack was obviously superior. After a stalemate for a while, the Green Pepper began to retreat. Locke looked at the guy's head and said with a smile, "Since you care so much about your head, I'll give it back to you." Yuluo Locke's power trajectory has changed a little bit. The armed color flat head who asked for advice in an instant was punched into a sharp cone shape by Locke. The Green Pepper with the previous cone, 350, is back. The green pepper with a sharp cone head fell from the air, and the moment it hit the ring, the huge ring was directly divided into two halves, and the green pepper also fell into the sea. Before it was too late to be surprised, the commentator came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Out of bounds. The leader, Green Pepper, is out of bounds, Chloe the winner." The rest of the audience also started to cheer. They didn't care what happened to the people around the battle just now, they just knew that they were fine, and continued to cheer excitedly. After the end, Locke walked back to the arena calmly, and the commentator began to report the current situation. The arena knockout round, there are 3 players who have won the right to challenge the Don Quixote family, the winner of Area A, the Blackbeard Pirates, the champion, Giza's Badgers. Advertisement: the player who qualified in Zone B is the captain of Bardo Club, the Ogre Bartolomeo, and our Gladiator Crow in Area C, 0. You only have the knockout round in D area, because the ring is seriously damaged. The D area match has been postponed for 15 minutes, wait a moment. As soon as Locke returned to the arena, Cavendish drew his sword and rushed over to Locke. Locke grabbed his sword with one hand and said, "Courage is commendable, but it's just this one time. If I do it again, I will be angry." Cavendish gritted his teeth and stared at Locke. In fact, he already knew the difference in strength between the two after seeing Locke's performance in the ring. But he mustered up the courage to give it a try, envious of those who upstaged him, among them Locke. Luffy's generation. Known as the worst era, the era when Cavendish was in the limelight has long passed, and the Locke sword Cavendish let go without the intention of rebelling. But while the two were chatting, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind Locke in the dark cell and grabbed him, and then yelled for Rebecca to do it. After that, Locke also noticed Bardo, the little fan who was peeking at him in the corner, and Burgess, who deliberately appeared in front of him on the phone. "Is that so? I have specially prepared a big gift for this fruit. I will definitely not let you down, thief, ha 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 ha. Hey, Blackbeard. Teach, don't worry, I will personally settle accounts with you for our grievances, so don't run away." Watching Burgess leave, Locke began to frown, because it was obvious that things were not that simple this time, and Burgess was not afraid, but Blackbeard's words were obviously secondhand. Burgess turned the phone bug towards Locke, with the exact same expression as Blackbeard, down to the missing teeth. Advertisement: thieves, ha ha ha. It's still the same hockey, Locke. You took away the power I should have when you were pregnant with me. This time the thunder fruit must be mine. Then we'll wait and see. Do you think you can snatch the fruit from me with your subordinates? You're still as brainless as ever. After finishing speaking, Burgess got up and left with the phone bug. Before leaving, he said to Locke, "Don't underestimate me, Locke. Why, ha 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 ha. This guy's strength has improved a lot after recovering the original sharp cone head, but this can also reflect Garp's strength from the side." "Huh? Where are you? Locke, God of War thief, ha 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 ha. What an arrogant title, just like you when you were in Marineford. Thief, ha ha ha. If you say that, wouldn't it be the same for Circles? This is the opening of the God of Death domain." In an instant, everyone present was terrified and sat on the ground, and Rebecca fell to the ground powerlessly. Locke felt that it was almost done and put away the domain. Locke has to be wary, and of course it's a good choice to find some people to join forces when necessary. This relieves Locke of the burden of scum a little. 0.8. Unsurprisingly, Rebecca also found Locke, took the initiative to take Locke to a place, and bought food and wine for Locke. Locke continued to eat the bento calmly, and looked at Reeb Carlo, who looked tangled in front of him but still raised his sword and swung down. Carlock sighed, and a powerful murderous aura erupted from his body instantly. With the help of Lao Kai and Abu, Qingjiao caught up to thank Locke within 2 steps, and when he kowtowed down, the rest area was divided into 2, and Locke was ashamed for a while. "But I'm never going to trust a guy like Aokiji, huh? Wait a minute, Captain. Here comes the God of War, Locke." 27. Chapter 299. Sabo appears. Locke's plan. Explain. Although I have a good temper, I still need an explanation for this kind of thing," Locke said while sitting on the ground casually drinking wine. Then the bandaged men in the dark cell began to explain to Locke, and they told the dark side of Dressrosa during Doflamingo's reign. This city is not as beautiful as it appears on the surface. All of this is an illusion fabricated by Doflamingo, and Rebecca also expressed her thoughts. She wanted to get Thunderfruit and then go to fight against Doflamingo, but Locke didn't bluntly attack her. Anyway, this unrealistic idea will not be realized. And there will be huge changes in the arena soon, so he doesn't have to worry about Rebecca's accident in the next game. Important people still need to be protected. Rebecca's childhood was also very pitiful. She grew up with only the one-legged soldier. The O9 soldier was actually his biological father, but she didn't know it. The same thing abounds in this city, and it's possible that a toy dog you see may be the father of the child he's fighting with. At this time, the battle in Zone D was about to begin, and Rebecca was abused by the audience as soon as she came on stage, even worse than Bardo, who caused public outrage. But Rebecca has been holding back her tears and walked to the ring firmly, no matter what people around her say about her, and then her style of painting changed instantly with Cavendish's appearance. But what Cavendish said next made Locke think more of him.
Advertisement. Shut up, all of you. I don't clear up any enmity between you, but in the face of such a young and weak woman standing on the ring with the belief of death, you bastards have no right to abuse at all. Think so if you kill this girl, you will take up your weapon and come to the stage to have a showdown.
This sentence can be said to make the whole audience quiet, and then Cavendish got off his horse and continued. The cries of the cowardly mob are like noise, it is not worth mentioning. Although for some reason, I also came here to participate in the competition, but I hate this kind of competition. The life of a soldier? A plaything for you to watch? After finishing speaking, Cavendish asked his white horse to go back with the speaker bug, but he was dumbfounded by the audience's reaction. He originally thought that these people would start to blame themselves or even reflect. But these people actually started a new round of cheers. Oh, Lord Cavendish. What a noble character, Lord Cavendish. It doesn't matter whether Rebecca dies or not, we are cheering for you, Lord Cavendish. It can be seen that Cavendish's eyes were full of surprise at this time, and he clenched the sword in his hand even more in anger, said a sword fighter beside him at this time. Hey, I understand your feelings, you didn't expect it to become like this, you must be very upset with these sloppy audiences now, but the audiences are so selfish and unreasonable, they don't care about your preaching at all. As a result, in the next second, Cavendish showed his true colors and shouted, I'm so popular, so happy. Advertisement. Now Locke doesn't know anything about the situation of his partners outside. The immediate task is to deal with the affairs of the arena. Locke believes that there is Luffy outside. The situation will definitely improve, and it will not develop according to the original plot. After that, Locke meets Luffy's second brother, Sabo, who has recovered his memory in the arena. Sabo knew that the most powerful person in this arena was Locke, so he thought that he could only come to Locke to get the fruit. After some communication, Locke agreed to Sabo's request.
And he proposed his own plan, because he wasn't sure what Blackbeard's plan was, so as long as there was a little confusion later, Locke would immediately take action to snatch the Thunder Fruit. Once he got it, Sabo would eat it immediately, and then work with him to solve the 527 troubles here. Sabo naturally agreed to Locke afterwards. Luo Shu continued to watch the battle.
Soon the winner of Zone D was also decided, and the final result was that Rebecca won. After Cavendish fell asleep, another white horse with a strong personality appeared. Cleared the arena in an instant, and then fell asleep at a critical moment. Only Rebecca saw through his swordsmanship and was still standing on the ring, so the final winner in D area was Rebecca. In the end, it was the final. It was supposed to be a sparring match between the Don Quixote family cadres, but at this time, everyone except Diamante had been sent back to the factory by Brother Ming. Locke walked onto the stage slowly, and soon the narrator explained the rules and the location of Thunderfruit. The small bullfish around before were replaced by the huge bullfish now. Thunderfruit is strapped to one of the fish, saying that the final way to defeat the enemy is not the only option. Chapter 300. Bullying the small with the big, crushing the audience. Since no one moves, the Thunderfruit is mine. Why ha ha ha, Burgess laughed and rushed towards Locke. Locke said indifferently, F***ku, I won't hold back from you. Click. Locke punched Burgess directly in front of him, and the air in front of him shattered. Burgess' body stopped in the air, and the next second he began to scream in pain. After a while he fell down covered in blood, and Locke looked directly at Diamante at this time, because the rest of Bardo and Rebecca were his own. But at this time Locke still didn't dare to be careless. Of course Diamante was nothing, but Blackbeard would never give up so easily. Seeing the scene just now, Diamante backed away profusely with sweat and said, Why are you here, Locke? Don't you think it's too much for your identity to appear here? Locke was also amused by Diamante and replied, Hey, don't be like this, aren't you a cadre? Let me see what you are capable of. Diamante wasn't angry when he heard Locke's words. His mind was full of thinking about how he would end up. He wasn't the kind of brainless person, as the main cadre of the Don Quixote family Zero. He has a very deep understanding of Locke. At least he knows that his young master is no match for the man in front of him, so he must be useless. At this time, the commentator also saw the identity of Locke. After all, the whole world knows about shock fruit. It's really surprising. I didn't expect the true identity of the mysterious sword fighter to be the strongest man in the new era who inherited the power of Whitebeard, god of war, Locke. Advertisement. It was at this moment that Rebecca knew Locke's true identity. Although she was very surprised, this silly girl raised her sword and shouted at Locke. Although you are very powerful, I must get Thunderfruit for my wish. Saying this, I have to do something to Locke. Locke helplessly stretched out his hand. Universal pull directly sucked Rebecca over, hugged Rebecca with one hand and said, Stop making trouble, girl. Something big will happen later. Don't think about Thunderfruit. If you are obedient, Doflamingo and my friends will help you crusade. Bardo, who was on the side, also hurried forward and said, That's right, you must trust Senior Locke. If you say you can do it, you will definitely be able to. Is there anything I can do for you, Senior? Locke looked at Bardo, who was about to faint with admiration and excitement, and handed Rebecca to him, then patted him on the shoulder and said, Then this disobedient girl will be under your protection for the time being. Don't let her get hurt. I'm optimistic about you. Oh, Senior Locke. You can rest assured. I will definitely complete the task you entrusted to me perfectly. After speaking, Bardo directly took Rebecca to the corner of the ring, and then released a semicircular barrier to protect the two of them inside. Locke gave a thumbs up when he saw this scene. Bardo was crying with excitement, and Locke was about to start looking for the fruit at this time, because Diamante didn't have the intention of doing anything. Locke raised his right fist, and a white dome appeared in his hand. Bardo shouted excitedly. It's appeared again. Senior Locke's strongest power. Shock Fruit's ability. Sequake. Click. Advertisement. A punch shattered the air, and the river at the edge of the ring began to boil instantly, and the water surface began to be completely divided and floated up out of thin air, and the cows and fishes also floated up together. Seeing the Thunderfruit appear, Diamante still couldn't hold back, and planned to grab the Thunderfruit with a quick shot, but he underestimated Locke too much, and at the same time thought too highly of himself. Locke yelled calmly, holding out a hand. Backquote, universal pull. In an instant, a powerful suction directly pulled Diamante's body over. Diamante looked at the direction he was flying in, gritted his teeth and raised the blade in his hand and shouted. Half Moon Funeral. Locke's eyes became less lazy when he heard this move. He knew that this was Diamante's strongest sword skill without using Devil Fruit. The first shot is the strongest move, and it seems that Diamante, Li Liaohao, is aware of the gap in strength between the two, so it is natural for Locke to deal with it more seriously. Diamante raised his long sword, and then swung the sword out, arousing a powerful wave of sword energy, which looked quite powerful, and Locke focused his right fist on slowly accumulating strength. Definite kill Series Shira Sky Destroyer. Substantial blood energy and killing intent merge, and a huge bloody fist appeared in the next second, and Diamante's attack was instantly wiped out by this blow like a small wave. Diamante felt the pressure of the attack in front of him, and he knew that he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, he suddenly shouted, Blackbeard, what level are you waiting? Chapter 301. Blackbeard appears, Great War breaks out. Thief ha 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 ha. It seems that the plan has been disrupted, the dark cave. Even if Locke didn't see the familiar voice and laughter, he had already guessed it, and this guy really appeared. Locke looked at the large darkness that appeared in front of him. The super knowledgeable launch locked Diamante's position, stretched out his hand and released the universal pull, and directly snatched the small treasure box in Diamante's hand. With the thunder fruit in hand and the boss appearing behind the scenes, Locke's side is going to be lively soon. In the situation of the partners at this time, Luo was seriously injured and taken away by Brother Ming. In order to meet Luo, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jin Yaemin, and Violet set off for the palace. Usopp, Robin, Frankie, and the followers of the Little People act together. Usopp's tactics successfully scare the little Loli into a coma, and he is awarded the title of Loli Killer. 333. After Granos fell into a coma, chaos began to appear in the city. All the toys recovered and turned back into humans, and the humans who had lost their memory all remembered everything. Locke saw that something was going to go wrong here, and immediately stepped on the moonwalk to the sky and shouted, Sabo, Thunderfruit is ready. After Locke finished speaking, he threw Thunderfruit directly to the auditorium. Blackbeard's target was also him, so Blackbeard acted immediately after hearing Locke's words. The darkness spread quickly and directly intercepted the small treasure box that Locke threw out. Blackbeard appeared from the darkness with the small box in his hand and smiled triumphantly. Advertisement, Thief ha 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 ha. Thank you Locke, I'll take the Thunderfruit. Locke smiled calmly, and when Blackbeard opened it, he found that it was just an empty box, and Sabo beside Locke, HADH, had appeared at some point. Locke handed the Thunderfruit to Sabo and yelled at Blackbeard, it's stupid, it can be fooled. Blackbeard was furious and directly shot towards the two to snatch the fruit. Sabo ate it without saying a word. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment and then continued to shout fiercely. Even if you eat it, as long as I get rid of you and devour you, the ability is still mine. Locke disdainfully stood in front of Sabo and punched with one hand to shatter the air in front of him. The powerful force erupted a terrifying shockwave, which directly sent Blackbeard flying. Boom. After a loud noise, half of the auditorium collapsed, and Locke immediately said to Sabo, I ask you to take the two of them out. So far, things have not exceeded my expectations, and I will leave this place to me. Sabo nodded and thanked Locke, then left the arena with Rebecca and Bardo. Blackbeard got up from the ruins and looked at Locke fiercely and said, Are you really going to die with me? Locke, it's a pity to stay with the Straw Hat with your strength. Come and follow me, let's. Locke interrupted and said, Okay, don't go on talking. You know it's useless to say these things. Do it and get rid of you quickly. I have to help those worrying guys. Advertisement. Blackbeard stopped talking nonsense with Locke, and a large amount of darkness around him began to spread, covering the entire arena in an instant, and then began to rush towards Locke in the air. Locke didn't dare to be careless. After all, it was unknown to him how much the power of darkness could do, but the speed of these attacks was not fast. Locke dodged it easily. After completely dodging all the attacks, Locke was about to taunt when he suddenly found that the sunlight had disappeared. Locke looked back, and the darkness that had missed him earlier spread directly into the air. Blackbeard shouted with a laugh. Thief ha 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 ha, let the strongest of you, the new era, fall here today, just in time. I want to get back my ability to be dark. As Blackbeard's voice fell, the sun disappeared completely, and Locke was locked into a place where there was no sunlight at all by Blackbeard. At this time, it was also very scary from the outside. A huge black circle appeared in the entire arena, and everyone who approached was sucked in instantly. Moreover, the black circle is still expanding, scaring the citizens to flee everywhere. Locke, who entered it, has completely useless eyes now. Because he can't see anything at all, Locke can only use his sense of sight to determine the location of Blackbeard now, but Blackbeard still has some ways of his own. After this trick was performed, Blackbeard was completely turned into darkness, and Locke couldn't perceive the guy's position at all even with the color of knowledge. Locke was only vaguely aware of the moment he struck, and the two battled fiercely in the darkened space Blackbeard had created. Chapter 302. Blackbeard's Retreat, the Strength of the Evil King. Darkness devours. Empty shock. Feeling the danger, Locke smashed his hands to the air on both sides, but did not release the fruit ability. Locke felt the power of shock fruit as if absorbed by something. It seems that he can't use the fruit ability to fight yet. Locke's left hand flashed golden light for a moment as if lighting up the darkness, and the next second Locke punched the air. Mirror Serious Series Left Hand Power Hyphenation Point 100 times. With the blessing of the Killing Series, this punch directly broke through the sky, Blackbeard's dark space was instantly broken, and the sun shone in. Locke immediately determined Blackbeard's position. Zilla, with the sound of thunder and lightning, Locke came in front of Blackbeard, a white dome appeared on his right hand and grabbed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed loudly upon seeing this. Thief, ha ha ha. Dad's fruit ability is really strong, but it's useless to me. My darkness can absorb all fruit abilities. Dark water. Locke watched as Blackbeard took the bait, the white dome disappeared with a smile, and his right hand grabbed the guy's arm. Fantasy Killer. Advertisement Imaginary Killer was activated instantly, and the darkness around Blackbeard completely disappeared, and Blackbeard was also dumbfounded, for a guy like him who completely relied on fruit. The inability to use Dark Fruit's ability was a heavy blow to him. Before Blackbeard could open his mouth to be surprised, Locke directly punched him in the face with the arm color attached to his left hand. Blackbeard was sent flying by Locke, fell to the ground. The first reaction was not his face, but his hands, and shouted in shock. Darkness. Where did my darkness go? What the hell is going on? What happened? Locke stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, You who don't have the fruit ability, do you still dare to do something to me, gee? Blackbeard looked at the approaching Locke and began to step back and said, Locke, don't be like this. We don't have much hatred, I still want you to be a partner. Seeing Blackbeard's performance, Locke couldn't help admiring him. Generally speaking, the villain should threaten him at this time, but Blackbeard is the opposite. He has a brain and he knows that the most important thing is to survive. Such a man Locke wasn't going to give him a chance. Zilla, bloody and broken wrath. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard immediately shouted to his companions. Go, the evil king, stop him. At present, I only know that Blackbeard is also the guy released from the 6th floor of Impel Down, and his strength position is guessed to be the zone fruit ability user. Locke felt the danger and immediately let go of Blackbeard and stepped back. The next second, where he was just now, a bullet hole pierced the ground, and then one of Blackbeard's men began to appear. You have P****** D me off, brat. Get ready to die. Lousy is the rarest zone Phantom Beast ability user, Snake Fruit Phantom Beast Evil Dragon Form Spoon. Advertisement 3000 Thunders came to Blackbeard in an instant, grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Blackbeard was still begging for mercy, Locke said with a cold expression. Zero, but Locke would not agree to leave like this, so Luo Shu put on a posture of accumulating power on the spot and aimed at Blackbeard. The evil king looked at Locke with a smile on his face and said, You actually beat our captain like this, meow. It looks like it's time for me to be the captain soon, meow. Locke's face was expressionless, and the blood condensed in his hands was almost saturated. Huge black wings spread out, black scales began to emerge from the whole body, and the body began to grow continuously. Finally, what appeared in front of Locke was a completely black and distinctive dragon. After speaking, the people around him helped Blackbeard to leave, and the evil king, Abalo Pizarro, stood in front of Locke. Locke looked at the guy in front of him and thought about him. The edges of the huge black dragon wings are all sharp spikes, and the back is also covered with black barbs. It looks completely like a monster, but the sense of oppression is really strong. A series of attacks made the arrogant evil king almost receive a boxed lunch on the spot, but the evil king transformed into an annoyed man because he resisted Locke's attack. Including the few guys he released from the 6th floor of Impel Down before, all of them appeared, and it was already impossible to take Blackbeard's life with this posture. Farewell, it's too unsettling for an enemy like you to be alive. After speaking, a white dome began to appear in Locke's hand. Blackbeard already felt the threat of death, but at this moment, an accident happened. Bloody Fury's Shock Fruit Combination version, the power has been increased several times. With the release of Locke, blood explosion and air fragmentation began around the evil king. Chapter 303. End of time. Fujitori's justice. Just as Locke was about to fight, a man wearing leather shoes and holding a cane appeared and said to the evil king, The captain told us to leave first. The evil king obviously said, very dissatisfied, What, that guy Teach has been defeated, and now he wants us to escape with him. Lafitte, give me a reasonable explanation. Lafitte. The captain said that there will be chaos here, and it's not the time for us to show it. If you don't listen to us, just leave. You can stay alone. The evil king turned back into a human form and turned around to leave. Before leaving, he looked back at Locke and said, 353, little devil, I remember you. Next time we meet, wash your neck and wait. After the threat, this guy and Lafitte disappeared instantly, and Locke didn't notice how the two left. Locke guessed that it might be Lafitte's ability. From this point of view, the strength of the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirate group is not simple, and it is unrealistic to want to destroy Blackbeard in a short time. After dealing with the battle situation, Locke will quickly join the mainline battle. Compared with Locke's battle just now, facing the Don Quixote family now is like a small fight. Locke didn't intervene too much. He came forward to save Luo, let Luffy and Mingo fight one-on-one, smashed Birdcage with one punch and frightened Marine not to intervene in the fight. It didn't take long for the two to decide the winner. How dare you run on my head, it's really annoying, pull you down, and make you a manipulated puppet again. Advertisement, Brother Ming. No matter what you have to hold in your hands, no matter who you want to control, it just makes me breathless. If you want to blame it, blame your blood. You were born as garbage that is only worthy of being controlled by others. You people don't match me at all. Shut up. I'm going to blow you away. So far, Dressrosa's practice has been dealt with, and Marine has also started to take action, and began to broadcast the situation to neighboring countries through the video phone bug. This is Dressrosa, broadcasting to the 3 islands of neighboring countries within the signal circle of the video phone bug. I am Vice Admiral Maynard of the Marine Headquarters. I would like to invite you to take a look at the video here. The ruins you see in front of you are Dressrosa. I know you will be surprised, but please calm down and listen to me. What happened to Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Come if you can, brats, cobwebs, the truth is indispensable. This is a gamble entrusting all the battles to them. Since the culprit who let the tiger go back to the mountain has only shown his sword against Shichibukai until now, what face is there to talk about justice? This country is run by pirates. The hand of the warrior and the hand of the citizen won the victory. Afterwards, Fujitora also started to act, and brought a large number of marines to King Riku, and then knelt down to apologize. Afterwards, Fujitora's kneeling and the whole Dressrosa incident were spread all over the world intact. In fact, part of the reason why Fujitora did this was also because of Smoker. In this situation, Locke just wants to say, how many people in Marine can achieve Fujitora's tolerance? Advertisement. The final commentary also explained what it means to use life to comment. The former arena commentator was injured at this time, but he still insisted on telling the entire Dressrosa people 0. Rubber Grade Ape King Gun. Dressrosa Defense Battle. Pirate Don Quixote family 2,000 people vs warriors gathered in this land. The final confrontation of this battle 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo vs Straw Hat Kid Luffy. The winner. The winner is Straw Hat Luffy. The most powerful moves of the 2 sides began to clash, and finally Luffy successfully broke Brother Ming's move with the blessing of the faith of the entire Dressrosa and his partners, and the huge Ape King fist hit Brother Ming's face. 16 holy bullets hyphenation point god killing. Boom. The collapsed country is not entirely unfortunate. On this day, the people here are crying with joy in the ruins. Because the cause of all these incidents is the world government, so Fujitora brought many sailors to kneel down here to apologize, not only to King Riku, but also to the innocent people of this country. When Smoker was on the warship, he told Fujitora about the Alabasta incident, but in the end he erased the facts because of the government's order. Smoker has been very angry. If he could have had a higher status then, almost the same thing happened in Dressrosa now that Alabasta did, Fujitora did. After the video phone bug was interrupted, King Riku said to the people around him, Tanku, Marine also has their standpoint, hide all the pirates and soldiers who help us in the palace, and house the homeless people, to the King's 5.5 Palace. 7 IV Chapter 304. Ready to sail, Marine's actions. What a messed up topic. And Sabo is gone. I'm so sad. Sanji also has to catch up with them. Zoro couldn't stand it anymore and shouted to Luffy. Do you want to be angry, cry, hurry, sleep, or eat? One thing at a time. Luffy suddenly slapped the table and shouted, Rebecca's father is an uncle soldier, hoo-hoo. Then he fell asleep again while talking. Locke picked up a bottle of wine and didn't intend to participate in this topic, and planned to go outside for a walk. Just as he opened the door, Bardo rushed over in a hurry. Locke hurriedly dodged. Bardo panted and said anxiously, Senior Locke, there's movement in the Marine tent, and it's starting to become unsafe here too. Big 09 Staff Officer Crane and former Marshal Sengoku have both arrived. It's been 3 days since the Dressrosa incident, during which time Fujitora has been inactive because he doesn't know what to do. For the heroes who saved the country, whether to let them go or arrest them, he has been throwing dice to decide for the past 3 days. As long as he threw a number other than 1, he would act immediately, but the first 2 days were all 1, until today in front of Sengoku and Crane, he threw other numbers. So Marine started to act without any scruples, and Locke and his party in Cyrus' home were also preparing to leave. So far, let's take a look at what happened before. Now the Straw Hat crew in Cyrus' home is not full of members. The beginning of the Dressrosa incident was when Luo was arrested by Brother Ming. Advertisement. The team that stayed behind on the Sunny ran into danger. In the end, Sanji arrived in time to protect them. In order to take Guy away, Saw, Nami, Brook, Sanji, Chopper and others drove Haney to go there first. The rest of the partners stayed in Dressrosa, and there were some big and small incidents in the middle, but Locke didn't participate, he was mainly in another battlefield. Dressrosa's main battlefield events such as Usopp conferring the gods, Frankie and Senor's real man battle, Zoro shockingly cut off the pickup truck and so on. Of course, Locke will not forget to check in. In addition to the powerful new trick Kenglong chasing the sun, he has also confirmed the next check-in location Zo, as well as the next reward, reading the voice of all things. There are so many things in the review of the previous situation, and the next step is to prepare to escape. But Locke noticed that Luffy's eyes were not right, and it was obvious that he did not accept Cyrus' final choice. So when everyone was running away, Luffy suddenly stopped and said that he had something to do, so Locke naturally went directly with Luffy. Zoro will stay with you two unconditionally. Let them not forget to gather at the eastern port. After that, Luffy broke into the palace all the way to kidnap Rebecca, and Zoro and the others escaped very smoothly. The guys from the arena are all helping them now, they're all lil guys, and Locke covers Luffy and Rebecca against Marine along the way. Suddenly Locke felt a different atmosphere, walked over and unexpectedly met an acquaintance. Wait a little longer, the rescue team will be here soon. Do you want rice cake slices? Huh? Oh, I thought who was coming, it turned out to be you. Advertisement. Locke looked at the white-haired Sengoku in these shorts and holding a snack bag in front of him, and expressed somewhat unacceptable, but he still spoke. Marshal Sengoku, you really have changed a lot. What Marshal? I am no longer Marshal Marine, tell me why you kidnapped the princess. For some of her personal affairs, our captain is unwilling to see an unsatisfactory ending. Yes, then it's no problem, I want to see someone. I know, I will let Luo come to you, then goodbye, 240. After speaking, Locke hurriedly chased Luffy. Luffy had successfully sent Rebecca to Cyrus, and the father and daughter recognized each other with a happy ending. Locke also found Luo and asked him to meet Sengoku. When Luffy and Locke arrived at the rendezvous point, Fujitora was ready to make a move, as evidenced by the ruins overhead that completely covered the sky. Locke asked Luffy and his team to prepare for the voyage. He would meet the blind man here for a while. Luffy was going to do it himself, but his injuries from fighting Ming were not healed. In the end, they agreed to Locke's words, and then it was time for Locke and Fujitora to compete. If Fujitora threw down all the ruins above his head, Locke really couldn't stand it. But Locke believed that Fujitora would not do this, and looked at Luffy and they had already left. Locke turned to look at Fujitora with a smile. Uncle, have you found the casino yet? Chapter 305, Playing against Fujitora, the support team is dispatched. Although you are the heroes who saved this country, the justice of this old man can't just let you leave like this, so let me experience it for myself, how far your kindness can go. Fight against Marine Admiral, wish for it. Locke's left hand is armed with the color, and the right arm of God's armor appears, rushing towards Fujitora. Fujitora also draws his sword and starts to fight Locke. Clang! 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 The two simply fought each other, and Fujitora started to use gravity, and swung out together. Locke felt the strong pressure of gravity, and instantly pressed him into a half-kneeling position. But in the next second, Locke smashed the ground with a punch, begging gravity, and then began to use his ability to counterattack Fujitora's slash, and a white ball appeared in Locke's cloth hand. With one punch, the slash stayed in place, and the ground began to shatter in the next second, and then a deep hole was smashed downward. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora slashed out the gravity accumulated on the knife, and at the same time released a huge horizontal gravity to the trajectory of the knife swing, instantly crushing and destroying everything in front of him. Empty shock. Locke smashed the air in front of him with a charged punch, creating a powerful impact that collided with Fujitora's attack. Boom! It was another terrifying collision, and a bottomless gap appeared directly in front of the two of them. Fujitora looked at Locke with the knife in his hand and said without any intention of retracting it. Your strength shocked me. I only heard about your rumors before, but now I know when you actually fight against each other. I still underestimated you. Locke replied with a smile. Thanks for the compliment, but it would be better if you let me go. Doing that would violate the justice in the old man's heart, so I'm sorry. Kuohu's tone really contained an apology. Advertisement, Locke said helplessly. I'm just talking, don't worry about it, since you don't intend to let me go, I'm going to make it impossible for you to continue chasing me before leaving. Yuluo Locke's left hand flashed golden light, the next second. Mirror, Sirius series, left hand power, 100 times. The powerful power shining with golden light rushed towards Fujitora under the blessing of the killer series, feeling the terrifying power in front of him, Fujitora chose to back down. Gravity shift. Instantly releasing the gravity on the ground beneath her feet, Fujitora lifted into the air for a second to dodge Locke's attack, and then attacked again from the air. Gravity Knife Raptor. Locke looked at Fujitora, who descended from the sky with terrifying coercion, and clenched his fists with a long breath, and then behind Locke, there seemed to be a phantom of a dragon. The Kenglong chases the sun. Locke's fists exploded with great power and gathered in the air to form a white-black dragon, rushing towards Fujitora. This time, the collision directly caused more than half of the ruins controlled by Fujitora to explode in the air. Locke was directly blown out by the reaction force, and Fujitora was half kneeling on the ground and clutching his chest. It looked like he was injured, and Locke would definitely not come back after flying out, so after confirming the direction, he went directly to the moonwalk to find Luffy in their rendezvous area. Seeing this, Fujitora immediately got up and raised the knife and said, "It is impossible to escape." Then I saw a large piece of ruins in the air began to move towards the direction of everyone's escape, and the ruins in the air formed a huge sphere in the air. At that moment Locke seemed to see the planetary devastation. Just when his partners were worried, Locke just said something calmly. Don't be nervous, our backup team is coming too. Then came the moment of Fujitora's bewilderment, when a large crowd suddenly appeared and ran towards the crowd, shouting as they ran. Advertisement, backquote, give Rebecca back, Straw Hats. Aren't you heroes? This country has hurt that girl too much, you can't make her more unfortunate. Fujitora hurriedly stopped the crowd and shouted, wait a minute, citizens, there should be only sinners in the future, please stop here and let me make a final decision. But obviously these people don't sell his face, get out of the way, Marine. We don't need you, we will drive the pirates out with our own power. Straw Hats. Locke. Absolutely, gotta catch you, go boat, we'll chase you out to sea. Fujitora began to feel with his heart and thought, I don't feel anger at all emotionally, money is good. Everyone, Princess Sika is with Lord Cyrus in the house on the hill. Haha, yes, we've known about this kind of thing for a long time. It's only natural for Lord Cyrus to want to retire, because they're his own father and daughter. Everyone knew that he and Princess Scarlet lived happily on the hill 16 years ago. Just like protecting the truth of the goblins, the fire is silently guarding them. Stop talking about this, run quickly, we want to help the benefactor of this country escape. As long as we cling tightly to them, Yinhu will not be able to let the rubble fall from the sky. Chapter 306. The Straw Hat Fleet was established on this day. Good-hearted Straw Hat crew, everyone really wants to help you. I really want to see who you are, the color of your hair, the shape of your eyes, if only these eyes are not closed. I really want to see you. His face should be very gentle. In this way, under the escort of a group of supporting groups, everyone escaped smoothly. After arriving on a huge ship, they thought they were going to say goodbye to these people. As a result, judging from what they said, it seems that this is not the case, said the Admiral Orumbus who met in the arena at this time. Let me explain. By the way, the order is determined by lottery. First, there are 75 members of the Handsome Pirates, and the representative captain is White Horse Cavendish. This was followed by Bardo Club 56, captained by the Ogre Bardo 637 Tolomeo. Then there are about 1,000 people in the Babao Navy. The leader is the 13th generation pillar, and the leader is Lao Kai. There are 4 fighters in the gymnasium, represented by Eddie the Destroyer, 200 members of the Dongta clan Dongta Corps, and County Chief Warrior Leo. There are only 5 members now, the future giant soldier pirate group, Captain Helding, and the admiral of the 4,300 people of my Trans-Temeria convoy, pioneering adventurer Orumbus. After the guy finished speaking, Bardo stepped forward and knelt down in front of the Straw Hat crew and said, a total of 5,600 people, Senior Luffy, please have a drink with the 7 of us as representatives. Luffy was still confused, and Bardo continued. That's right, you are the boss, and we are the younger brothers. Please bring us under the command of Straw Hat crew. After Bardo finished speaking, he began to pour wine for everyone, and Locke naturally got a share too, which is the benefit of the vice captain, but seeing Luffy's appearance, he must have other ideas. So Locke didn't rush to drink, and Bardo kept explaining, but Luffy expressed disgust, and his partners also expressed understanding. Advertisement let Luffy be the captain of this 5,600 strong force. It is impossible for his brain to agree. Luffy also jumped directly to the high and looked at everyone and said, everyone, if we feel that we are in a crisis, we will call you for help. It will be good if you come to help when the time comes. I don't need to be a boss or a big pirate, you can call us when you are in trouble. We will definitely help you. To help you, we have fought together once, and I will never forget this. Bardo's eyes filled with tears when he heard it below. At this time, not only him, but the rest of the people also understood that while Luffy yearns for his freedom, so they also made a decision. Since this is the case, their freedom does not need to be interfered by others. Luffy and Locke will not drink. AJCF. If they don't drink. They drank the wine and forced themselves to be this little brother. Senior Luffy, although I'm the one who makes the right decision, please listen to me. I'm here to join you, and I'm willing to serve as the boss's spear or shield to repay your favor at any time. I'm all on my own. Those who are willing to drink this glass of wine with their lives. I heard it, Sengoku said when he appeared behind Fujitora at some point. Celebrate the establishment of the Straw Hat Fleet with a total of more than 5,600 people. Actually, I am not qualified to pursue you. Please keep this matter a secret. You have wiped the government's ***. Thank you very much. In this way, it is officially established. Oh. Boss Straw Hat. Thank you for your advice. Advertisement. Brothers. We have won the battle against Brother Ming's family. Fujitora was directly surprised and posted an expression pack. These two guys are still quite cute. Back on the boat, Luffy toasted and shouted. After they finished speaking, they drank it directly, and Luffy shouted in surprise. What are you doing? It's already ready. Luffy quickly grabbed his own bowl and shouted. Hey, I didn't drink my bowl, although there was no alcohol in it. B. Lao Kai stepped forward and said, that's all right, you can still do as before, we just unilaterally swore to be loyal to you. Hurry up and prepare the banquet. Afterwards, the banquet was held while preparing to sail. Although the rubble fell from the sky, none of them hit them. This is another way of knowing Fujitora. The rubble turned clear, and Dressrosa had a very rare weather on this day. At this time, Fujitora, who was standing on the coast, took out the sieve he threw earlier, and the side was actually won. Behind him, Locke and Zoro had already fought for the drink, and the crew members cheered after seeing this scene. Chapter 307. Soaring Reward. What do you think the world of pirates will become in the future? Then I want to ask you a question. What do you think the monsters who have broken free from their chains will do without food? Are there any guys who can be called standing on the top of the sea now? Who is the king of this sea? Is it one of the 4 emperors? Or is it the most intelligent Shichibukai in this sea? Or is it the little ghosts of the extremely evil generation? Or is it the monster that is far ahead of its time, the strongest in the new era? Neither. The army of justice, the marine, is the king of the sea. In the revolutionary army representing the will of the people, there are also strong men who cannot be underestimated. When and where will the D-clan who have been hiding in the depths of history show up? Who will support whom, and who will betray who? Tell the celestial dragons in Mariajoy that they will be pulled from the altar. Gold D. Luo Jia has dominated the great airway for 25 years, his old enemy Whitebeard has not been in front of the throne, so what now? Compared with the rapidly expanding number of pirates, there is only one vacant chair. Understood. It is about to begin, the biggest battle for supremacy in the history of pirates. Ha 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 ha. Am I going to impel down? Please send me a newspaper every day when the time comes so that I won't be bored. Brother Ming lost because he was too smart. Even in Impel Down, this guy will act like a military advisor, as if he is in charge of the world situation. After the banquet of the Straw Hat Fleet was over, Bardo took Locke and his party to see their pirate ship, the advancing Luffy, and Usopp couldn't help complaining about it. Exaggerated. Make it look like Luffy is on your side. Afterwards, this wonderful ship also saw the sharp-eyed sheep's head imitating the melee, the edge imitating the structure of Luffy's rubber arm, the chopper's head at the stern, the orange tree on the deck, and a pair of weird wings on the mast imitating the original Locke's dragon wings. This ship can be said to be full of memories, and Frankie was directly moved to tears. The most outrageous thing is that these guys actually put Luffy's lifecard in the most conspicuous position on the ship. Sabo helped to make Luffy's lifecard. Everyone tore off a part of the Straw Hat big ship figure when they left. Luo just wanted to go to Zo quickly, and he had no interest in these. Zoro read the newspaper and suddenly shouted, "Luffy, our bounty seems to have increased again." Bardo hurriedly said excitedly, "There's a reward order in my room, please come in and have a look." Advertisement. After saying this, the boys on the boat had already laid out the red carpet, and then Bardo came to Luo and said, "Hey Trafalgar, I have already thrown away yours, and it has risen to 700 million. Then it was time to visit the reward order. When I came in, I was surprised to see that it was true. It was actually inlaid with a gold frame, which looked quite gorgeous. On the right is the reward order, and on the left is the autograph that Straw Hat Crew asked for before, which may be the psychology of fanatics. Then let's start with Senior Straw Hat Luffy. Shaw will reward you with 1 billion Baileys. A billion. That's great. Next is Pirate Hunter Zoro Senpai, 750 million Baileys. Hey, hello. Is there any wine? Senior Blackfoot Sanji, 550 million Baileys. 0. Seeking Flowers. The last is, I don't know how to describe it, the strongest man in the new era. God of War Locke Sr. A bounty of 2.3 billion Baileys is offered. Bounty. 2.2476 billion Baileys. 4 emperors, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, plus against Admiral Fujitora, both losers, so the government gave a reward higher than Blackbeard. Oh. You actually put your face on, and the bounty has risen so high, I'm going to be targeted. But I'm so happy, but the photo is not good. Advertisement. Little Thieving Cat, Senior Nami, 120 million Baileys. I hate it, it's gone up. God, Senior Usopp, 500 million Baileys. Why a picture of General Frankie? Locke himself didn't read the newspapers, he didn't know that his bounty had increased so much, and his partners were also shocked. Locke didn't make many shots against the Ming family. Son of the Devil, Senior Nico Robin, 370 million Baileys. Hey. Nami is the same as Sanji, and later Chopper and Brook are the same. Monster, Senior Chopper, 200 million Baileys. Senior Iron Man Frankie, 400 million Baileys. Sanji didn't fully participate in the Dressrosa incident, but since he was a Straw Hat Crew, the bounty was also increased but not by much. Although it is indeed amazing, but it is not so terrible, it was only after Bardo explained to the newspaper that Locke had defeated the new Emperor of the Sea. King of Seoul, Senior Brook, 280 million Baileys. Chapter 308, Moving Fantasy Island. Now New World has mostly started to question the position of Blackbeard's Sea Emperor because of Locke's bounty, and many people do not recognize the identity of Blackbeard's 4 emperors. On the contrary, they all began to call Locke the best candidate for the new 4 emperors, inheriting the strength of the strongest man, Whitebeard, far surpassing all pirates at the same time. Many people at sea have begun to call Locke the Emperor of War privately, and they have already placed Locke on the same level as the 4 emperors in their hearts. Another thing worthy of attention is Sanji's reward order. Firstly, the photo no longer uses a sketch, but an ugly photo, 190. And secondly, it says that only live capture is allowed. Locke understood that it was Vince Moquet's family who found out that something had been shot, and everyone continued to sail on Bardo's boat for the next few days. Bardo's daily job was to ask Luffy about their adventure stories. Then he told his little brothers. After listening to Bardo's story, Locke began to wonder if this guy had watched One Piece like himself, and he knew everything. All the stories that happened between Luffy and Shanks going out to sea to each partner they met on the road, all of which were recorded in a thick notebook. At this time, a sailor from the Marine headquarters is reporting the situation to Kizaru. The AO pirates under the former Whitebeard pirates are all wiped out. Did that guy do it again? Yes, Shichibukai, Edward Wable. Advertisement, Whitebeard's captain, count how many people have suffered from this. This is the 10th, and it is still under the leadership of Firefist Ace, otherwise there will be more casualties. As before, the entire town was destroyed after the dispute. It is roughly estimated that more than 600 people were killed. What that guy has done, people in the surrounding area have suffered huge losses, even if he is Shichibukai. Is it really okay to let him go? Troublesome, although he has the title of Whitebeard Edward Newgate's son, there are many people who have doubts. Whether he is real or not doesn't make any sense to us. Regardless of bloodline, he has the same unmistakable value. As a pirate, he has overwhelming power. It is really like Whitebeard when he was young. There is only strength. There is another piece of news. This guy has recently started to shift his target. He said that he wants to deal with Locke of the Straw Hat Crew. He has already started looking for them in New World. Huh? It's really troublesome. If that guy finds Locke, I'm afraid Shichibukai will have to find someone again. I should go there myself. It had been a week since sailing from Dressrosa, and during that time Bardo and his gang really surprised Locke, because most of them were seasick. As pirates, these guys don't even have a navigator or a ship doctor, and they are still seasick. Locke really can't imagine how they survived in New World. Thinking about it, I feel it is a miracle. There are chewing gum sticking everywhere on the boat, because Bardo said. Grandma said that if you get seasick, you have to eat chewing gum. But after finally driving for a week, they saw the legendary Zoe, the true face of the island, and everyone was stunned. Advertisement because what appeared in front of me was not an island, but an outrageously large elephant. According to Luo, Zoe was the name of the prosperous land on the elephant's back. 0. And this elephant is still moving, so Zoe is actually a fantasy island without a fixed location, because it is not a normal island, the record pointer cannot reach it. After confirming the location, it is time to prepare to land. After getting closer, Luffy found the sunny parked here and fixed it to the elephant's leg, so the sunny was 10 times near Zoe. Bador and his group went forward to worship excitedly without getting dizzy. This is the great ship that the Straw Hat Crew god Tears ride on, Senior Sunny. It's really lucky for 3 lives, lucky for 3 lives. Luffy also quickly shouted at Sunny. Hey, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Brook, and that gas. But no one responded. Luffy immediately stretched his arms and went back to the Sunny, but there was no one on board, and then the elephant started to move. Pulling Sunny 4.4 almost into the air, Locke couldn't help but sigh when he saw the terrifying figure in front of him. The elephant owner is even bigger than I imagined. No wonder Jack almost got his box lunch. Speaking of Jack, this guy is also trying to die right now, because he plans to hijack the warship escorting brother Ming Dimpel down, and you have to know who is inside. The former Marine Marshal Sengoku, the same veteran-level figure Suru Vice Admiral, and the current Marine Headquarters Admiral Fujitora. These guys are a bit out of their wits to dare to have such an idea. Chapter 309. Competing with Luffy. After that, everyone rode on the dragon, created by the abstract artist Kanjuro, and climbed up the elephant owner's legs all the way. The journey was quite difficult. This dragon had a pitiful look from the moment it appeared, and people couldn't bear to talk about it. Robin thought this creature was too cute, and finally reached the destination with difficulty. When the dragon disappeared, Robin shed tears and left a small white flower on the painting. It can be seen that Robin really likes this strange creature. Except for Jinbe and Kanjuro, who were dropped by monkeys on the way, the rest of the people arrived safely, and Locke hurriedly signed in first. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward, reading the voice of all things, has been issued. The next sign in location. Cake Island. Reward, Soul of Hades. After finishing business, it's time to explore. Luffy got lost without accident. Locke thought it would be more interesting to follow Luffy, so he followed along. Except for 09 Luffy and Locke, the rest of the people were attacked on the way, and were attacked by a cute and agile bunny, of course the one in human form. It was a fur tribe. Just as he was about to do it, another fur woman riding a huge crocodile appeared. Usopp recognized at a glance that this guy was wearing Nami's clothes. Robin calmly said that it might be a cannibal. The two panicked and said that someone had invaded the whale forest, and left in a hurry. A few people's expressions changed after being frightened. In fact, the corpse it mentioned refers to Brook, so there is no need to worry. Locke's side is much more interesting. He and Luffy are moving forward. Locke has already felt that there are people everywhere around him, and there is a cow and an orangutan with a bandaged hand in front of him. Rubber rubber, bell, advertisement, bullhead. Boom. Zilla. Locke on the side didn't know when he put on a pair of sunglasses and held a wine bottle in his hand to start watching the show. Oh, this is the ability of the Fur Clan, it's very gorgeous. The gorilla standing next to Locke looked dazed, and was about to attack Locke, when suddenly he felt a murderous aura that hit his heart directly, and this murderous aura made him fall to his knees directly on the ground. The bull who was bumping heads with Luffy stopped and yelled at Locke, "What did you do?" Locke didn't bother him at all. Instead he said to Luffy, "Come on Luffy, F***K him. Let this guy see whose head is stronger." Luffy said with a smile, "Okay, come again, bull." The cow was provoked by Luffy and had to ignore the orangutan. After accumulating his legs and kicking his legs, he continued to run towards Luffy, and the two guys started to collide with each other again. Looking at Luffy's expression, it's obvious that he doesn't know what's going on, but the scene is definitely not going to work now, so Luffy sat down and pointed at the cow and said, "Banana, Locke. Chopper is not 190 like them, he is a fur tribe, you know." The fur dog came and said, "You are Luffy and Locke from Straw Hat Crew, I'm Wanda and this is Garrett." Advertisement, impossible, floating red cloth. Luffy knocked this guy into the air again and again, and he was really angry and shouted, "I'm going to kill you." That's it, knights. Luffy was also very unhappy and said, "That's right, the winner hasn't been decided yet." Wanda stepped forward and explained, "That's because you ran into this forbidden forest, and the knights will eliminate those who invade this forest, that's their mission." "What's the matter with that guy? I called him all of a sudden without doing anything." Jaw Locke looked at Locke with a cute face. Locke took out the carrot that he had prepared in advance from his arms, and Jaw Luoti immediately rushed to Locke with bright eyes and nodded. The flying red cloth instantly attracted the cow's attention, causing him to hit the red cloth directly. The orangutan kneeling beside Locke also got up with difficulty and grabbed the banana. Locke got up with a bored expression, took off his glasses, looked at the two people who came behind him and said, Hey, it's about to get to the exciting part, what are you doing?" The cute rabbit jumped down from the sky and landed beside Wanda, Luffy said suspiciously. "There are so many incredible guys in this country, just like there are many choppers." Locke was at the side stroking the guy's hairy head. Wanda didn't say anything but shouted into the air, "The knights, I'll take them away." Locke walked towards Garrot beside Wanda with a smirk on his face and said, "Silly rabbit, do you want something delicious here?" Then he rushed towards Luffy with electric current all over his body. Luffy had a serious face and was not afraid at all. When the two were about to collide, a voice suddenly appeared, with something strange. Chapter 310. Reunited with partners, something happened to Sanji. Wanda didn't expect Pedro to refuse directly, and appeared angrily. Wanda frowned and said, "No one was hurt, what else do you want?" Pedro looked at Locke, who was adding lot, and said, "This guy provoked our knights, and I must make him pay the price today." Hearing this, it was time for Locke to come forward. He reluctantly stood up and looked at Pedro. This guy was a leopard fur tribe and he was blind in one eye. "What? It seems that you were very dissatisfied," Pedro said fiercely. "Human, I feel the danger from you. I will not let you go for such a dangerous person." Locke stood there with a smile and calmly stretched out his hands and said, "Come on then." Seeing Locke's frivolous movements, Pedro shot directly angrily, and Wanda on the side also hurriedly said to Luffy, "Aren't you the captain? Tell him not to fight, he will get hurt." Luffy pondered for a while and said, "Yeah, that leopard looks injured, and it might be killed by Locke." Wanda was stunned when she heard Luffy's words. She meant that Locke might be injured by Pedro. Obviously these guys were not connected to the outside signal. Locke's side only had a face-to-face effort, and Locke was pinched by Locke's hands and couldn't struggle. Wanda and Garrett looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. At this time, a large number of fur tribes appeared in all directions, surrounded Locke and shouted for Locke to put Pedro down. Suddenly Luffy got up and said, "Locke, it's okay, if things get bigger Usopp they're going to complain again." Locke casually let go of Pedro and came to Luffy's side. "You have the nerve to say that every time you don't act according to the plan." Advertisement. The two directly ignored the group of fur people around them. Locke said a few words to Luffy and saw that these guys were still watching him, turned around and broke out a terrifying killing intent threat. "Aren't you going to wait for me and do it?" The killing intent that pierced the heart made these fur tribes lose the idea of doing it for a moment, and quickly left with Pedro. After they left, the crew they wanted also appeared. Zoro and the others searched in a ruined and disfigured city. Robin speculated that it was destroyed like this in a week or two. It means that Sanji and the others are involved in this dispute, and Wanda on Locke's side also explained the situation. This country with hundreds of years of history is called Mo Park. Half a month ago, it was a scene of happiness. The culprit who destroyed this country is called Jack. Luffy thought about it and looked at Locke. Locke nodded to Luffy and said, "Is the Jack you mentioned, the one under Kaido?" Locke patted Nami's back lightly and comforted, "It's okay, it's not your fault." On the way, Locke looked a little serious, and the partners enjoyed the joy of reuniting after a long absence. Both Zoro and Luffy sensed that Nami, who was rushing towards Locke, was not in the right mood. "I like you, Karuchu." Wanda nodded seriously and was about to say something when suddenly, as if an earthquake was about to occur, the ground began to shake violently. Luffy thought it was Locke who drove it. At this time, Peebo, Luo's crew, shouted, "It's going to rain fire, climb up the tree." Advertisement. Afterwards, a group of people came inside with strange emotions to hold a banquet. During the banquet, the body of the legendary partner also appeared, and it was indeed this guy. "Welcome Straw Hat Crew." He obviously didn't do anything, as if he was treated like a hero. There were all kinds of cheers. Later, when passing through the city, Locke and Luffy sensed something at the same time, and Locke completely entered a memory mode, understanding the scene when Jack invaded here before. Brook is the most popular of the fur tribes, where he is affectionately known as the Corpse Baron. "Ah, stupid rabbit, don't bite me, there are no more carrots, and you ate up all the carrots I brought." After a while, they arrived at the destination, and Luo used his ability to come here in an instant, and everyone gathered here, and the scene was spectacular when everyone came in. Hash plus hash equals. Locke patted Luffy on the head and scolded with a smile. "What are you thinking? I don't have any enemies, so I will just destroy it." "Kurushio, I'm sorry, Sanji. Wanda immediately rode on the crocodile and shouted, "Come on, I'll take you to the right abdomen, where your companion is." Ignoring the voices, I sensed Nami and Chopper, and the two appeared soon. Good. It was harmonious, and everyone was laughing and laughing. Chapter 311. The promise to kill Jack. Nami told everyone about everything after they left Dressrosa. The first is the encounter with Big Mom's pirate ship, except for the two guys that Locke met in the Fishman Island before. There was one more person, Capone Big of the villainous generation, and then it was time for the last time they contacted with the phone bug, and Sanji asked Luffy for a permission. Lien, who counterattacked Big Mom's ship, finally got rid of them with the tacit cooperation of everyone, and soon came to Zoe. When I said this, I started to gasp, and suddenly a person appeared and said that the Duke was awake, and then said that he wanted to see them. What happened next can only be asked when there is a chance. But Locke knows all of this, so he is not very interested. He is very interested in the special ape wine here, and he has already drunk 587 unconscious. There are two kings in the furry principality of Zoe Island, the king of the day, Duke Inuarashi, who is in charge of the day, and the king of the night, the cat viper, who is in charge of the night. On the way to meet Duke Inuarashi, Wanda continued to tell what happened afterwards. Jack and his gang broke into the city, saying they were looking for a Wano Kuni warrior named Raizo. But they all denied that there was no such person, so the subsequent tragedy happened, destroying the city and massacring the people, although the fur tribes were all natural fighters. But the guys under Kaido are not kidding either. They ate the man-made devil fruit team, with strange organs growing on their bodies, and Jack they couldn't compete with at all. This guy named Lei Zhang, AJBB, is actually hiding here. This person is also the Wano Kuni ninja that Jinbe came to Zoe to find. Originally, Luffy and the others were worried that if they found out about this matter, there would be unpleasant incidents, and they might turn against each other directly, but in fact, the friendship between the Fur Clan and the like was admirable. Soon at the gate of Duke Inuarashi, a lion fur tribe flew over and gave a big gift to everyone. Locke looked shocked. People who know Kung Fu kowtow like this these days. After that, everyone came in and saw Tang Duke Inuarashi in a bandage. This guy came up with a newspaper in his hand and said directly, "You are the Straw Hat Crew, I have received a lot of help from you, I am really grateful. That is Locke, please." Locke was drinking at the end at this time. When the partners heard the other party's question, they all moved away immediately. Locke was so dazed that he almost choked to death. Advertisement, ahem. Someone called me. At this moment, Luffy suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, Uncle thinks you are very strong." Wanda frowned at this time and said, "What are you talking about? You are too rude. The Duke is the #1 soldier in the country." Duke Inuarashi was disappointed for a while, then immediately stopped Wanda and said, "Stop saying it, this is not a word used to describe a loser, and the real strong is here, and people will laugh at you if you talk about it." Wanda said unconvinced. "What a loser, although the enemy is indeed very difficult, but we have the advantage." Duke Inuarashi suddenly smiled and said, "You must be bored, Locke." Locke understood what Inuarashi meant, and didn't say anything to ridicule them, and said casually, "No, but I'm a little shocked that Jack can make your country like this." At this time, the partners seemed to have thought of something. Usopp said, "Speaking of which, Jack could not be the subordinate of the Kaido you defeated more than half a year ago." Locke nodded and said, "Yes, but it seems that not killing him at that time did leave a lot of troubles, so the suffering of your country has something to do with me." Inulan hurriedly said, "How come? Please don't think that way, although it may be rude to say this, after all, I have received too much care from you, but I still want to ask you to avenge this country." Locke drank the ape wine in his hand and said, "Okay, if I meet that guy again this time, I will kill him, and I can take Luffy." Luffy nodded and said, "Well, yes." Nami tugged at Luffy's face and shouted, "What's the matter? Sanji's matter hasn't started yet, and now I'm going to provoke another 4 emperors." But while talking, Nami suddenly noticed the eyes of Wanda and others, sighed helplessly and said to Locke, "Oh, there is no way, you must vent your anger for this country, do you hear me?" Locke nodded quickly, and then Duke Inuarashi also said that he had met Shanks when he was sailing with Mamushi, and Luffy was just about to listen to a story, but this guy actually fell asleep. Chapter 312. The reason for Sanji's departure. Wanda explained that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. "I also said that there are 2 kings in this country, and the official king is Duke Inuarashi. The boss of the Cat Viper who has guarded the sacred whale forest for generations has the same strength, and the reason why Inuarashi sleeps is because the relationship between the two of them is particularly bad. It's so bad that they might fight as soon as they meet, because the two people's personalities are too incompatible, so the two of them follow the rules from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. when they're with the sun, and from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. when they're together with the moon. Points, separated the work and rest time. Except for the 2 kings, the image of day and night is also great for others. People living in the town are active during the day, while those in the forest are active at night. So after Inulan fell asleep, the guard at the door and Dr. Yang next to Chopper also fell asleep, and Wanda continued to tell everyone about the battle. The day and night battle lasted for 5 full days. When it was hoped to win, Jack took out the weapon he had bought from Brother Ming. Guy's masterpiece, poisonous gas. Just for a moment, after the poisonous gas exploded, the people of the whole country fell down without exception, followed by cruel torture that lasted for a whole day. Tied up all the strong men and questioned them over and over again. It was not until the 6th day that Jack led people away, leaving only about a dozen people. The reason for leaving was actually because Luffy defeated Brother Ming. That's why Jack left to go to Brother Ming, but this 2 fools went directly to attack the warship where Sengoku Fujitora was, and now it was revealed that he died. But this guy is definitely not dead. Thick skin and thick flesh are the specialties of Kaido's subordinates. Also, when Chopper, Nami and others arrived at Zou, it happened to be the 2nd day after Jack left. Advertisement according to Straw Hat Crew's practice. Don't even think about it. There's Guy sprinkled on his own gas, he knows best, and then there's detoxification and treatment. Sanji as Brook contributed music. It can also be said that Sanji and his team directly saved the entire Fur Clan, and the BIGMOM pirates also chased Zou 2 days after that. Pokmus is also a fur tribe, and this is also his hometown. Seeing that his hometown was destroyed like this, Pokmus was also very angry. He thought it was the Straw Hat Crew. Unexpectedly, it was the Straw Hat Crew who saved his hometown. Gently, Sanji called Pokmus and Capone Beeg to a place where there was no one to negotiate, in order not to implicate the seriously injured country. Originally, Pokmus had 2 tasks. One was to bring Gaisa back, and a new one was added, but because Sanji and the others are the great benefactors of the Fur Clan, Pokmus said, "Just hand Guy over to him, and he will go back and say that Straw Hat Crew has escaped, and he will bear all the punishment himself." He couldn't bear to attack the savior in his hometown, but his action affected Capone Beeg, so Capone Beeg directly attacked Pokmus. And locked up Sanji and others, because Nami and Chopper were arrested. Sanji couldn't resist, and the two began to negotiate in Capone Beeg's body. That's when Sanji's true identity surfaced, because Capone Beeg showed Sanji an invitation card that said, Vince Mo K Sanji and Charlotte Pudding Wedding. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 advertisement. After that, things are simple. Sanji was not going to pay attention to this guy, but he encountered a new threat, that is East Blue Sea Restaurant Barati. If Sanji doesn't go, Straw Hat Crew really doesn't need to be afraid, because of Locke's strength. Straw Hat Crew doesn't need to be afraid of 4 emperors at all, but the opponent still has more important hostages in their hands. Sanji didn't want Haisheng Restaurant and Jeppu to be implicated, and finally left with Capone Bead, which is why Sanji's reward order said to capture alive. 0 in the end, Sanji left. Guys, I went to see a woman, I promised to come back. This seemingly casual note, and then threatened with Guy's background. Successfully rescued Nami and the others, and followed Capone Bead away. Finally seeing Sanji's smile, the partners all had a feeling that they would lose him forever. After all the situation is understood, except for the single-celled Luffy, the partners all know the seriousness of this matter, but it is actually not difficult for Locke to solve. Isn't he desperately trying to become stronger to prevent this kind of thing from happening? So the goal now is actually very clear, that is to defeat Big Mom and bring Sanji back. It's that simple, although now they are about to fight Kaido, it is definitely not a wise move to mess with Big Mom, but the captain's order is. Let's just ask Sanji directly. Chapter 313, Master Jack is here. Now the group's goal is to meet the Cat Viper, of course. There is also a key person as Pokmus. This guy is seriously injured and still awake. If you want to know the news about Sanji, only he, a member of the Big Mom pirates, knows best. He also encountered some small troubles on the way, the air flyer. Huge blood-sucking worms. This thing is said to be able to suck weak guys, even elephant owners. There are a lot of them, but under the impact of Luffy and Locke's double conquerors, all of them were eliminated. Afterwards, everyone saw the enthusiastic boss Viper, and the awakened Poke, 167, Moose, from which everyone learned about the strength of the Sanji family. The Vince Moke family has a history of about 300 years. It is a well-known underground killer family. It once controlled the entire North Blue by force. Now it has no territory but can participate in the World Summit. Can influence Marine, tell him to hunt down Sanji, change bounties and conditions, and have a steady connection with the world government. Its family feature is that it has curly eyebrows in the same direction, so it is also called Germa 66. Germa means that it has German-like technology, and 66 is the shape of 2 curly eyebrows. As a scientific combat unit, Germa 66 mainly applies the bloodline factor theory known as the field close to the gods. Judge and his team use the bloodline factor of several outstanding soldiers to clone and transform soldiers for research, making soldiers become absolute warriors. Obedient, outstanding quality of the dead, and can train clone soldiers in 5 years. Originally only Locke and Luffy were going, but the few people who watched Sanji leave before were not willing to go together. Tsunami, Chopper and Blue 2.9 grams also followed. Locke also covered his ears and said, "It's too noisy, damn it. Did you actually come to the door by yourself? Someone in Luffy is attacking the elephant owner. If I guess it's Jack correctly, I'm going down to deal with him." Nekobamushi and Duke Inuarashi also told everyone the location of the current historical text of the road sign, which is in Zou and is in charge of the Kazuki clan of Wano-kuni. The other is the 4 red road sign history texts that record the location information of Raftel. Zou has one here. Each road sign history text records a location. What happened afterwards has completely begun to escape Locke's control, and the force majeure has been completely broken, and the plot he knows is about to collapse. Advertisement. Then there is a brand new chaotic world, and then some small things, big and small, happened, until the team that is ready to go to the branch line is determined. It won't be long before a gift will be received, and this gift will be the head of someone who has a good relationship with that person, which is what Sanji was threatened at that time. One is to record 26 historical texts with a blank 100-year history, including 9 historical texts that record important information. When the information on these 26 pieces of historical text are combined, a complete article with a blank 100-year history can be formed, that is, the real historical text. From this point of view, Sanji's family still has some strength. Pokmus also said something more important, that is, anyone who dares to refuse Big Mom's request for a tea party. When they were about to set off, the island suddenly began to shake violently, and the elephant owner let out a roar. Luffy covered his ears and said in pain, Who is talking? I have never heard such a loud voice." Luffy barely heard Locke's words and shouted, "Got it, you go Locke. When you know these positions and connect the 4 points on the map, the last island Raftel will emerge in the center." When Luffy and others went to see him, he was being tied up with iron chains, because he knew what had happened and kept shouting why he didn't hand himself over. The other 2 are in charge of 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and 4 Emperors Kaido respectively, and the whereabouts of the remaining one is unknown. Finally, Luffy decided that he must go to Sanji to ask for clarification. Although it is very unfavorable to the current situation, Locke also decided to go with Luffy, and the other line will be handed over to the remaining partners. After that, everyone also received the main task, the task of going to Wano-kuni to fight Kaido, but there is still an important branch to do before. Zou also has a key item, the historical text, a kind of indestructible steel cast by the ancestors of the Wano-kuni Kazuki family in the blank 100 years. There are a total of 2 types. The most surprising thing about the whole Zou incident is Lei Zhang. In fact, this ninja named Lei Zhang really hid in Zou. The fur tribe was almost exterminated, but no one confessed Lei Zhang until his death. Chapter 314. The Dead Jack, Elephant Master, stop yelling, hold on and I'll kill that guy right now. Locke covered his ears and stepped on the moonwalk towards a pirate ship under the elephant's feet, and the pirate ship quickly found Locke. Captain Jack. Something is flying down from the sky. Jack, who was still wrapped in bandages, took a look through the binoculars, his pupils dilated instantly in fright, and he roared with an expression of seeing a ghost. Why is that guy here? Retreat! Get out of here quickly! Locke looked at the pirate ship that stopped attacking and said with a smile, now I want to run away, but I promised others that I will destroy you. When the position was about the same, Locke's figure suddenly disappeared, turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Jack's boat in an instant, punching Jack flying without saying a word. Boom! Jack's huge body crashed into the cabin and fell inside, Locke said with a smile on his face. Long time no see. 09, Jack. Jack stood up with difficulty and looked at Locke and said, damn. What are you trying to do? I didn't know you were here before, let me go, or Master Kaido will find out. Zilla, in an instant, Locke came to Jack again, kicked him to the ground, stepped on the guy's head and said, what if Kaido knows? If he dared to come to me, he would have appeared already, but you, who gave it to me? Your courage threatens me. Advertisement. Seeing his captain being trampled under, Jack's men quickly surrounded Locke, and it seemed that they were about to make a move, but Locke didn't even look up at them. Conquerors started a boat and all the people fell down. Jack was also very angry and thoughtless. He felt that it was too humiliating to be stepped on by Locke, so he directly activated the fruit ability. Jack is a zone elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form, a rare zone, ancient species, devil fruit that can transform into a mammoth. With a huge body, strong recovery ability and anti-strike ability, simply put, it is more resistant to beating. The last time Luo Shu painted him was because this guy was too tough. But this time it was different. After Jack transformed, Locke didn't even need to back away. The white dome covered his right fist and punched the guy in the head. Click. The air shattered, and Jack's huge body was knocked to the ground directly, and the blood flowed wildly, because he escaped from the marine side before and had already narrowly escaped death. The news is all about his suspected death, so the guy's injuries must be very serious, and Locke is absolutely sure to kill him. After Jack fell to the ground, he was still waving his long nose to attack Locke. Locke dodged and grabbed the guy's nose, the next second. Red arrogance erupted from Locke's whole body, and the sudden increase in strength directly lifted Jack's huge mammoth body, and then slammed it down towards his own boat. Boom! After a loud bang, Jack's boat was a shattered wreck, and he himself fell into the sea, but Locke knew the guy was still alive. Advertisement. If an ordinary ability user falls into the sea, he will almost certainly die, but Jack is a murloc, so even if he sinks into the bottom of the sea, he can still maintain a certain degree of consciousness and normal breathing. Locke stood in the air feeling Jack's position on the bottom of the sea and said to himself, don't think I'll just let you go. After confirming the location, Locke grasped the air in front of him with both hands, turned it hard, and the sea instantly turned upside down, and the seawater at the bottom was directly turned upside down by Locke and entered the air. Jack was still conscious and looked around in shock. Locke rushed over directly on the moonwalk, blood gathering in his right fist. Survival Series Asura destroying Skystrike. Pyre. The bloody fist print directly penetrated Jack's body, and then the powerful force made Jack explode directly, and a burst of blood scattered in the air and fell onto the sea. Locke exhaled 253 breaths, looked at the blood on the sea and said, remember to be more intelligent in your next life. So far, Jack the Drow, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, was killed by Locke. This scene was also recorded by the mysterious flame photographer. I believe this news will spread all over the world soon. After going back to meet up with his partners, Locke explained the situation, and the group of fur tribes immediately knelt down to all the people worshipped by Locke, speechless with excitement. Locke hurriedly got Nami ready to sail. He would be bruised if he stayed here. These guys are a little too enthusiastic. In the end, apart from the people mentioned before, the fur tribe also sent someone to follow them in order to repay their kindness. Because of Pokmas, the person they sent with them was his Ingo Pedro. In fact, besides him, Locke has already noticed that there is a disobedient rabbit already hidden in Luffy's huge luggage bag. Chapter 315. News of the evil generation. Nami, hit a little to starboard. Chopper. Is. Like this? Nami. That's right, in a little bit. Luffy. Hey. Cheer me up. The boat is sinking. Nami. It's so noisy. It's not all because you suddenly jumped from Zo. Everyone is so scared that they have no energy, stupid. Pokmas. Thanks, I now taste the joy of being alive. Locke. Ha. No, Tortoise and Lion, you are not as hard as a diamond, and you will be afraid of this height. Pokmas. Stop rambling, they've already fallen from the clouds. Brook. I'm terrified, even though I have only bones left. Nami. Look, off course again. To port. Locke suddenly shouted to Luffy's backpack, silly rabbit, come out to work now that you followed. Advertisement. When everyone was still wondering, the extremely excited Garrod rushed out. Leave it to me, everyone. Karuchu. Everyone was dumbfounded, except for Locke, who explained calmly, this guy has been following her secretly since the beginning. Anyway, it's okay to have one more, and I didn't expose her. Pedro was very angry and stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, let's go back first. Garrett hurriedly pleaded with tears in his eyes. No, Wongbo will be angry, please Pedro. Pedro ruthlessly refused and said, you are going to cause trouble for your benefactors. Add Locke. This is to sneak into the 4 Emperors' stronghold, not for fun. Locke looked at Locke with a pitiful face, but Locke said helplessly, okay, don't be so serious about Pedro, let her come with you if it's okay. Yes, you heard me right, all the money of the members of the Straw Hats is managed by Nami, and their pocket money is also given by Nami on a regular basis. It is hard to imagine that Locke, a big pirate with a bounty of more than 2 billion, only has 5,000 Bailey's pocket money. Backquote, Master Kaido. Master Kaido. It has been confirmed that Master Jack's plan to recapture Joker failed and died in the hands of Locke. Locke quickly patted his head to kill, and Garrett was instantly kawaii, saying that carrots can also be eaten by Locke, Locke said while eating carrots. The news that Jack was killed by Locke on the way has already made the headlines, and the Beast's pirates are also in chaos. I'm a little hungry. Who will cook? That's right, the half-dead person in the side cell is Kid. The three captains who originally planned to form an alliance to challenge Shanks met Kaido Yuan, who jumped from Sky Island and wanted to commit suicide when they discussed again. Advertisement Nami also noticed this and walked to the kitchen helplessly and said, "Let me do it, you keep an eye on the situation at sea, but no one wants to pay me 5,000 pele." The last sentence said to the cage on the side, "Hey, go and tell your contemporaries, you were just playing a game of pirates, Eustace Kid." But some ordinary meals on the earth can still be made. Locke has been busy in the kitchen for almost 3 hours and finally cooked a large table of meals. Isn't that why the number of givers can't continue to increase? Woohoo, Joker, why did you get killed by the brat? Woohoo, didn't we agree to create together? All of them are capable people? Are you the strongest pirate group? Now that the dream is only half completed, have you been killed? This question stumped everyone on the Sunny for a moment. Sanji has always been cooking, and among them, Nami may be the only one who can cook. While talking, Locke picked up Garrett's carrot and gnawed on it. Garrett just got happy and ran away when he saw this scene, and rushed to Locke at super fast speed to bite him. Because he knew Luffy's appetite, he prepared a lot, and finally lived up to expectations and received unanimous praise. After all, there were some dishes that they had never eaten. In an instant, all members of the Straw Hats were unwilling and shouted, "No way! The pocket money will be gone." Afterwards, the incident became very clear. Faced with the disparity in strength, both Hawkins and Apu all took refuge in Kaido, and the Kid Iron-Blooded Man didn't give in at all, so this is the end now. 4 Emperors Kaido was crying while drinking. People who didn't know it thought he was a lover, but in fact this guy was just moody after drunk. In the next second, he asked 2 of his subordinates to hold up the reward orders for Luffy and Locke, and killed them with a mace, for money. And then this guy started to be very angry and said a lot of words. In the end, Luffy offered to cook. Locke quickly stopped him and decided to take Sanji's position temporarily, although Locke is not a chef. Chapter 316. Encountering Germa. On the way to Cake Island, due to Luffy's huge appetite, the originally planned amount of food was eaten in 3 days, for the next few days of food. Everyone ventured into Marine Base. Straw Hat crew put on marine clothes again. Locke became an officer again, and in this Marine Base Locke also met 3 little ghosts. In order to become the supernova of Marine, Goulart, Zappa, Burnham, 3 very talented problem children. Burnham, Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles, is a strong and sturdy man, with dark skin and short and lean. Other than that, he has no other specialties. Zeppa is a supernova with the attribute of Sanji. When he saw a beautiful woman, he couldn't walk. After seeing Nami, he ran to propose to Nami on the spot, and Nami was so scared that he was at a loss. In terms of strength, he is average. He is a 2-sword swordsman, and his specific swordsmanship strength should catch up with Zoro, who has been in the past 2 years. Goulart can be regarded as a relatively prominent supernova in this group of supernova trio, and he is a disciple brought back by Aokiji. He has 790 Kylin arms that can turn into beasts, which are extremely destructive. But often Goulart himself controls and captures the Kylin arm that can only run away, and often destroys it everywhere, and he is in great pain. Locke unintentionally acted as the instructor of these 3 guys, taught them all a lesson with great strength, and finally robbed Marine of a large amount of food and left. It can be regarded as an episode. Later, in order to keep Luffy's first kiss, Locke took a risk and prevented Luffy from eating the poisonous fish, but unfortunately Locke was contaminated with poison.
Now Locke has no anti-poison physique, and this fish is still highly poisonous. After a while, Locke was lying on the deck with a purple complexion, and Chopper was crying and eating Nami's food. Luke was going to be so angry come over.
Suddenly, Pedro, who was watching from the watchtower, spotted the boat. Pokmus thought he had encountered Big Mom's patrol boat, and quickly asked the rest of them to hide. But when the ship approached, it was discovered that it was a huge telephone bug with a castle on its back, and the number 66 was written on the sail. This is the ship of Germa 66. Advertisement. Here is Germa, found Straw Hat Crew's ship. Why are you here, Straw Hat Crew? Seeing the situation, Nami hurriedly shouted, "If you go on like this, you will be bumped into each other. Everyone, put up the sails quickly." After dodging the huge ship, everyone saw Sanji from the side. Yes, everyone thought it was Sanji, but when the man took off his hood and opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. "I've been Sanji since just now, and my name is Yuji. My relationship with the Sanji you know is a secret among secrets." Nami complained. Definitely Sanji's younger brother. Chopper reacted and shouted quickly, "Hey, do you have any remaining antidotes on board? We have already used up all the antidotes on board, and the toxin in Locke's body has begun to spread." Brook also hurriedly shouted, "Since it is Sanji-san's younger brother, please help us." But in the end, this guy named Yongzi showed AJFE, the way he came, which surprised everyone. "Sorry, I don't have the habit of saving people, or you are going to use the way of pirates. Do you want to try to grab it?" The tone was provocative, which caused all kinds of dissatisfaction among the partners on the Sunny. Who is it? It's far worse than Sanji. Is it really Sanji's family? Sanji is much gentler than you. Advertisement. Seeing that there was no hope, Luffy was going to fight directly, when a woman's voice came from behind Yangzi. Don't be so mean, Yuji. As soon as the voice fell, the arrogant Yangji was kicked and flew into the sea. This woman also came directly to the sunny. Facing the vigilant people, the woman smiled calmly. Hello, sorry, my brother is a B************** D with no sense of humanity. My name is Reiju. That guy's sister, another curly brow, but beautiful. Reiju came to Locke, looked at him and said, his symptoms should be caused by eating the guide tigerfish in Ryotami. Chopper looked surprised. How do you know? Reiju continued to get very close to Locke and said, generally, even giants would die from this kind of poison, but I like this kind of poison the most. While speaking, Reiju licked his lower lip, and Locke took away the love affair that belonged to Luffy in the next second, and Reiju kissed Locke directly without shy away. The toxins in Locke's body that could be seen by the naked eye began to transfer to Reiju's body, and after a long kiss, Reiju sucked up all the toxins. Then he blushed and said, really, you actually took advantage of me when you woke up. Locke suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, you should be glad you picked up a big deal. Originally, I planned to kill Vince Moke if Sanji didn't have any nostalgia for the family. But now it seems that I have to take care of you. Up. Chapter 317. Strong means of deterrence plop. At this time, Yang Ji, who was knocked down to the bottom of the sea, rushed out and shouted angrily. You seem to have said something terrible just now. You dare to provoke us. You should know what will happen. Locke looked at Yang Ji in the air with disdain and said, is this the so-called technological power? Let me see how much you have. Yuluo Locke rushed towards Yang Ji on the moonwalk, the fourth son of Vince Moke Yang Ji, the king of Germa Kingdom and the commander of Germa 66, Vince Moke Judge, nicknamed Winch Green. His eyebrows are turned to the left, and he has a green pointed hairstyle. He looks very similar to Sanji. He wears headphones, sunglasses, an orange silk scarf, and a black cape with the symbol 4. Wearing a green battlesuit, the battlesuit is a shape memory armor specially made by Germa technology, and the flame cannot burn it. There are Germa 66 logos on the clothes, special white gloves and a belt, and technical shoes with explosive bounce and jet functions on the feet. The shoes can make people fall out of the water and stay in the air after falling into the water. As a royal family, he is arrogant, impulsive and reckless, and a bit mischievous. Compared with other brothers, his mind is still quite naive. Because the transformation of the blood factor has lost a lot of emotions that humans should have, even in the face of the threat of death, Yang Ji can't feel fear. Seeing Locke rushing towards him, Yang Ji shouted arrogantly, the guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Winch thump. Advertisement Locke didn't use any tricks and simply punched the past with his left fist attached to the armed color. Boom. Just one confrontation with Yang Ji made him dumbfounded, because his fist was shattered, and even the battlesuit on his arm was shattered, although this guy would not feel fear. But he would still be surprised. This scene really scared him, and Reiju on the boat looked at this scene in disbelief at this time. At this time Nami came to Reiju and said, if you are not hostile, I can tell Locke to stop, and you saw it, your brother will die. With Reiju's dazed effort, Yuji in the air had already received another punch, which directly smashed all the battlesuits on him, and Reiju quickly surrendered to Nami. So now Reiju looks a little serious. Locke said directly to Reiju, Sanji is our partner. The purpose of our visit this time is to take him away, because you saved me. I will give Vince Moke family a chance, assist us during the tea party. After waiting for a while, Reiju returned to the sunny, but her expression was obviously very different from the first time she appeared, and they must know about Locke. But because the jump is too large, the news records are not completely credible. Only when you see it with your own eyes will you experience the gap in strength. Nami was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, I know, then I will raise 500 Baileys. What's even more outrageous is that Luffy on the side also expressed his displeasure. Why, Nami, I want to increase my pocket money too, and I'm going to beat that person up too. Really, that's great. Luffy was as coaxiable as a child. Advertisement Locke had no choice but to throw Yang Ji onto the boat, and then he also fell down slowly. Just as he was about to negotiate, suddenly the boat of Germa 66 directly attacked the sunny. Nami immediately shouted to Locke in the air, okay Locke. There was a moment of displeasure on Locke's face, and Reiju who was on the side was frightened and grabbed Locke and said anxiously, I'm sorry, I will warn them immediately, please don't make a move. Seeing this, Locke didn't force her to say flatly, if that's the case, then don't interfere. Oh yes, when you see Sanji, tell me a word, let him not forget that he is the chef of Straw Hat Crew, don't give us home for. In fact, Locke didn't intend to agree. He originally wanted to show off and destroy the ship, but Reiju flew back to the ship immediately after asking. 0. Seeking flowers. Reluctantly, Locke could only sit down and suddenly thought of something and said to Nami, Nami, I vented my anger for you just now, can the pocket money be increased? Reiju asked with a confused expression, what are you going to do? Locke smiled triumphantly. Give up, Reiju has already taken the man away, it's okay, I can buy you an extra piece of meat in the future. Great. Locke didn't feel that he was missing, but was very happy. This scene really made Pokemos and Pedro dumbfounded. The majestic war emperor, the new emperor of the sea who can be compared with the 4 emperors, is because of I am complacent about getting 500 Bailey pocket money. Locke. It seems unrealistic to quietly take Sanji away, so the scuffle will definitely be inevitable. Reiju. An enemy of Big Mom. You can't win, I can't give you an answer. Chapter 318. Sanji's bride. Pudding. The reason why Locke said this is to let Sanji stop swallowing his anger, and he will fight back when others hit him, and the same is true for his own family. Reiju said that he would definitely take the words with him, and then he went back to the boat and was about to leave. Pokemon reminded Reiju to act as if he had never seen them. So we bid farewell to Reiju. The Sunny continued to set off, the phone bug kept ringing. Pokemon said it was a warning, even if he answered it, it would not stop. This also proves that it has entered the territory of Big Mom. There are a total of 34 islands around Cake Island, and each island is governed by a minister from 260 people called the vast sea area, all nations, and soon everyone saw the first island, and Luffy and Chopper landed without a plan at the first time. In this city made entirely of chocolate, foodie Luffy and dessert-loving Chopper go snake mode, but even this city has laws. The roof, walls, windows and the like cannot be eaten, otherwise the building will be destroyed, but Luffy and Chopper, who Pokemon told everyone about this, have committed crimes in the city. But at this time, a woman who thought she looked very kind and gentle came forward to make a rescue. After getting to know her, she learned that she was the one who was going to marry Sanji. Charlotte Pudding, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family, although she acted like a fool from the beginning to the end. Locke knew the real situation of Pudding from the beginning to the end. Pudding is a three-eyed mixed race girl. Because she has 3 eyes, she was bullied since she was a child. She began to use bangs to cover her third eye on her forehead and hide her true self. Pudding is not evil in nature, but the experience of being bullied since she was a child forced her to pretend to be strong, and use bullying to prevent herself from getting hurt. In fact, I have a very low self-esteem in my heart, thinking that I am just an ugly monster. She's good at acting and imitating, and in fact Pudding's evil side loves to mock and insult enemies, but only in secret. In addition, Pudding also got to know Lola. She likes the simple and kind Lola the most, and she also feels anxious because she is worried about not being trusted by her mother. Advertisement trying to be a capable daughter in front of Big Mom, she expresses her love for freedom to Luffy and others, and doesn't like the marriage arranged by her family. In fact, she doesn't even have the right to choose the dress for the wedding. Pudding can see the essence of things, even if Big Mom is used as a pawn, but compared to only fear of Big Mom, children who know Big Mom's personality know that Big Mom is just a child at heart, and propose to meet her. Give it a reward. In addition, Pudding is demon fruit power, and Pudding is the memory fruit of Paramecia devil fruit. Those with the ability to read, take out, replace, and tamper with the memory of the specified object. Locke has a deep understanding of the ability to manipulate memory, so he has always had the same expression as Pedro, with a cold face and did not participate in the conversation they only saw. Watching Pudding's performance quietly, Locke silently applauded Pudding in his heart. Oscar owes you a best actor. Suddenly Pedro, who was sitting next to Locke, said, "We should tie this woman up, or she will tell us all about us." Obviously, Pedro's sudden words at this time directly broke their original happy atmosphere. After that, Pudding continued to act, and Nami and others expressed their complete trust in her. At this time, it was time for Locke, the parent, to come forward. He got up and came to Pudding to reach out and brush her hair. Straight away, a pistol was pointed at Locke, and Locke snatched the handle of the gun from Pudding's hand in the blink of an eye with a chuckle and said, "Don't be nervous." Then he turned back and said to Pedro, "If she wants to say something, let her say it doesn't matter, if you want to get Sanji back this time, it's impossible without making a big fuss." Pedro also knew it in his heart, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, Locke's series of actions just now made Pudding's reaction arouse the suspicion of Straw Hat Crew. Nami and the others no longer trusted Pudding in 1.3 as before. Locke's move messed up Pudding's future plans. She had already made up a perfect story. She met with Sanji, and Sanji said that she could not marry her and wanted to go back to her partners. Then she stepped forward and decided to help Sanji at this time, and then gave the Straw Hat Crew a map and said that she would definitely bring Sanji over. Now all of this is void, she has no right to speak, and Pudding knows that she messed up the matter this time, which is a big blow to her. Chapter 319. Arriving at Cake Island, updated at the end of the month. At this time, in the capital of Cake Island, the ant who suffers from cravings is running amok. Once cravings occur, she will fall into madness, smashing and beating everywhere, causing destruction everywhere. After the onset of the illness, the ant refused to recognize her relatives, even killed her own son, and could not listen to anyone's words. When the illness occurred, her combat IQ was 0, she would not dodge or defend, and would only attack indiscriminately. There is no other way to bring her back to her senses except to let her eat the delicacy she wants to eat. When Cake Island was in crisis, Jinbe rushed over with the delicacy she wanted to eat. After a wave of feeding, Big Mom finally returned to normal and started talking to Jinbe. "Aunt, isn't this my loyal sea warrior Jinbe? The historical text 09 sent last time is really good. Although I don't understand it. Mama, why did you come here today? How did the capital become like this? Yes, did you do it?" Jinbe. "No, I just arrived here, and I don't know what happened here. I came here today because I have something very important to tell you." Speaking of this, the ant's expression changed the next time, and she began to become ferocious and said, "You don't mean to quit, do you?" The ant who had already guessed Jinbe's intentions began to confront Jinbe. After calming down, the ant let Jinbe follow her, and the two came to the usual palace of the ant. The ant who sat on the seat said with a cold expression, "You have to go, Jinbe." Jinbe didn't answer yet, and stared at her firmly. At this moment, the dim sum on the ant's plate said, "Why, boss, don't go." Advertisement. The ant grabbed the snack and threw it into her mouth, saying, "Shut up." The person who is going to leave asks him what he is doing. Don't be ashamed. Pirates, the most important thing is to live freely, but I also drank the wine before. Now you leave as soon as you say, and you let me, the boss, save face. Jinbe, if I do this, I will fight. Jinbe said flatly. Well, yes. The ant turned into a sharp voice and shouted at Jinbe. What is it? You have to lose something. That's called breaking. Mama, give me the roulette. Soon a roulette with hands, feet and other parts printed on it was sent up, and the ant's expression gradually perverted and shouted. Come and spin, ha 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 ha. See what you will lose. On the other side, Locke and his team have also successfully arrived at Cake Island. On the way, Pedro suddenly suggested that he go to get the historical text of Bigmom. Because when he was in Zou before, he was very shocked by the act of Cat Viper and Inulan showing the historical text to Straw Hat Crew, except for Luogia for more than 20 years. Only the Straw Hat Crew had such high hopes, so halfway through Pedro asked Luffy what they were going to do after they completed their next goal, Kaido. Luffy said that he didn't know, he hadn't considered such a long-term matter, but Pedro directly explained the historical text, so he wanted to help Straw Hat Crew get the historical text from Auntie in advance. In this way, after defeating Kaido, they will have harvested 3 historical texts, and they are only short of the last one to find Raftel, the legendary final island. Although he agreed with Pedro's suggestion, Locke knew that Pedro might die, so when Brook followed, Locke asked Brook to ensure Pedro's safety. Advertisement. Those who wanted to help them could not be allowed to make such a big sacrifice, and then Pedro and Brook rescued and set off on Shark 3. Luo Shu and others landed directly on the island. Then Luffy was lured into the forest by a fake Sanji, and Locke ran in without paying attention, and this time Locke didn't follow. He's going to take a shortcut to 983, and the forest will definitely solve it with Luffy in the end, so Locke doesn't need to worry, just sign in first. Sign in. Congratulations on the successful sign in. The reward, the Soul of Hades, has been issued. The next sign in location, Wanokuni. Reward, the last moment. Now that the interval between check-ins is getting longer and longer, and the rewards are also very powerful, Locke vaguely sensed that his adventure might not reach the end zone with his partners. At this time, Vince Moke is in the family. Sanji, who was standing there with a gloomy face, met Yuji, who had been taught by Locke before. This guy was still bandaged and said to Sanji provocatively. Do you miss me? I was surprised to see you at last. I didn't expect that Sanji is still alive, and he is still a pirate. What are you talking about? God. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, go away. Chapter 320. Strong Sanji, Happy New Year, Sanji. I have severed ties with my family and have nothing to say to you. Yangzi. We have something to tell you. I heard that you seem to refuse to marry the daughter of the Charlotte family. You trash has no right to choose. W. Sanji said calmly. Didn't you hear? I told you to get lost. Yangzi provocatively said with a smile on his face. Really? Then try to make me disappear with your strength. After talking about Yuji, he shot Sanji, but this guy who can't even know hockey, shot Sanji is completely courting death. Sanji's combat power at this time should be to stabilize the 4th Yuji. However, the boss and the second who wear this battlesuit will be slightly inferior, but you must know that the current Straw Hat Crew all grew up under the pressure of Locke. The strength has long been many times stronger than before, which can be seen from the bounty, so the current strength of Sanji is the strongest in the entire Vince Moke family. Locke doesn't want to see Sanji being bullied by those trash after he goes back, so he asks Reiju to bring him a message. Sanji, who knocked down Yangzi, went back to his room and saw Reiju. He said that the elder sister Sanji was the worst to deal with, because he didn't know what kind of emotion to use to her. How long are you going to stay? You are really indifferent to your sister whom you haven't seen for 13 years. How many times do I have to say, I've already cut off your blood ties, and I have nothing to do with your crazy family who hang disgusting pictures on the wall. Advertisement, don't be so excited, I just came to give you a message. Did you see the injury on Yangji's body? It's normal for that brainless guy to be injured. Yeah, I always like to cause trouble, but this time I have provoked an existence as terrifying as the 4 emperors, War Emperor Locke. Sanji stared blankly for a while, then he came back to his senses and lit a cigarette and said, really, then he is lucky to be alive. Reiju was about to continue to say something, when another man's voice came from the door. Are you still complaining, my son? Sanji looked at him resentfully and said, don't bark, even if I have a father, it's not you. At this time, the man who appeared in front of Sanji was the person Sanji loved the most, Vince Moke Judge, known as Strange Bird. The master of Vince Moke family, the king of Germa Kingdom, and the commander of Germa 66, became famous all over the world because of the event of killing the 4 countries of North Blue. His dream is to let Germa Kingdom dominate North Blue again. Judge is also a scientist. When he was young, he belonged to the illegal research team Moss together with Vegapunk, Quinn and other scientists. After Vegapunk was taken away by the world government, Judge revitalized the kingdom of Germa through scientific research alone. As soon as this guy came in, he said he wanted to fight Sanji one-on-one, and the man would talk with his fists, but he was not Sanji's opponent at all, and finally used the despicable human wall tactics to barely hurt Sanji. But already defeated, seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, Reiju told all about the encounter with Locke before he came forward. Sanji took a puff of cigarette after hearing what Locke left for him. He almost understood in seconds after being with him for such a long time Locke means. He came directly to Judge and said, although I have nothing to do with you, I still want to remind you that our vice captain is a real monster, and it would be easy to destroy the Germa kingdom you are so proud of. Advertisement judge looked at Sanji in disbelief, although he didn't believe what Sanji said at all, but as he said, the right to speak is in the hands of stronger people. Now Sanji can even beat him, it is useless for him to say more. After that Reiju followed Sanji back into the room. What are you still following me for, Sanji? I know what you want to do, but have you ever thought about angering Big Mom? If you lose, you will all die there. So what, from the moment I became a pirate, death has long been forgotten. And we won't lose. If you don't want to cause trouble, don't get involved. You saved my partner, I am very happy, thank you, Zhao Li's. So this is my advice to you. The ant is asking about the situation of the Straw Hat crew. She has already learned the information of everyone, so she sent to stop it early in the morning. How is Straw Hat crew doing now? Being played by Master Bree in the Forest of Delusion, they will never escape. Very good, Mama. Where's that Locke? That person did not enter the Forest of Delusion, considering the degree of danger. Lord Katakuri has already stopped him. Did Katakuri go? Then don't worry, hurry up and prepare for the tea party. Yes. Mom. Chapter 321. The strongest star card E. Stop advancing, Locke. Locke stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look over and said with a smile. It turns out that a powerful character has come. The man who appeared beside him was Katakuri, who came to stop Locke. Charlotte Katakuri is the second son of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. The Minister of Flower of the Toto Land Kingdom is based in the town of Berry Flower on Weed Island. The top cadre of the Big Mom pirates is the head of the 3 generals, and the reward is 1,057 million Baileys. Simply this bounty has surpassed everyone in the Straw Hat crew except Locke, and is similar to Luffy. In fact, Luffy's current strength is also similar to him. As mentioned before, the overall strength of the Straw Hat crew is stronger than that of the original period under the pressure of Locke, but the observation haki of Card 2 is still stronger than Luffy. He is the core figure of the family and the pillar of the Big Mom pirates. He is extremely powerful and has never been defeated in his life. He is known as 807 as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Charlotte's family's most popular big brother ranks first and has his own fanbase. At the same time, he is also known as the man whose back never touches the ground. In terms of appearance, he is tall, with short amaranth red hair, strong muscles, slender legs, 2-stitched scars on each cheek, pink tattoos on his left arm, left upper body and left back, a skull-shaped tattoo on his left arm, and a tattoo on his left back. It's a wing tattoo. Wearing a white scarf like a flower, the overall costume is full of strong black metal style, wearing a pair of black gloves, with a thorn ring on the left arm, black jeans and a pair of thorny black leather boots, with a belt on the back of the boots there are spurs. Kaoru directly took out his weapon Earth Dragon, the trident, and came to Locke with cold eyes. Mom sent me, AJD, to stop you. Still with a smile on his face, Locke said, then do you think you can do it? Advertisement Kaoru was not talking. It seemed that he was about to make a move. Locke would first use a Conquerors to suppress it, and Kaoru felt that he immediately released the Conquerors to collide with Locke. 2 powerful Conquerors haki began to collide continuously, and a phenomenon similar to black lightning began to appear around, and the power generated shattered the surrounding buildings. But the appearance of the 2 showed who had the upper hand. Kaoru's head was already covered with sweat, and Locke still had a smile on his face, looking very relaxed. Boom. After the collision, Kaoru staggered back a step, and Locke stood still and praised. Not bad, your strength doesn't match your bounty. Kaoru still didn't answer Locke, and shot directly with a serious expression. Glutinous ball stabbing. Kaji uses the Nuo fruit ability to turn his arms into glutinous balls and surround the weapon trident, and then make the arms rotate continuously and stab out towards Locke. Clang. Locke released the Gauntlet of God to abruptly block Kaoru's attack, and Kaoru retreated after finishing the attack, leaving only a white mark on Locke's Gauntlet of God. Locke looked at his gauntlet with a chuckle and said, as expected of you, you are the strongest under Big Mom. I appreciate you very much. I will give you another chance to make way. With a serious expression and firm eyes, Kaoru had already told Locke the answer. The battle broke out, and this time Locke took the lead. In an instant, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, and in the next second, Kaoru felt a sense of crisis, and he immediately used moves to resist. Advertisement. Barrier rice cake. Kaoru waved his hands towards the top of his head, and his hands turned into rice cakes and spread out on top of his head, instantly attaching armed colors to resist. Locke yelled as he released his blood from his right fist. Asura's shattering fist. Boom. The powerful force instantly made Kaoru knelt on the ground and struggled to resist, but Locke would not show mercy. His left hand was already flickering. At the same time, Kaoru's super knowledgeable color has also sensed the danger, and he immediately got away and stepped back. The next second, Locke's left fist pierced through his defense in the ground with powerful golden power. Kaoru did not panic and attacked Locke again. Corn rice cake. Kaoru first used the waxy fruit ability to turn his hands into strip-shaped rice cakes, and then used armament haki to harden them and quickly attacked Locke. Locke also had an armed left hand with his right hand equipped with the armor of God, and Kaoru started a head-to-head confrontation. If Locke wants to end quickly, it will be much faster to find an opportunity to use his right-hand fantasy killer to directly attack card 2, but because of Locke's super knowledgeable color. So this idea is not very easy to realize. Locke himself really wants to fight against Kaoru. His haki couldn't break through the hardness of the armor of God, and Locke's armor was stronger than him. Chapter 322. Cardi going all out, bird rice cake. Collar suddenly opened the distance and Locke stretched out a whip made of rice cakes from his hand to wrap around Locke, and then swung the whip to throw Locke away. But his strength was not enough. Locke pulled the whip to pull him over instead. Carr cut off the whip immediately, stretched out his fingers and shouted at Locke. Mochi Blade Bomb. I saw Collar turning his hands into glutinous balls, and then shot out the glutinous balls combined with armament hockey from his index finger, flying towards Locke. Locke thought he could dodge easily, but in the end he only dodged the first one. His knowledge told him that the one behind him couldn't be dodged, so Locke broke free from the whip directly. With one hand he punched in front of him. The air in front of him shattered instantly. All of Collar's attacks stopped in the air, and they were shattered in the next second. Locke once again used 3,000 thunders, and the moment he disappeared, he opened the Killing God domain, and the terrifying murderous aura began to permeate the surroundings. Collar frowned and realized that the matter was not simple. Although this murderous aura doesn't impress him much, in fact his strongest trump card is restricted, and his knowledge can no longer predict future dangers. Now this space is full of deadly dangers everywhere. Suddenly a powerful force sucks Collar's body, and Collar immediately bombards him in the direction he is flying over. Famous chestnut mochi. Collar used the ability of glutinous fruit to turn his hands into strip-shaped rice cakes and combined with armament hockey. In an instant, he quickly smashed countless strip-shaped glutinous balls hardened with armament hockey in front of him in all directions. This move is explosive, fast and accurate, and its power is about the same as Luffy's rubber jet snake cannon, but he still misses it. It's just Locke slamming. When Collar was attacking in front of him, Locke suddenly appeared behind him. A large amount of blood entangled in his body exploded instantly. Blood Demon Point Heaven Killer. Advertisement. When Collar reacted, it was too late to resist, so he could only defend with armed colors. Boom. The strong force knocked Collar out. The blood stained the scarf covering his mouth red. Collar half knelt on the ground panting. Locke looked at him quietly in front of him. Not long after, Collar tore off the scarf, revealing himself as a monster and shouted, "I won't let you hurt Mom." At this moment, Locke thought he was a bad person, and when he came back to his senses, Locke said flatly, "I just came to save my partner. It's useless to say these things. Come on again." Collar stood up and put one hand on the ground and shouted, "Mobile glutinous rice balls." In an instant, the whole ground assimilated into glutinous balls and rushed towards Locke. Locke punched the air in front of him and shouted, "Empty shock." Click. Shock Fruit's ability is also powerful, directly stopping Collar's moves, and the ground began to shatter and collapse in the next second. Collar jumped with the help of gravel and did not fall. Just as he was jumping up, Locke suddenly appeared. The Kenglong chases the sun. The white-blue dragon descended from the sky and slammed towards Collar. Collar's face was serious and he retreated suddenly, and then his hand turned into a rice cake and started to burn. Advertisement. Baked rice cakes. 0. Seeking flowers. I saw him turn the upper part of his hand into a rice cake and compress it while wrapping hot air to attack like a bazooka, and armament hockey is attached. Boom. The force of this collision produced a strong impact directly in the center, sending both of them flying. Locke felt the danger in midair and immediately stabilized his figure. In the next second, several thick rice cake strips that were assimilated into rice cake environment appeared around him, and they fell directly towards Locke. Locke crossed his fists to charge, and at the moment when Collar's attack was about to fall, his fists smashed towards both sides with the white ball cover. 0 click. Click. The powerful force shattered Collar's attack again, and before Locke could make another move, Collar's attack launched again, and suddenly a huge black fist appeared in front of him. Locke directly shattered the attack in front of him with a flash of golden light in his left hand, and then a second and third appeared immediately. Locke knew that 12 began to go all out. After the smoke dissipated, Collar stood on the spot with the injury from the impact just now, looking rather embarrassed, but at this moment his state is not at all embarrassed. Peerless Donuts. The trick used by Collar in the awakened state is to emerge rice cakes from the ground and form the shape of donuts. It can create multiple donuts in an instant, and then attack from the mouth of the donuts. It is some skills. As a base, your hands will be wrapped in rice cakes when you use it. This move can be understood as Collar's current attack can open a portal-like thing in the air at any time. Even Locke's knowledge may not be able to react to it. Chapter 323. Moving on, Compromising Cardi. 9-head rice cake. Collar instantly created 9 donuts, and stretched out a huge arm strengthened by 9 horns from the donuts, and hit Locke towards Locke. Locke jumped into the air, and with a roar, red arrogance began to erupt from his body, and then the golden light in his left hand and the blood in his right hand all appeared, and the next second. The power of the left hand is 100 times stronger. Shira destroys the sky. In an instant, a huge golden fist and a blood-colored fist condensed with condensed blood energy exploded as Locke swung his fists, and the 2 huge fists began to move towards Collar. Collar's 9 huge arms are desperately attacking, 993, but it doesn't work at all like moths to a flame, and he is about to be killed by Locke's attack. Collar shouted, "Gonli rice cake." Immediately, the huge arms strengthened by horned glutinous balls stretched out from countless donuts and began to move in all directions to resist Locke's attack. Locke's 2 attacks exploded, but the powerful force still overturned him. Collar thought of something when he flew upside down, and forced himself to maintain his balance without falling down. Because this action made him almost spit out a mouthful of blood, Locke knew what this guy was thinking when he saw this, but it was a bit too small to underestimate him to fight him and think about not falling on his back. Locke won't let him down. Sanshin Lidong activated again and immediately came to Ka-er. Ka-er immediately attacked Locke without hesitation. Weird rice cake. Advertisement based on the Wushuang donut and superimposed horned glutinous balls to form a move. Ka-er swings his fist to manipulate the huge arm strengthened by horned glutinous balls protruding from the donut, and then bursts out a huge strange force attack. A huge fist with a powerful impact blasted towards Locke's head, and Locke also swung his right fist. The combination of white ball cover and blood gas exploded instantly. Asura destroying sky-breaking strike. Click. There was a stalemate for a moment after the confrontation, and Ka-er's attack was completely smashed again, and he spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt in front of Locke after being backlashed. Locke looked at him blankly and said, "You should be stronger, you have been scruples for a few hours and you can't devote yourself to the battle, do you want to continue?" After a long silence, Ka-er said, "I can help you deal with Germa." Before he finished speaking, Locke interrupted. "Stop. You know in your heart that Germa is not enough for me to care about. The key is BIGMOM. Card 2. If the tea party goes wrong, Mom will go crazy." Locke. "That's your business, it was your people who took my partner away." Ka-er. No, but I hope you don't hurt my family." Locke. "Then you'd better remind them that I have a bad temper, and if someone who doesn't have a good eye wants to provoke me, I will be at my own risk." Advertisement. After speaking, Locke turned around and left, walked straight towards the tea party venue, stood up with difficulty and took out the phone bug he carried with him and said, "Pudding, forget about Straw Hat Crew, call everyone over, I have something to notify." For Luffy and his party, after Pudding left, the Forest of Bewilderment solved it by itself, but a new enemy appeared. Cracker, one of the three generals, appeared. Zero. Luffy also launched a fierce battle against this guy with a bounty of 800 million. At the same time, the two big brothers of Vince Moke family Sanji also returned. Vince Moke IG, known as Spark Red, is the eldest brother of Sanji, the prince of the kingdom of Germa, the eldest son of the Vince Moke family, and a member of the evil army Germa 66. He and his siblings obtained a superhuman body and the ability of fire through the modified gene of their father's blood factor. Vince Moke Niji, nicknamed Electric Shock Blue, is the second son of Vince Moke's family and Sanji's second brother. The shadow these two people left on Sanji is not small at all. Although Sanji has confidence in his own strength now, he still trembles when he thinks that he will face the two of them soon. After that, Niji provoked Sanji in various ways at the dinner table. Sanji didn't care about him at first, but this guy wasted food and beat women, which completely angered Sanji. Sanji and Niji played against each other. Sanji, whose strength was 5.6, didn't take much effort to deal with Niji. As a result, IG also shot at the critical moment, and Sanji began to fight with 1 against 2. Even so, Sanji was still not at a disadvantage, and finally these guys threatened Sanji with the female chef as a hostage, and he stopped. But Sanji is not easy to mess with, and said directly, "The reason why I am still here is because I am waiting for my friends to come. I have already reminded you, when the power you are proud of is completely shattered sometimes, crying and begging me is useless." Chapter 324. Sanji returns to the team. The cover plan begins. Sorry for the wrong chapter. Report. There is a person blocking the way ahead. In the carriage, Vince Moke's family was preparing to set off for the tea party. Hearing the news, Yang Ji got out of the car and shouted with displeasure. "The guy who doesn't have eyes is blocking the way, just kill it." The next second. Boom. What? Yang Ji's scream startled a few people immediately, and everyone immediately got down. When facing the south, Bazi's whole face became deformed and he was stepped on by a man. Sanji smiled knowingly when he saw this man. Reiju showed embarrassment. Judge stepped forward and said, "Who are you? This is the territory of 4 emperors BIGMOM. You can't get out if you offend Germa. You are the owner of Vince Moke, right? I'm here to pick Sanji back, and I'll give you another piece of advice, because your daughter Reiju saved me once before, so I'll give you a chance. Now turn around and leave 09. I'll take it as nothing, none of that happened, and if we go ahead we are the enemy." With such a tone, IG and Niji couldn't bear to attack Locke directly. Locke didn't intend to waste time launching the Realm King Fist, and Sanshin Lidong took down the two of them in an instant. Grabbing one with one hand, using a little force, the battle suits on their bodies were on the verge of breaking. Reiju couldn't stand it anymore and quickly shouted to Judge, "Father." At this time, Sanji walked directly towards Locke and past Judge and said, "Goodbye, Vince Moke." Advertisement. After seeing Sanji approaching, Locke kicked Yangzi back, and then white ball shields appeared on his hands, which made the two of them almost useless and threw them back. Judge looked at the 3 sons who fell in front of him with very ugly expressions. Locke didn't care about him looking at Sanji and said, "Let's meet Luffy and them first. This time the matter is not over yet, we still have one thing to take away." Sanji lit a cigarette and said, "Understood, let's go." At the same time, Big Mom has also received the news that Cracker and Card 2 have been defeated. Angrily, she sent a terrifying number of troops towards Locke. The person who leads the team is the only one of the 3 generals who has not yet been defeated, Charlotte Tesmoji. The 14th daughter of 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, the Juice Minister of the Totoland Kingdom, one of the top 3 generals. The reward is 932 million Baileys. He is very tall and tall, far beyond ordinary people, wearing a hat and scarf, long white hair reaching his legs, covering one eye, with a long-legged tattoo on his legs, and a long sword with a spiral scabbard on his back. After Locke brought Sanji and Luffy together, everyone was very happy, but now there are still things to do, Locke said seriously to everyone. Pedro and Brooke's process of pirating the historical text will definitely not go smoothly. Now our task is to cover them up, whether the so-called Tea Party will continue, so just prepare to make a big fuss. Luffy. He. Come on, I can't wait. Nami. In this way, a BIGMOM will be completely enmity. Garrett. Sanji-kun, do you still remember me, Karuchu? Advertisement Chopper. I'm not afraid even if it's 4 emperors if Sanji comes back. Sanji. Thank you. Luffy, my behavior of leaving without authorization must have made it difficult for you. Luffy. Huh? What are you talking about, Sanji? Isn't this all your plan? Sanji looked dazed and was about to say something. Locke covered his mouth and said, okay. We'll talk about the rest later. I feel that there are a lot of people coming. When it was mentioned that the enemy was coming, everyone immediately became serious. Luffy and Sanji also sensed the enemy very quickly, but they were not afraid at all. The three walked in the front, followed by Nami, Chopper and Locke, and soon a large army of 613 appeared in front of the group. The sky also began to be cloudy and rainy. The battle was about to break out. When Locke and Luffy came up, a wave of conquerors cleared the field, and a large area of the battlefield fell down in an instant. After that, it was a battle of some powerful guys. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time, and the rain had all turned red, and the ground had no place to stay. The moment Smoothie was knocked down by the three of them meant that Locke and the others had won. At this time, the other side. The action of Pedro and Brooke also started. Pedro lured away a large number of soldiers as a bait, and Brooke sneaked in to find the historical text. Seriously, Brooke is not a vegetarian, and with his ability to restrain the ant, the soul fruit meets the soul king. Brooke's performance can be said to be very strong. He cleaned up all the powerful enemies inside alone, but when he first saw the main text of the history, the boss also appeared. Chapter 325, Separate Actions, All Staff Rescue Plan. Locke looked at the resting people lying on the ground and said, now is not the time to rest. Sanji, you go to Reiju. Pudding should attack her, protect her. That one looked surprised. Reiju? Pudding? Why? Locke scratched his head and said, I don't know how to explain it to you. Anyway, you just go there as soon as possible, and go directly to the venue to make trouble after the end, and wait for me to come over. Sanji left in a daze, and then Locke said to Luffy, Luffy, go to Pedro. If I'm not wrong, Pedro came to help us with the mentality of dying this time. We can't let him sacrifice like this, alright? Garrett, you're with Luffy. Garrett was worried after hearing what Locke said, and hurriedly pulled Luffy away. Nami, Chopper and I went to support Brooke, and that guy should have collided with BIGMOM. The two expressed their reluctance, but the objection was ineffective. Shanjing, who rushed to his resting place, was wondering what Locke meant all the way. Originally, I planned to ask Reiju or Pudding directly, but when I passed by the window, I happened to see Pudding revealing his true face, and he was constantly mocking Reiju who had injured his leg. Ridiculous about the way Straw Hat Crew and Sanji believed her before, it can be said that she is exactly the same as the Pudding I saw before, which is completely blackened. Just when Pudding was going to capture Reiju's memory, Sanji broke in and rescued Reiju. Pudding saw himself exposed and directly attacked Sanji. Although Sanji doesn't hit women, Pudding can't hurt him because of the difference in strength. There's no extra words to say goodbye. Sanji takes Reiju and leaves quickly. Advertisement after that, Reiju also told Sanji a lot of things he didn't know when he was a child. Sanji was not a failure, he was a child born with emotion that their mother resisted desperately. That's why he was gentler than anyone else. Reiju didn't feel anything wrong with BIGMOM planning to kill Germa's people at the tea party. He even thought it would be good if they were all dead. Sanji has no hatred for Reiju. After all, in Zhang Jin's so-called family, apart from his mother, only his sister is left to take care of him. Reiju said that although she also has feelings, she has also been transformed into an accomplice who cannot disobey her father's order. Her hands are already dirty, so she feels that she deserves to die too. Now there is only one last place left. At this time, Brooke is fighting without fear in the face of the powerful Big Mom, but all the fighting methods are ineffective. On the other side, the battle between Pedro and Duke Dandan also started. At the critical moment, Luffy and Garrett rushed to rescue, successfully captured Baron Dandan, and cleared all the soldiers here. Bicorn Napoleon, one of the strongest homies of BIGMOM, has the ability to, well, transform into a giant sword. Locke said disdainfully. Army? It's just some miscellaneous soldiers. The majestic 4 emperors, but their subordinates are all useless trash. The voice and blood-colored fist marks appeared at the same time, and the smiling ant's expression changed instantly and she was knocked back several steps. Although she was not injured, she was obviously angry. War Emperor. Locke. Right, Mama, I didn't expect that they all came here. It seems that those troops have not been able to stop you. Locke put his body out of the way quickly with a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, Nami, this guy is left to you. Advertisement. Locke's provocation directly made the ant furious instantly, not only the ant but also her 3 weapons. Reiju was stunned, recalling the scene when he met Locke before, and finally said with a helpless smile, what a domineering man. Hey, old woman, what have you done to my companion? When Nami was dazed, Zeus had rushed over with lightning, and Nami screamed and started to run away, but Locke was not worried at all. He believed that Nami would be able to handle it. These 3 are all self-aware and very strong existences. Zeus shot first, and rushed towards Locke with a burst of lightning and thunder. Thundercloud Zeus. One of the strongest homies in BIGMOM, with the ability to manipulate the weather. Sun Prometheus. one of the strongest homies of Big Mom, possesses the ability to manipulate flames. Big Mom's ability is Paramecia soul fruit, which can handle human souls at will. The soul is housed in various things to anthropomorphize them, but human corpses and people other than themselves cannot be put in. The anthropomorphic objects are called homies. Chopper hurriedly stepped forward and transformed to help Brook up to check his injuries. Nami hid behind Locke and dared not show his face. The ant looked at the man in front of her and thought of something and said with a smile again. Just as Brook fell to the ground dying, Locke arrived with Nami and Chopper. But this is definitely impossible, Sanji said to Reiju. Although I have nothing to refute your idea, but I promised that guy that nothing will happen to you, so stop thinking about dying, at least not for the time being. I thought about it. Chapter 326. The True Strength of the Four Emperors. Prometheus. Mom, let me do it, Big Mom nodded. Prometheus was attached to Big Mom's hand and started to spray flames towards Locke. Locke stretched out a hand, and the powerful armor directly blocked her attack. Seeing this, Auntie had to give Locke a high look. This level of armed color can only be mastered by people with top strength. For example, Summit War 3 Admiral used this to block Whitebeard's shockwave. The ant walked towards Locke with heavy steps and said, "Little brat, don't think that you can act recklessly in the sea with a little strength, this is my territory." Saying this, Locke felt the sense of oppression from Big Mom, which was not Conqueror's feeling, but Big Mom's fruit ability, Soul Shock. Locke chuckled and said, "If you want to give me advice, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Only you have a helper, Hades, let him see 987's truly terrifying spiritual wish." As the words fell, a purple-black figure emerged from Locke's body. It was a man whose face could not be seen clearly. He held a huge sickle and stood behind Locke like a Susan. Big Mom was really taken aback because she'd never felt like this before, that fear that came from the bottom of her soul, but now this thing behind Locke gave her that feeling. But Big Mom won't give in so easily, shouting, "Napoleon." In an instant, the hat on his head turned into a huge sword and appeared in her hand. Emperor Sword. Broken Blade. Advertisement. Suddenly, the big knife wrapped in flames slashed towards Locke from above. Locke took a long breath and began to gather strength with his hands and read. Must kill Sirius series Kanglong chasing the sun. The moment the huge white-black dragon appeared, it almost destroyed the entire room, and then collided with Big Mom's attack. Boom. The powerful energy collided with a huge impact, and Chopper and Brook were directly thrown out. When Nami was about to fly out, Zeus got off her. To ask why, Nami has already successfully seduced Zeus with food, and the shock explosion blows away all the surrounding houses and crowds, leaving only Big Mom and Locke standing in the ruins. The shattered air produced a powerful impact and Big Mom's sword energy began to collide. The stalemate did not last long, and the sword energy shattered Locke's attack again. The moment the sword chi appeared, Locke blocked it with his hand. The 100 times the divine power of his left hand ensure his heaven-extinguishing strike were shot at the same time, and he was smashed in an instant. Locke himself didn't expect it. Pyre. At this time, the ant was so angry that she didn't listen to what Napoleon was saying. AJCE directly rushed to Locke with the knife. Seeing this scene, Napoleon in the hands of the ant also started to shout, "Mom, the thing behind that guy is too scary, I feel very restrained." Defeating Blackbeard before made Locke a little bit smug. Blackbeard's strength was obviously far behind these guys, but the current situation Locke didn't have time to think more. Advertisement. Prometheus was directly divided into two. What surprised the ant was that even the soul in the body was completely dead. After one blow, Prometheus no longer existed. The move of the giants is to use a big knife to slash a giant sword aura forward. This time, the power of this sword is really a bit excessive and terrifying. Waigwo. Boom. The ant held Prometheus in her right hand and threw it towards Locke. Locke gave an order in one thought, and Hades behind him swung his huge scythe. This time, Locke got stronger again. Locke, who had always had absolute confidence in his own strength, actually lost in the strength duel. When the confrontation didn't last long, Locke's expression changed and he was punched out by the ant. When he came back to his senses, Locke's hands showed white ball covers and he slammed towards the self-shaped sword energy fiercely. Although he was in a bit of a mess, he didn't suffer any injuries. Locke looked at his somewhat cracked god armor and didn't know what to say for a while. Locke, who was helpless, flashed golden light all over his body, and his right hand appeared to resist the attack. After the horrible explosion, Locke staggered out of the ruins. The ant still punched Locke with an angry face. Armament hockey was attached to the huge fist, and Locke also punched with an armed fist in his left hand. First, he used a powerful move to resist. Even if he didn't block it, he should have buffered a lot of power. In the end, he did not have an immortal golden body and the strongest defensive arm of God to resist at the same time. Such a result, it can be seen how terrifying the power of Big Mom's blow was. From this moment, Locke has a deeper understanding of the strength of the four emperors. Chapter 327. Fighting to the death. The levels of the two are indeed similar in hockey, but Big Mom still has her own talent. She is born with extremely great strength and killed a bear with a single punch when she was 5 years old. This guy is born with strange strength, so Locke, who didn't use the Kaiwang fist, can't compare to her in terms of strength. Not only that, Big Mom also has another powerful talent. She also has a very strong body, and her defense is very strong. The blade of the giant race was broken by the body of Big Mom, who was only 5 years old. Even the hail of bullets could not add a trace of scars to her innate strength. You must know that this is pure physical strength, without the attachment of the arm color, and it will be more powerful after adding the arm color. This is the reason why Locke was beaten away. Locke, who struggled to get up from the ruins, also wanted to understand this point, and didn't dare to push it any further. Before he got up, the ant unexpectedly appeared again. Locke frowned and cast 3000 thunder, dodge, the next second. Boom. The place where he was before was shattered by the ant's punch, and the cracks on the ground shattered and spread to the surrounding area, which shows how powerful she is. The ant's expression is still very bad now, because Prometheus is dead, and the ant sees that she missed the hit and Locke starts to shout around. Zeus! Zeus! Come back to me quickly. However, Zeus and Nami were hiding in a corner at this time and did not dare to approach. After Nami's various bewitchments, Zeus had completely rebelled and surrendered to the enemy, making Nami his new master. But it was still afraid of Ant from the bottom of its heart, so it couldn't show up. After yelling several times, Ant didn't see Zeus came back and became even more angry and began to yell insanely. Advertisement. This is another talent of BIGMOM, strange sound. The sound is so loud that it can break the eardrum of a person, it can also affect people's ability to move, and it can cause substantial damage to objects. Cooperating with conquerors can be said to be another 1+1 horror enhancement. Simply covering the ears is no longer effective. Locke summoned Hades again and ordered it to attack Big Mom. The appearance of Hades made Ant vigilant in an instant. This kind of thought that makes people fear from the depths of the soul can't be forgotten even if they want to, but in fact Hades can't hurt Ant at all. He can't attack normal living people, his attack is only effective on the soul, and the ant who didn't know it directly resisted it with Napoleon, and the result was Pyre. After the huge scythe slashed across, the giant sword in Big Mom's hand turned into a hat that was split in two and fell to the ground. Big Mom exploded and started rushing towards Locke and started to attack crazily. This time, Locke will not be careless. He directly opened the 20 times Realm King fist and began to fight against Big Mom. Clang. Clang. The confrontation in terms of strength is often simple and unpretentious. Every confrontation seems to be powerful, but in fact, if you put a jack in it, you will be directly killed by a punch. When the two were fighting, Luffy brought Pedro back to the team, and Sanji also brought Reiju back to the team. Their missions have completed the first step. The subsequent plan should be to have a big tea party, but in fact it is meaningless to do so now, because the most critical battle has already broken out. 0. Seeking flowers. Once Locke and Big Mom decide the winner, they will quickly make plans for the future. If Locke loses, immediately rescue Locke and find a way to leave Cake Island. Advertisement. If Locke wins, then there is no need to worry about anything, they have completely conquered Cake Island, so Nami made a new plan, which is to protect Locke from being affected. The battle between Locke and Big Mom is no longer something they can intervene in, the key now is not to let him be affected, this is the territory of the other party after all. 0. There are a total of 34 islands in Wonguo, which means that there will be a steady stream of troops coming, and what they have to do is to resist these troops. Death God Domain. Million Sirius Series Blood Demon killing Heaven. Thunderfire crit. Boom. Although Big Mom has lost Zeus and Prometheus, she can still control lightning and flames, but they are not as terrifying as before. But it is still very scary. Locke can be said to go all out and use all means, and finally even temporarily wipe Big Mom's fruit ability with Fantasy Killer, and all the countries were in chaos for a while. After losing Big Mom's fruit ability, all those things that can talk have changed back to their original state, but despite this, Yin Mom's body is still very strong. After Locke's 20 times Realm King fist effect is over, he is completely hung up and beaten. Right now, he only has one chance to win. Locke knows Big Mom's weakness, and that method can make Big Mom break her defense. That's right, it's a full sense of defense, the photo of the nun. Chapter 328. Defeat Big Mom. But now that the plot has been completely disrupted by Locke, the photo of the nun is not known at all, and Locke has no chance to tell his partners about his plan. They didn't know the picture of the nun. Locke confronted the ant with a difficult face, while his brain was running rapidly, and one of them didn't react and was punched flying. In midair, Locke struggled to stabilize his figure and instantly cast 3000 thunderbolts, disappeared in place and appeared beside his companions. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and Chopper rushed to heal Locke. Locke took down Chopper and gasped, "The battle is starting to go badly, 573, but I'm not going to back down, I need your help." Afterwards, Locke talked about the photos of the nuns in short words, and Zeus, as the old man, beside the ant, was very clear about what Locke said. So the friends followed Zeus to the tea party venue to find the key to the comeback, the photo of the nun, and Locke started playing hide and seek with the ant. "Come out for me. Ah." The ant who couldn't find Locke started to go crazy, crazily destroying the surroundings and making horrible strange noises. Locke can't leave directly, he has to observe the movements of the ant. If the guy got to his buddies, something might happen, so Locke then stalked her while enduring the guy's voice. With Zeus among the partners, the work efficiency is still very fast, and Locke didn't have to wait long to find the things. Sanji shouted while stepping on the moonwalk, holding a photo of the nun in the air. "Hey, BIGMOM, look what this is." Advertisement. The ant's attention was attracted, and when she looked at the photo of the nun, she panicked for a moment, and started to rush towards Sanji, looking very panicked. Following Locke's order, Sanji kicked and smashed the photo in front of the ant. At that moment, it seemed that the world was quiet, and the ant was dumbfounded. The whole person really became insane, and completely lost his mind. Seeing this scene, Locke didn't hesitate anymore, and opened the 20 times Realm King fist again. Ready to end all of this, he came to the Big Mom to avoid her attack and then punched her. Even though it was Vince Mo-K who didn't leave him any good memories, he actually didn't want them to die. Of course, except for these more important things, the impact on the world pattern. With a loud noise, Big Mom's huge body flew upside down, and her defense has now become a negative value, becoming more fragile than ordinary people. No one was injured, no one died, and there was one more Jinbe. This time, all the events were successfully completed, and it should be said that it was overfulfilled. But he has his friends here, so he doesn't have to worry at all. At this time, he can rest assured that he will pass out, and the endgame and the aftermath will be left to them. Boom. The current Sea Emperors: Shanks the Red Hair, Kaido of the Beasts, Blackbeard, Luffy the Straw Hat, Locke the Warlord. Vince Mo-K's family chose not to intervene because of Straw Hat Crew's riot at Cake Island, so they were not affected. Sanji's heart is too kind, so gentle that he is 4.3 to everyone. Advertisement Brook rubbed the text of the history early in the morning and kept it hidden in his skull. Sanji also successfully returned, and in the end Sanji left without any burden. Million Serious Series Left Hand Divine Power 200 times. Kaji didn't know when he appeared in front of Big Mom and tried his best to resist Locke's attack. Locke frowned and gave it a go. The power of the last Kaio fist increased again. The first is Luffy, honored to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, with a bounty, 2 billion straw hats for Luffy. The attack, which was enough to penetrate dozens of islands, became stronger, and Kaor couldn't resist being blasted out. The Big Mom behind him was completely covered by the giant golden fist, and soon there was no sound. Boom. Time flies, and when Locke wakes up next time, he has returned to the familiar Sunny, except for the partners who went to Wano Kuni, the rest are there. The strongest punch beyond the limit, Locke dares to say that there are not many people in the whole pirate world, and the current state of Big Mom is undoubtedly dead, but at this time another accident happened. Locke immediately pursued and stepped on the moonwalk to the front of the ant. His left hand began to flash a lot of golden light, and he was accumulating power. When the power reached ultimate, Locke punched. Under the loud sound, the center of Cake Island was pierced into a black hole that went straight into the deep sea. Big Mom was gone, and Locke was completely exhausted and fell from the sky. Then there is the man who defeated Big Mom. He is no longer the strongest in the new era, but the strongest in this sea area now. The bounty offered: 4 billion. Warlord Locke Chapter 329. Life is in danger. The system is about to be destroyed. Of course, Blackbeard's status is still controversial. Some people even suspect that he can't even defeat the new Sea Emperor Straw Hat Luffy. In fact, he is said to be 5 Sea Emperors. In fact, there are only 3 pirates who can be regarded as the real top fighters: Shanks, Kaido and Locke, who defeated Big Mom. The so-called extremely evil generation has already tried the past tense. Locke has opened the gap with those people very early, and Luffy has now opened the gap with them. Their next target is Kaido. If they succeed, the world will really change. By then, Luffy will not be far from becoming the One Piece. According to the newspaper, Straw Hat Crew went directly to Cake Island after declaring war on Big Mom, and fought several battles with Big Mom pirates successively. In the end, Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, was defeated by Warlord Locke. Cake Island was destroyed from then on, and Big Mom's aspects also fell apart. Apart from Luffy and Locke 09, the rest of the participating partners have also raised some bounties. Of course, the addition of Jinbe also caused a lot of movement. At this time in a cave. What the hell is going on? The guy who messed up my important deal actually beat that old woman, Lin. Master Kaido, if the news is correct, Straw Hat Crew has already obtained the historical text from Big Mom. The next target. The next target. Huh? The next target is me. Ha 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 ha. It really makes people laugh out loud. It's just a bunch of brats, I'll make them pay the price. At this time, the Revolutionary Army also began to make big moves. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was stolen by Blackbeard before, but the place was only discovered, and no one was there. Now they are about to make a big move. This time they will declare war with the Celestial Dragons at the World Summit. On the Sunny, Locke is doing the recovery training prescribed by Chopper. His physical strength has been exhausted this time, and he still has no strength on the 3rd day after waking up. Advertisement Chopper made a recovery plan for Locke according to his condition. During this period, Locke could just take care of him slowly. Originally, Locke thought that his future adventures would only become smoother. But at this time his system brought a shocking news. I don't understand. Repeat aside. 2 months. The last time of the host is only 2 months. After 2 months the system will self-destruct, and the life of the host will be deprived as the price of the sacrificial function. Is there any way to save it? End all events on the current plane, and all rewards obtained from the system can offset the host's life. All. Can you give me a goal? Defeat the most powerful existence that is currently not sleeping. I am. Is this my only chance of surviving? What about you? The system will still destroy itself. This is the price of the sacrificial function. The system as the main body has no way to recover. The host can choose to change the current target. There were all the smiling faces of his partners in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of him, Locke really didn't want to say goodbye to them like this, but there was no other way now. I'm going to be away for a while to do something, but I'll be back to Wano Kuni as soon as possible. Time is very important to me now. Luffy, don't blame me if I can't accompany you to the end. You have always been like this. Since you, the captain, have agreed, then I am relieved. Say goodbye to everyone for me, and I set off directly. Advertisement. The check-in location is being changed. The next check-in location, Gessel Island. Goal: defeat Whitebeard 2. Reward: God's Gauntlet attack type. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Of course, I don't know what you are going to do, but I believe in you. What are you doing, Locke? I'm sound asleep. Change. What? Of course. On that fat ant's boat, there is Kabi. I really miss 317. Ha ha ha. Why? Be careful when I'm not around. You're the captain. If I know you didn't protect everyone and wait for me to come back, don't blame me for covering up your captain. Don't worry, I will not lose to you. Everyone will be protected by me. Consciousness returned to the main body, and Locke found that his strength had been fully restored. It seemed that this was done by the system to save him time, and Locke came out of the room. That night Locke woke up the sleeping Luffy to the bow. Luffy, remember when we first met? Yeah, I really miss it. I called you here today because there is something that requires your consent. What are you talking about? Chapter 330. Killing Whitebeard E. Brother, Gessel Island is ahead. Thank you, uncle. This is the reward. Locke took out a bag of Baileys from his arms and threw it to the honest uncle. After the uncle took it, he said with a smile, "It's a small matter, it's just that, brother, why did you come to this place? This has always been an uninhabited island." Locke smiled and said, "It's just a vacation, then I'll go first, goodbye uncle." After bidding farewell to the uncle, Locke directly started to conduct a carpet search with knowledge, and quickly found the target this time. When Edward Wabel, Miss Bajan, and Locke appeared, Whitebeard 2 instantly looked like he was on the verge of a formidable enemy, although his mind was not very good. But he could still feel the sense of crisis brought to him by the man in front of him. At this time, Miss Bajan let go. "Who are you? Forget it, doesn't matter, kill him, my lovely son." Wabel obviously didn't dare to make a move, but his mother's order was still the most important, so he rushed towards Locke with a knife in hand, and Locke shot very quickly. Instantly dodged the attack and stepped on the guy's weapon with one foot, then grabbed his head with one hand and smashed it hard to the ground. Click. The next second a white dome cover appeared. Miss Ba-Jin recognized the masked man in front of him and said in shock, "War Emperor Locke. Why did you appear here? Please let us go, my son." Advertisement. Locke ignored Miss Ba-Jin's shock fruit ability to launch. Edward Wabel suddenly dropped his dead body. Locke went to Miss Ba-Jin, disregarding her begging for mercy, and killed her with his hands. The mission is complete and the rewards have been issued. Next check-in location, Baltigo. Goal: defeat the Blackbeard pirates. Reward: shock fruit awakening. Locke held his right hand, and the brand new Gauntlet of God covered his right arm, which looked like a complete mechanical arm. He was handsome, but he didn't know how powerful it was. Just as Locke was about to leave, the aura of an acquaintance appeared again. Locke stepped on the moonwalk to the air and had a face-to-face with this guy. "Oh, it seems that it's still a step late. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deal with him. For you now, they should be small characters, right? I have my own plans. Are you going to keep me, Kizaru? Forgive me, leave this kind of troublesome matter to Sakazuki. I'm just here to take a look." "In that case, I'll leave. For the sake of not making a move this time, let me give you Marine a message. Be careful of accidents at the World Summit." After finishing speaking, Locke left directly, and Kizaru also returned to the warship, but at this moment he frowned and said, "Why did you tell me so much trouble?" Locke must not be able to fly directly to Baltigo. He still finds the nearest island and takes a boat all the way there. With his current physical strength, he can fly in the sky for 2 or 3 days with ease. Soon Locke found a small island with buildings. When he first arrived on the island, he felt an unusual atmosphere, and he might be an acquaintance. There is only a small town in front of this small island, which is not big but has all kinds of shops. When Locke was shopping, he suddenly heard the name of an acquaintance. Advertisement: "Thank you, Ain, if it weren't for you and my wine this time, I would have been snatched by those bandits." "It's okay, just come to me if you need it in the future, Grandma." Locke quietly came behind the girl in blue and said, "You can also find me, all you need is a bottle of wine." Grandma looked at Locke suspiciously. Ain was dumbfounded when he heard the voice, turned around and recognized Locke wearing a mask at a glance. Excitedly, he just hugged and clamored to take Locke to meet the teacher. Locke had no choice but to follow Ain. Under Ain's leadership, Locke soon came to the place where Zephyr lived. A strange shop in the corner of the town, without a signboard. Zephyr in the room seemed to be working as a blacksmith and replied without raising his head when he heard Ain's words. "Got it." Locke, Li Lijiao, knew that Zephyr must have sensed his aura, so he sat aside generously and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Zephyr stopped what he was doing and threw a bottle of wine to Locke, and then took the wine himself to the chair beside him and said, "I can't imagine that you have grown to this level in such a short time." Locke: "Not enough, there is still a way to go from my goal." Zephyr: "Are you going to change the world?" Locke: "That's what the Revolutionary Army has to do. I'm a pirate, and the freest people on this sea are pirates, so I'm just doing what I want to do." Chapter 331. Crusade against the Blackbeard Pirates. Afterwards, Zephyr provided Locke with a means of transportation that he was researching, a somewhat mysterious surfboard shape, and there seemed to be a device similar to a jet at the back. It turns out that Zephyr specializes in studying these weird things on this island and making some useful tools, which can be regarded as retirement here. After saying goodbye to the two, Locke set off on his jet surfboard, heading all the way to Baltigo, buying some supplies when he encountered an island on the way. After a long journey like this, Locke came to the destination, Baltigo. It was originally the base camp of the Revolutionary Army, but now it has been destroyed and turned into a temporary base for Blackbeard. There is nothing on the island, except for the ruins, which is the land. After Locke landed, he directly started the rough search method, and the Conqueror's outbreak covered the entire island. Soon Blackbeard's gang showed up in line. Isn't this the famous Emperor of War? Thief hahaha 170 haha, what's the matter with your visit? Locke didn't talk nonsense and said directly, get ready to fight, either I will die here today, or you will all be wiped out. Blackbeard's expression changed suddenly and he said, I don't remember that we have such a big enmity, Locke, do you have to make it to the point of life and death? Locke nodded and said, yes, it must be, don't say I didn't say hello in advance, I have already said so, I don't plan to talk nonsense with you, let's go together. Yuluo Locke directly opened the 20 times Realm King fist, ready to fight at full strength. Blackbeard also shouted viciously from all the villains. Advertisement, little ones. Today is the time when we become more famous. After killing the Emperor of War, the position of Emperor of the Sea will be completely secured. Give it to me. Ajba. Boom. With the sound of Van Oka's gunshot, the battle began. Locke blocked his sniper attack without raising his head, and then grabbed Shiryu who was stealthily planning to attack with one hand. Lafitte, who suddenly appeared behind him, was kicked away by Locke, and he punched Badgers who was punching in front of him, and with a scream, Badgers fell to his knees with his arms folded. In the next second, the huge San Juan wolf appeared. The island-like body made Locke only able to see the guy's head. In addition, there were Big Wine, Basque Shodan, Secret Moonhunter, Catherine Demai has appeared on both sides of Locke. On the front are Blackbeard and the Evil King. Locke calmly used Shock Fruit to kill Shiryu in his hand and threw it aside, and then opened the Killing God domain to release powerful Conquerors around. Blackbeard and the Evil King also released Conquerors at the same time, and the 2-on-1 forces were still at a stalemate. At this moment, Basque Shode and Catherine Demai, who were on the side of Locke, suddenly made a move. After taking a sip of wine, Shode's whole body turned red, and he rushed to Locke and punched him. Locke appeared with the armor of God in his right hand and punched him. Boom. Zone Phantom Beast hyphenation point Fruit of Dog's 9 Tails is a fox-shaped ability user, and it seems to be very difficult to deal with. Even if he is repelled by Locke, he has no intention of shrinking back when he is sleepy. With the speed boost of 20 times the Kaiwang Fist, he dodged Joeit's attack in an instant, rushed towards the guy's head, and a blood-red light appeared. Bark. In just a split second, Locke pierced Joeit's head. Just as Locke was about to continue his attack, he found that the surroundings had become dark, and it was Blackbeard who shot. Advertisement in the next second, Locke punched the evil dragon's mouth, the special ability of the Armor of God was activated, and the sacred white light penetrated the evil dragon's body. After the confrontation, Shode retreated with bloody fists. Locke stood expressionless on the same ground, and punched the other side with his left hand shining golden light. Locke closed his eyes and sensed the dangerous aura around him by relying on the Killing God domain, and the next second his hands gathered a lot of blood and exploded under the addition of the white ball. The bad government king was seriously injured and returned to his original shape, half kneeling on the ground. The power of the left hand is 100 times, bloody and broken wrath. 9 Tails Fox. A strange light appeared to resist Locke's attack. Locke looked at the 9 Tails Fox with a huge sense of oppression in front of him, Kathleen Demai, with a serious expression. In front of Locke, a huge evil dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit Locke. Unable to dodge, Locke's right-hand god's gauntlet suddenly radiated light. Instead, he became more excited and punched him again. This time Locke didn't catch it hard because he felt that the guy's strength had become stronger. Bang. Click. Bang. Click. Explosions and air shattering appeared continuously in the darkness, and Blackbeard's darkness soon couldn't hold back and was broken by Locke, and a strong sense of crisis hit the moment it broke. Boom. Chapter 332. At a critical moment, Blackbeard dies. Thief ha. Let me show you my newly acquired power, Darkness Devours. With a wave of Blackbeard's hand, the darkness began to spread again. Locke felt that something was wrong and was about to fly into the air without touching, but at this time the wolf also made a move. The huge body directly covered the entire sky. Locke couldn't fly higher and just wanted to move but found his feet were entangled in something. I saw that the 9 Tails Fox transformed into Demai had already entangled Locke tightly with its tail. There was nowhere to escape and he had to fight hard. Locke squeezed his fists tightly on the white ball cover and appeared. Click. The air on both sides was smashed by Locke's punch, and violent shaking began, but it seemed that Blackbeard's darkness was not affected. Soon a large amount of darkness gathered at Locke's feet. Locke felt a strong suction force, and was sucked into the darkness before he could resist. Seeing the darkness around him, Locke couldn't even see his hands clearly, and began to try to perceive with the color of knowledge. As expected, the color of knowledge seemed to be completely invalid. Unable to detect anything, Locke's left hand flashed golden light and attacked 100 times in an attempt to break through the environment, but his attack seemed to sink into the sea. Swallowed by the surrounding darkness, soon Blackbeard appeared. This guy appeared in front of Locke directly, and before he could talk nonsense, Locke directly planned to strike first take him down. Advertisement, but Blackbeard was already prepared. The moment Locke rushed towards him, a powerful attack erupted from the darkness around him, and Locke repelled it directly. And this attack was released by Locke just now, without any reduction in power. Blackbeard attacked him in turn. Seeing this scene, Locke knew that the situation was in crisis. Blackbeard's dark fruit is likely to be awakened. Judging from the current situation, it also has the ability of the space system. As long as any fruit has the ability of the space system, it means that it is destined to be very strong. Back in the real world, Locke's eyes were red and bloodshot, and he looked a little unconscious, but the Blackbeard in his hand was almost crushed to death by him. After getting up with difficulty, Locke's brain was spinning rapidly thinking about the solution. He thought that as long as he didn't attack, he would not be harmed for the time being. Locke's original purpose was to destroy all of them. Although his current state is delirious, he still has a very clear subconscious mind about what to do. The evil government king and the others were not panicked at all. He also said with a smile, "Is that trash teach dead? I said a long time ago that he is not qualified to be the captain. I should be the captain. Let me kill this guy now. Prove the strength of my captain." Blackbeard begged in pain. "Let me go. Let me go. Please, I promise I won't show up again. No, ah." The body appeared in front of Locke again, and just about to say something, Locke on the ground suddenly jumped up, grabbing Blackbeard with his right hand. Locke said disdainfully, "Do you still remember what Uncle Whitebeard said to you? The person Luogia is waiting for will definitely not be you. You will never succeed in Blackbeard." Advertisement Locke's attack was once again swallowed by the darkness, and suddenly appeared in the next second, without any warning or perception. Locke was punched and flew out by his own attack. Blackbeard's dark fruit was already very pervert, but now it has reached this level after awakening. Blackbeard smiled when he saw that Locke didn't continue to attack. 0. Seeking flowers, but the truth tells Locke that he is still a little naive. The longer Locke is in the dark, his spirit will start to gradually break down to calm, and calm. Locke never thought he would have such emotions. Thieves, ha ha ha, how about it? Feel the strength of my new power. Locke, I really admire you very much. The title of War Emperor is not small. Join me. With our strength, I will become the Pirate King just around the corner. When Fantasy Killer activates, Blackbeard's ability completely disappears in an instant. With no ability, Blackbeard's hockey is not even as good as a Marine Vice Admiral. A sense of fear from the heart, this is the consequence of this dark space, and Locke has tried various methods in this space many times. Locke didn't talk nonsense with Blackbeard anymore, and directly shot him to express his intentions. Blackbeard didn't panic, and his body disappeared completely into the darkness. But in the end there was no progress at all, and he wounded himself and lay motionless in the dark. Blackbeard thought Locke was dying. So Blackbeard died in Locke's hands while begging for mercy. Locke dropped Blackbeard's body and looked at the remaining people panting, with murderous intent all over his body. Blackbeard was not angry and continued. Papa's thinking has fallen behind. The new era is created by powerful people like us. Beings like you and me are the masters of the future world. Chapter 333, Marine Chase. Wanakuna's progress. Light rain began to fall in the gloomy sky. On this day, Baldigo, which had been in ruins, disappeared, as if it had never existed. The people on the surrounding islands saw giants comparable to islands explode in the air, and a large amount of blood was scattered, as if blood rained in the air. The luster of the red line became cooler, and the seawater in the surrounding area turned red for some reason, and there was a sound like an earthquake in Baldigo. All of this appeared in the newspapers on the second day. The former Emperor of the Sea, Marshal D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard, and several members of his ship, 293, were completely wiped out by the War Emperor Locke. This news shocked the world again. Marine and the government finally couldn't sit still. Marine almost sent out all their strength and sent the strongest force to chase Locke. Locke must be captured or beheaded. On that day, Locke, who was seriously injured, encountered Marine's troops. Kizaru, Akainu, Fujitora, and the mysterious Green Bull all appeared one after another. Locke dragged his tired body and finally escaped with the awakened shock fruit, destroying all the warships that came to hunt him, and the price is that he is now almost useless. His next mission is Wano-kuni, and the target is Kaido. After the system tells him that he will have the last mission left, Locke has already thought about his future plan. But right now, he has lost too much time with these Marines. It has been a month and a half since the system prompted him, and he only has the last half-month left. If he can't finish it, he will die with regrets. This is not the end he wanted. When Locke was thinking about these things, suddenly, boom! There was an explosion in the room where he was, and the doctor treating her was terrified, but he was saved by Locke, who left the doctor with money and left immediately. As soon as he walked on the front foot, Akainu appeared on the back foot, and killed the poor doctor because he didn't give any useful information. Advertisement Locke was pretty much hunted by Marine for several days, until he returned to the Sabaody archipelago, under the cover of Rayleigh. Locke completely let go of Marine's pursuit through the Bumi family, and came to Wano-kuni quietly, but he really didn't have much time left in this way. After coming to Wano-kuni, the first thing Locke did was to meet up with his partners. During Locke's absence, many things have happened in Wano-kuni. When Luffy arrived at Wano-kuni, he encountered Uzumaki and was separated from his partner. Luffy, who lost his lifeguard, rescued Ayu, an 8-year-old girl from Wano-kuni village. Later, disguised as a Ronin, Luffy Taro, he took Ayu, who was poisoned by drinking polluted river water, to seek medical treatment. During this period, he met Zoro and briefly confronted Basil Hawkins. After that, Ayu was kidnapped by Hold'em's men. Luffy defeated Hold'em, rescued Ayu, and met with his companions at Oden Castle to discuss the plan to attack Kaido. Unexpectedly, Kaido, who was drunk and transformed into a dragon, attacked at this time, thinking that his companion was killed. Luffy used 4 gears to resist in a rage, but was defeated by Kaido without persisting in 2 moves. After losing consciousness, he was imprisoned with Kid, and then promoted under the guidance of Leopard Guro. Armament Haki joined forces with Kid and others to enter the legend of Onijima, and met Kaido's daughter Yamato. Locke arrived just as the battle was going on. Luffy. I thought I could jump up in just one click, but it's not that simple. Zoro. I'm going too, anyway let's face it up there. Sanji. It's really troublesome, are these guys all flying ability users? Robin. It's just a caterpillar without its wings. Advertisement Usopp. Your analogy is as scary as ever. Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho, is that the legendary big sign? Chopper. It looks strong, but our captain is even stronger. Nami. Yes, it is my duty as a navigator to let the captain go where he wants to go. Frankie. Leave the super to me. Let General Frankie open the way. 2.8 Jinbe. Come on, Captain. Luffy. Okay, one more time, I'm leaving. Everyone, I'll leave the rest to you, please cover. Oh, Luffy. I'm going to fight Kaido. In a chaotic battlefield, the crowd became excited because of the appearance of Straw Hat Crew. Straw Hat Crew, we will open the way to the castle. That's right. Don't waste your energy. Forward. Send Mr. Straw Hats to the city. Chapter 334. Final moment. Trial Kaido. That monster. Look, we've fought guys that big before, and it took a lot of work to win even with Locke, but not now. 4 gears. It has appeared. That form is just like King Ming. It is indeed a Straw Hat. Rubber King Ape Gun. X Hunting Ground. Boom. When Luffy attacked, Drake jumped out of the window and shot at the same time. His undercover identity had been exposed, so he killed him at this time. On the other side, the Red Sheath 9 heroes who were forcibly strengthened have already been defeated, but they also caused some small troubles for Kaido, and they will prepare for a big battle next. After defeating Kaido's powerful enemies successively, Straw Hat Crew stood in front of Kaido. Guys who can only play silly tricks and self-righteous brats are all here. It seems that you haven't recognized your own strength. Luffy. Kaido, I will definitely beat you 09 this time. Kaido. Smug brat, hot breath. Luffy looked firmly at the terrorist attack in front of him and was about to resist, when suddenly there was a violent vibration in the air, and the next second Kaido's heat was directly divided into 2 and deviated from Luffy. How could this scene be without me? Hearing this familiar voice, all the partners laughed happily. Luffy was even more excited and shouted, Locke. A flash of lightning fell in the air, and Locke appeared in front of everyone. Kaido immediately filled up his anger when he saw the man in front of him. After all, he and Big Mom are also close friends. I finally met you, brat. Let me avenge Linlin's revenge. Locke smiled confidently and said, if you can do it, try it. Everyone, get ready. Fighting broke out. Advertisement Locke took the lead to create an output environment for his partners, watching Locke. Kaido rushing towards him, opened his bloody mouth in disdain and bit down on him. Locke yelled with a smile on his lips and spread his hands. The last hour. Ding. A huge pendulum appeared behind Locke, and after a clear sound, something miraculous happened, and Kaido in front of him did not move, as if time stood still at this moment. Seeing that his partners were still in a daze, Locke immediately shouted, what are you doing in a daze? Do it. After speaking, Locke himself was ready to move, with a strong golden light shining in his left hand. Left hand divine power 200 times. A terrifying punch slammed towards Kaido, but he stopped when he was close to Kaido, although the partners didn't know what happened. But the one who doesn't shoot at this time is a fool. Luffy is the first to open the 4th gear and rush towards Kaido. Rubber Lion Bazooka. Zoro and Sanji followed suit. 3 Swords Style Flame / Suji of 6 paths. Mashin Fengjiao hyphenation point Beef Burst. Nami and Usopp attack together. Zeus, I leave it to you. Killing the Wind Raging Star. In an instant, a storm and thunderstorm appeared above Kaido's head like a natural disaster. Frankie turned into a steel robot and General Frankie rushed up. Advertisement. The Predator's sword, Fran's sword. The flame is strengthened, watch the general burn the sword. Not to be outdone, Chopper directly ate the Rambo ball and turned into a monster, and slapped Kaido in the face with a big slap. Robin folded his arms and smiled as Flower Fruit launched. A huge arm appeared around Kaido and smashed it down hard. Colossal Color's huge tree super heavy hit. Brook trotted happily all the way to Kaido. King of Soul hyphenation point Death Sword of Soul. A huge soul appeared behind Brook, and the crutch sword in his hand exploded with cold air from the underworld. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jinbe stepped forward and said, everyone works so hard, I, the newcomer, can't be left behind. Murloc Karate Profound Truth Giwajung Fist. After all the attacks were completed, the huge pendulum reappeared after Locke's expression changed to 160. Kaido had returned to normal at this time, but all the previous attacks of his partners disappeared. Kaido. Prepare for your final hour. Judgment. As soon as Locke finished speaking, Kaido felt that he was completely enclosed in place by his body, as if restricted by space, and all kinds of attacks before the next second came as planned. For a moment, lightning flashed, thunder and flames skyrocketed, and sword energy crisscrossed. After a burst of bombardment, Kaido fell on the scorched ground. All the partners dared not act rashly. Locke stepped forward and said at this time. As expected of the strongest creature on the surface, even such an attack could not kill you. As soon as Locke finished speaking, Kaido stood up from the ground. His body was covered with scars from various attacks, but he looked like a normal person. You kid. Do you think this will kill lousy? Locke chuckled. Didn't you want to die a long time ago? Why don't you let me help you get rid of it earlier? Chapter 335. Beheading Kaido. When parting the moment Kaido got up, The partners were all ready to continue fighting, but at this moment Locke turned his head and said to everyone. Sorry everyone, I don't have much time, so let me be willful this time, and he will leave it to me. After speaking, Locke directly opened the 20 times Kaiwang fist and rushed towards Kaido. This time, he wanted to go all out to end the battle quickly. Kaido in human form swung towards Locke with a mace in his hand. Thunder 8 trigrams. Hitting the opponent with an iron rod wrapped around lightning at an extremely fast speed, the power is extremely powerful. At the beginning, Luffy in the 4th gear was knocked down with a single blow. He also used this move to resist the power of BIGMOM. Locke rushed forward, his eyes were firm without a trace of fear, and his right hand appeared with the armor of God. Gauntlet of God, God's punishment. The pure white light hit the huge mace with lightning, but the expected collision did not appear, and Kaido's mace shattered the moment it touched it. Kaido didn't expect that either, but Locke didn't intend to give him a chance to be surprised, and the blow shattered his weapon with a golden flash of left hand and blasted past. 100 times the powerful force directly knocked Kaido down. When Kaido fell to the ground, he turned into a green dragon again, and blew the wind blade towards Locke, and the wind blade slashed across the ground like a terrifying sword energy. Locke rushed straight to Kaido with a serious expression, and all the wind blades that rushed towards him suddenly shattered in the air. This is the ability of Locke's shock fruit after awakening. There is no need for the white ball cover to activate, his shock fruit can already affect the surrounding space, and when he is about to rush in front of Kaido, Kaido changes his moves and spits out a hot breath. A smile followed Locke's mouth. Advertisement Zilla disappeared in place in an instant, and then appeared directly on top of Kaido's head. The right hand lifted the Gauntlet of God and grabbed Kaido's horn. Fantasy Killer launched. Kaido's body began to transform back into human form, and while Kaido was still surprised, Locke grabbed his horn and slammed him directly to the ground. Both hands condensed different strengths and blasted towards Kaido. The power of the left hand is 100 times, Asura Sky Destroyer Strike. The two powerful attacks of gold and blood pierced the ground in an instant, and Kaido reacted in a critical moment to avoid the vital point, and the 10-headed Locke knocked and flew out. Locke gritted his teeth, stabilized his figure in the air, aimed at Kaido's position and stretched out a hand. A white ball cover appeared on his hand the next second. Space shock. Just as Kaido on the ground stood up, the surrounding space began to shatter, and the air was shattered everywhere. Kaido fell to his knees directly, and a lot of blood flowed down. Usopp. Really Luffy, don't you even read the newspapers? Everything Locke has been doing during this time is in the newspapers? Died in front of everyone, the result would definitely be more painful, no matter for himself or for his partners. Locke had to make a choice. Zoro. Tell me, there is something important to say. I have to go back to drink. I forgot to tell you that I drank all the good wine I found from Wano-kuni during your walk. The day after defeating Kaido, Locke called all his buddies because today he was leaving Straw Hat Crew. Advertisement Luffy. Locke, you haven't told me what you've been doing all this time. Robin. What's the matter Locke, your expression doesn't look good. Pulling hard, the air in front of him broke, and Kaido's head rolled down. After all this, Locke took a long breath and said to himself. There are still 4 days. Brook. Yo ho ho, this is the best time to relax with some music, and have Bink's wine delivered to your side. Locke looked at the people in front of him, his reluctance made him want to cry, but if he didn't leave now, if he didn't complete the task successfully in the end. The next day, the newspaper announced that the Onijima War was over, the original 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts was defeated, the Straw Hat Crew was victorious, and Kaido was beheaded by Warlord Locke. Chopper. Locke, are you injured? I read in the newspaper that you were hunted down by Marine. Frankie. Oh, Locke, do you mean you stole my coke? It's okay. I can let you drink whatever you want. Jinbe. Long time no see Mr. Locke, I also joined the Straw Hat Crew, please take care of me in the future. Everyone listen to me, I have something to tell you. Nami. Backquote, I heard that you scared me to death when you left, but fortunately you are back now. Sanji. Today's dinner is still simmering in the pot, and I won't be able to eat it after too long. Bark. Locke cast 3000 thunders again and instantly came to Kaido, looking at Kaido Locke who was kneeling on the ground in front of him with a cold expression, grabbing the air in front of him with both hands. Chapter 336, Night of Sorrow. Day of Parting. Luffy froze on the spot and said in disbelief. No, Chopper, hurry up. Locke grabbed Luffy and shook his head and said, Chopper can't cure it, it's not a disease, it's the price. Zoro looked at Locke with a serious expression and said, does it have anything to do with those times before? Locke nodded. Usopp was stunned for a while and smiled and said, really Locke, you really know how to joke, how can this kind of thing be possible? Usopp's eyes met Locke's, as if asking if what he just said was true. Locke nodded again and said, sorry Usopp, I'm not joking. Nami couldn't help but covered her mouth and began to cry. How is it possible? Why did this happen? We were together all the time. Chopper also hugged Locke's leg and cried loudly. Whoa, 070 Locke, I don't want you to go. Sanji clenched his fists and said, damn, it's because we are not strong enough, and you need to bear everything every time, damn it. Robin retreated to the side with a disappointed expression, and Brook put down the violin in his hand and said with obvious sadness, am I going to lose my partner again? Frankie was also in tears, gritted his teeth and turned to cry. Jinbe stepped forward and said with a serious face, Mr. Locke, I just became your partner and I'm going to say goodbye. Advertisement Locke couldn't hold back anymore, he held back his tears and tremblingly said to everyone, I'm really sorry, Luffy, forgive me for not being able to accompany you to the end. I believe you will definitely become One Piece, except for the historical text Kaido. I have asked the Fisherman Island to help you find the last piece, and your next goal is to go to that place, the final island of Raftel. At that time, you will be the One Piece, and if I am still alive, I will definitely appear. Luffy began to cry loudly. Whoa, I don't agree. You are the first officer, how can I be the One Piece without you? This was his only chance of survival, and no matter what the outcome, Locke was going to give it a go. The Straw Hat crew, which was supposed to hold a banquet that day, was exceptionally quiet, but no one could fall asleep in the quiet environment. Sad emotions filled everyone. Sanji really wants to eat your cooking all the time. I will never forget the taste. If I have a chance, I want to see that place too, all blue. Zoro, if I die, don't forget to bring some wine to see me, and don't target Hawkeye. Even I can't beat it, set yourself a stronger self-target. Dr. Chopper, without your panacea, I will start to worry about whether I will get hurt. After all, I never worried when I was with you. Nami, I am looking forward to the day when your world map shocks the world. Stop, AJFF. Cry, all of us will feel bad when you cry. Frankie, wait until the Sunny arrives at Raftel. You are the best shipwright in the world. I believe you can make more great masterpieces that shock the world. The text of Robin's history is all in place. How to find Raftel is up to you, and Aokiji asked me to tell you that Ohara has never perished. Advertisement, it's just a matter of time. Locke has his own business to do, and he has 2 days left to face this powerful enemy he doesn't understand at all. Brooke, if I am still alive, I will wait for you at the Twin Gorges, and then I will tell Laboon the story of our adventures, and of course tell it that you will definitely come. On the second morning after Locke left, the 4th piece of missing historical text was sent over by people from the Fishman Island, in large printing, of course. This was Locke's last gift to everyone. Locke patted Luffy's shoulder with red eyes and said, Luffy, now is not the time to be willful. Do you want to watch me die in front of you? The doors of Usopp Alboth are only open to brave sea warriors, and you need to be braver to get there. Finally, Luffy, you must become the One Piece. Locke took a long breath and looked up at the sky. The stars that had gathered in the sky seemed to have turned into meteors and left in an instant. Locke's words made Luffy tense up, and he clenched his fists tremblingly and said, I understand. Jinbe welcomes you to join. Straw Hat crew still needs your attention after I leave. These guys are worrying children. I am really worried about being a writer. With this piece, Straw Hat crew now has 4 pieces of signpost history in their hands, and after Robin deciphers them, they can find the final island, Raftel. Chapter 337. To Mariajoy, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the seat of the world government headquarters, is located between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line, the peak of the Red Line, and is one of the 2 roads to New World. Here is the world's most powerful 5 elders. The kings of the countries that joined the world government will come here to hold the world summit every 4 years. The residents here are the world nobles, celestial dragons. I am, the head of the world government, lives on the void throne among the deepest flowers in Mariajoy. Before Locke can face him, he needs to face the 5 people who stand in his way, the 5 elders, and the pinnacle of world power is held by 5 elders, at the same time. Nothing to plan. In order to stay in prime form against I am, the 5 elders must be slayed with a thunderbolt to end it all before the Marine arrives. Locke contacted the Revolutionary Army, and with the help of the dragon, he sneaked into Mariajoy. Knowing that Locke was going to challenge I am, I was quite happy. Because if Locke wins, he can lead the Revolutionary Army to attack Mariajoy directly, and the Celestial Dragons will be completely pulled down by then. If Locke loses, he can also learn from experience, and he will have a good reference when dealing with I am in the future. Locke is now dressed as a soldier fully wrapped in armor, following a royal family, and everything went well. Locke intends to lurk deep into the depths. But whenever this happened, 2 idiots would appear to stop him. Looking at the Celestial Dragons who was insulting his subordinates with a fish tank and an idiot face in front of him, Locke decided not to hide. Immediately, the armor on his body was smashed, and the Celestial Dragons in front of him were kicked out, and Mariajoy panicked instantly. Help! Rebellion! Someone is attacking the Celestial Dragons. Come on, people! You bastards! Advertisement. The people around were also Celestial Dragons. Although they panicked, they didn't know how to escape at all. Instead, they stood still and shouted, waiting for the soldiers and carrying them away. Locke couldn't take it anymore. The god of killing domain cooperated with conquerors to explode completely. Instantly powerful murderous aura and haki covered the whole Mariajoy, and the sky began to turn blood red. The surrounding celestial dragons directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Instead of being simply stunned by the conquerors, they could not bear the killing intent of piercing the heart and died suddenly on the spot. It didn't take long for the 5 old men to appear in front of Locke, and they didn't even need to guess their identities to know who these guys were. Locke, pirates dared to appear in the Holy Land. It seems that you are too arrogant. It's not clear to you what it means to be here. At first, I wanted to let you go wild at sea for a while, but I didn't expect that I would send you to my door. It just solves the problem of letting the world know who is the master. Die. Pirates. Locke stood there expressionless and looked at the 5 old men rushing towards him for a second. Locke put his palms together and muttered. Empty shock crack. I am, of course, but they are all nourishment for this flower field now, and you are no exception. Locke looked at the white-robed old man in front of him, giving him a very ordinary feeling from beginning to end, with a saber hanging around his waist, which seemed a bit out of place. Oh, advertisement, I am said in a calm tone. There are many people who want to reach the top, but there is only one throne, so they will all end up here. Locke said, you know I'm back. I am. You have to know who you were talking to. To me, you are just a bunch of lowly common people. Continuous screams appeared, and the 5 of them fell in a pool of blood. After the Locke fruit awakened, they also began to master the ability of space. The old man put down the shower in his hand, turned to look at Locke and said, "You're here, and it's more enjoyable than I expected." "What, Locke? I thought you would be more modest, but you are an old monster who has lived for a long time, and you are still arrogant." Zero click. Suddenly Locke stopped, because he had already felt that since he became stronger, no one has ever given him such a sense of oppression, not even Aunt Kaido. The powerful concussion combined with the lethality of the space can be said to be unsolvable. It is easy to kill these 5 old men in a flash, and they are instantly eliminated. Locke went straight to the deep flower room and rushed over. The air in front of Locke suddenly cracked a huge hole, and the next moment the 5 elders who rushed towards him touched the crack. But at this time, the old man who was watering the flowers appeared in front of Locke, and Locke felt a strong sense of oppression, as if he met a more powerful beast. "Locke, although I'm not interested in history, I still know a little bit about what exactly is I am for that you are trying to hide." "Locke, so a lot of people have been here before me." Chapter 338. World Ruler, I am. D is really an annoying name, but whether it was before or now, D will only become a history that does not exist. While talking, the aura on Im's body had already begun to change. Locke couldn't help frowning and became vigilant, and saw an energy similar to Conqueror's emanating from Im's body. The strong pressure made Locke's legs start to tremble slightly, and his eyes began to turn red, looking extraordinarily weird. "Do you know the meaning of celestial dragons? I heard that you killed Kaido before. That little blue dragon is very weak. Do you know what is called a real dragon? Let me show you the power of 713, the power that a world ruler should have." At the end of the speech, his body began to change. First of all, he is also a capable person, but the strange thing is that this guy doesn't seem to be Zone. Because the scene in front of him was that a dragon gradually separated from Im's body, and Im said when he saw Locke's head wrinkled tightly. "Zone? Only savage animals can use this ability. The magic of devil fruit seems to be a gift from the gods. Some people are born to be superior to others, just like the identity of celestial dragons. From eating this fruit at the moment of the fruit, I am a god." As soon as Im waved his hand, 3 or 4 flying dragons in the air rushed towards Locke. At this time, Locke had roughly guessed Im's fruit ability. The fruit related to the dragon was outrageously paramecia. It would be easier to understand if it was Zone. What a strange concept paramecia is, Im told Locke with his strength. It is the great strength of pervert. The white flying dragon ignored Locke's resistance and passed through his body. With just one blow, Locke vomited blood and fell to the ground, as if all the viscera in his body were smashed to pieces. With such terrifying power, Locke struggled to stand up and gasped for breath. The next second, a flying dragon rushed towards him. Luo Shu thought that since he couldn't defend himself, it must have something to do with his soul. So Hades was summoned directly, and the appearance of Hades obviously caught Im's attention, and the huge side swung down towards the flying dragon rushing towards Locke. Advertisement bark. It really worked, but it didn't work completely. The flying dragon whose soul was cut off continued to attack Locke. Locke released the Gauntlet of God to resist with all his strength and barely endured the damage. After stabilizing his figure, Locke looked at his evolved god armor, and there was a crack unexpectedly, but this also let Locke understand the way of Im's attack. The flying dragon he released has a soul, and Locke can't resist it in the state of having a soul. It is not wise to still have superpower after the soul is beheaded by Hades. But this is just an attack method of this guy. I am floating in midair with red eyes shining, surrounded by several swimming dragons. He looked as if he had become a fairy. "You still have the means to deal with souls, but I underestimated you." Yuluoem waved the 2 dragons beside him again and rushed towards Locke. Locke adjusted his state and shouted. I am still looking calm, took off out of thin air, and then rushed towards Locke with a large number of dragons. Luo Shu roared 10 times. There's no time left. It was too late to scream that Locke's consciousness disappeared rapidly, and there was no chance to resist 1.3, so Luke came to the familiar space of consciousness. System. Next, I will forcibly activate the sacrifice function, which will give you the ability to regenerate infinitely, and each time will take your remaining lifespan as the price. Asura is angry. Advertisement. Just as he was about to make a move, Im's eyes turned red and he said, "Get off, you lowly man." Hades. A large number of cracks appeared in the air instantly. Yulong was frozen in the air, but it didn't dissipate. Locke opened his hands and slapped it hard. Locke. Of course. Here Locke meets the dead system incarnation, which speaks to Locke. A large number of cracks appeared. This blow completely shattered the Yulong in front of him. Locke began to attack actively, bursting out red arrogance all over his body and killed him. Hades swung a huge scythe and severed the souls of 2 dragons, and then Locke threw white ball shields into the air in front of him. Click. Click. Shira's anger, which has not been used for a long time, will not be repulsed. Hades crazily harvested and rushed IM with the attack. Locke. I know, but I'm no match for him. The gap is too big. Click. In an instant, Locke felt a terrible pressure and directly smashed him from the air, and then a red blood dragon fell from the sky and smashed on Locke. System. Maybe I can help you again. Do you still want to stay in this world? Chapter 339. I have a cheat. You surrender from the outside world. IM returned to his usual old man's appearance and stood there calmly, looking at Locke, who was lying in a pool of blood in front of him, and said, "It's over. Another foolish challenger tried to spy on the throne, and now he got the punishment he deserved. While talking, I am suddenly stopped, because he noticed that the lifeless Locke seemed to be breathing again. I am raised his hand to do something. Suddenly Locke's fallen body disappeared instantly, and the next second he grabbed Im's arm and said with a smile. Don't worry, old man, I won't fall until I get rid of you. I am frowned. The strong aura exuding from his body shook Locke away and said, you can still stand up. Your suspended animation technique is quite clever. Locke chuckled and said, to tell you the truth, you can't win. Lousy is involved. To put it bluntly, I can make many mistakes, but you can only make one mistake in 2009. When the words fell, Locke suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Im, and Im's eyes glowed red. When Locke disappeared in an instant and reappeared, he was already behind Im, and Im didn't turn around. The dragon around him began to attack Locke automatically. Locke turned on Shira's anger again, and without Hades, he carried the dragon and caught Im. Instantly Im lost his fruit ability, and even he started to panic, but Locke also fell down again because he resisted several dragons piercing through his heart. Seeing Locke fell to the ground, Im wasn't happy at all. Instead he looked angry, because his fruit ability disappeared, and this feeling made him almost crazy. His greatest strength is his fruit ability. Im looked at Locke, who fell to the ground with anger on his face, and pulled out the saber at his waist, and just when he was about to strike. Locke recovered his breath again, narrowly dodged Im's attack and said with a smile, I said I can make many mistakes, you see. Advertisement, Space Shock. This is the first time that Locke injured Im, and Im's defense power is just that of an ordinary person without the fruit ability. Im injured instantly when attacked by Locke's awakening ability. But it seems that the injury is not serious, and it can be seen that this guy's hockey strength is also very terrible, but because he uses a sword, his defense is not too high. Suddenly Im swung his sword at Locke and read, Quan Tianlong sword. The slender saber drew a golden light in the air, and the white dragon-shaped sword energy rushed towards Locke. Judging from the example, it was actually similar to the fruit ability he activated before. It might be more powerful. Locke gritted his teeth and took it, and Im said confidently when he saw this. Although I don't know what little trick you used, but do you really think I can deal with you without the ability? It's just a civil. Locke has already begun to be immune to this guy's taunt, and he is fully focused on looking for opportunities. 3,000 thunders are activated, and Locke's figure disappears instantly. Im stood on the spot, waving the saber in his hand seemingly casually, and said, King Tianlongyu. A shield made up of tiny dragons appeared around Im, and the moment Locke appeared, the dragon attacked directly, and Im also unleashed a terrifying slash immediately. Locke barely blocked it with the gauntlet of the gods, and came out again. Mirror, Sirius series, left-hand power, 500 times. Advertisement. Now Locke is not afraid of death. This blow is completely beyond what he can bear. The golden power penetrates Im's protection in a second, and Im's rapier is raised. The red eyes glowed again, and the originally white wyvern turned blood red, the same as when he killed Locke before. Roar. After a dragon roar, the collision ended. Im was not injured and resisted Locke's attack. Locke's arm was broken due to excessive use of strength. Im still swung his sword calmly, and countless sword chi struck at 270 grams of luo. Each sword chi was deadly enough. Locke was thinking of countermeasures while dodging. If you don't take another shot, the effect of Fantasy Killer will be invalid. Locke gave it a go and shouted with blood bursting all over his body. Million, Sirius series, Blood Demon, Shocking Sky. With the combination of Blood Demon and Awakened Fruit's powerful moves, Locke turned into a huge Blood Demon and rushed towards Im, and all the sword energy attacking him were instantly shattered. When Locke rushed in front of Im's eyes turned blood red again, and Locke added more strength. The Bloodstore's body erupted with red arrogance. Kill Blood Dragon Sword. Bark. In an instant, Locke was once again cut down by Im's sword without any resistance. This time, more than half of his body was cut open, but it was obvious that Im was not as relaxed as before. His eyes began to bleed, and his aged body began to gasp. Chapter 340. One Piece's Vice Captain, the finale. But the next scene that made Im almost vomit blood was that Locke stood up again, except for the severed left arm, the whole person stood up again. Im was completely angry, the red light in his eyes flickered violently, and blood began to flow down his eyes, just when he was about to do something. Locke opened his arms and yelled, the last hour. Time stood still. At this moment, the winner was actually divided. Locke did not hesitate. The time of the trial at the final moment is determined according to the strength, although Im is currently in a state where he does not have the ability to recover the fruit. But the strength is also very terrifying. Locke grasped his right hand, and the scarred god's gauntlet appeared. You are also tired, old friend. Just rest here and let this old thing go on the road with you. Gauntlet of God, God's punishment. The white light shot out with the swing of Locke's right fist, and it was fixed in front of Im's head, and then Locke's god armor was broken directly, and it had reached its limit. Locke didn't stop attacking just to be on the safe side. Blood Wrath, Shira Shattering Fist, Gorfine Skykiller, Shira Skykiller, Universal Pull, Blue Dragon Chasing Sun, Earthquake, Sea Shock, Air Shock, and finally even Water Prison. Feeling that the time has come to the limit, Locke lifted the restriction. After recovering, Im was shocked at first, and then looked at the various attacks that stayed in front of him and wanted to swing his sword, but his body was completely unable to move. What have you done? This power. Impossible. Locke stood in front of Im and the pendulum behind him began to shake. Nothing is impossible. Prepare for your final moment, judgment. Advertisement. The moment the word, judgment, fell, the white light directly penetrated Im's head first, followed by a wild bombardment of various tricks. Until the smoke dissipated, Locke could no longer feel Im's breath, he just thought he had won, and suddenly the scene that was beyond recognition, rushed out with blood flowing all over his body. He grabbed Locke by the neck and screamed, "No one can kill me. I am a god. The master of the Void Throne, the master of this world." Locke had already felt the crisis of death, but at this time the system's notification tone also came with bad news. The rebirth energy has been completely exhausted. This means that Locke's death this time is a complete death, and Im's crazy force. Locke struggled with all his strength to no avail and immediately activated the awakened shock fruit ability. Click. The side of Im's head suddenly shattered, half of the guy's head was blown off, but he was still holding on to Locke tightly, and the next moment, Im's ferocious face roared and said, "Final hyphenation point blood dragon explosion." Boom. As Im's last sentence ended, his body exploded, and the terrifying explosion directly razed the entire Holy Land to the ground, leaving no one alive. On the second day after the incident, the news reported that the Holy Land of Mariajoy was attacked by the pirate Locke, and Mariajoy was razed to the ground in the fight between the two. No survivors have been found so far. Advertisement. On the 10th day of the incident, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Locke, led the revolution to crusade against the nobles of the world, and the era of celestial dragons came to an end. 3 months after the incident, the Revolutionary Army established a new organization called the Hall of Balance, and the suffering civilians ushered in their first day. 7 months after the incident, Marine and the Hall of Balance launched a super large-scale war. In the end, Marine was defeated and issued a statement that he no longer regards the Hall of Balance as an enemy. 1 year after the incident, the red-haired Shanks, the original Four Emperors pirate, was defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy, leaving only one emperor in New World. 2 years after the incident, Straw Hat crew successfully logged into Raftel and got the treasure One Piece left by One Piece Luogia, but no one knew what it was. 2.5 years after the incident, Straw Hat Luffy gradually became known as One Piece, and Straw Hat crew embarked on a return journey. 3 years after the incident, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Twin Gorges. Crocus and Luffy, who are basking in the sun, meet again, but this time is not what it used to be. Luffy has fulfilled his dream, and everyone in the Straw Hat Zhao's group is a little anxious when they come here. After meeting Crocus, Luffy asked excitedly, "Uncle like a flower, has anyone else been here besides you?" After Luffy finished asking, the rest of the partners all looked anxious. Crocus thought for a while and said, "Others." "Well, or let him tell you." When the partners were at a loss, Laboon slowly swam over. Brook was also very excited to see Laboon, but at the next moment, a familiar voice came from above Laboon's head. "Long time no see, One Piece."